and hearing what the queues are like this morning at testing centres before they'd even opened, and then to get back to the ground and to realise that one of the teams for the moment can't be here, and there's one of the broadcasters, the whole team's been knocked out at least for the time being as well. So we're not through it. In fact, we're right back in the thick of it, it feels. Yes. All right, so we will have... we've got the statement through from Channel 7 as well, so they're caught up with it. The 7 network confirms it is responding after a member of staff working on the Ashes broadcast at the MCG tested positive to COVID-19 on Sunday night. The staff member was asymptomatic at the time of testing and has been in self-isolation since the moment the positive test was returned. 7 is activating its COVID measures to ensure the health and safety of all staff as well as the broader community, and is working in line with all relevant guidelines and regulations. We're working closely with the MCG operational team and Cricket Australia, just as the broader community is experiencing. We have COVID response scenarios in place to ensure the impact on Seven's broadcast is limited. There have been a number of changes to today's production schedule, and Mike Atherton's going to be part of that Channel 7 team. Oh, congratulations, Mike. Well done. I wonder how you're going.
A leg sub.
Seven's number one priority is the health, safety and welfare of all staff and the community. So England are not at the ground as yet. It's unclear when they will be cleared to come with the tests being conducted, but it does feel like for the second day in a row the first ball won't be delivered at 10:30. We're all in the wind.
Yeah, what to say, it's a really bad time, isn't it, for everybody? And as you say, particularly here after the couple of years that Melbourne has gone through, it's horrendous. If today doesn't go ahead, we'll see. It's impossible to throw it too far ahead at the moment, but fingers crossed that we can get going.
Our experts are here for Anaconda Play More, Pay Less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. So in a few moments' time, Pat Cummins, we are due to speak with the Cricket Australia Chief Executive, Nick Hockley. The last time I was due to speak with him on stage, he couldn't take the stage because the captain was in isolation. So, yes, in one test match, we've had the captain ruled out for Australia, and then the next test match, England can't come to the ground for the time being. So we'll wait to see. We'll revel in the Scott Boland moment as well, which I suspect will be the enduring image of boxing. There's always one image that lasts each year. It goes into the collection of Boxing Day folklore. I feel like Chris Rogers, and it might be half the wicket and half the welcome to country, where he was acknowledged by his own people, and the spontaneous applause that erupted around the MCG for that.
Yeah, that really was an incredible moment. And I mean, I'm not sure, but I think it took Scott by surprise, just seeing his reaction. But yeah, the reaction from the crowd, I think, was absolutely a special one, and recognition for Scott and his history. So it was a wonderful moment. And then I thought he bowled well at times. He had a lot of edges, kind of went down a third man, an inside edge that shaved the bails. And then that dismissal, the LBW of Mark Wood, where it seemed to take Paul Rifle an eternity to raise his finger, but he did the right thing. He's in the fraternity, isn't he? So he looked after Scotty Boland. But
there's always something about a journeyman coming good as well, isn't there? And I don't mean journeyman pejoratively. I don't mean that in a critical way. But he's clearly... There are obviously people like Pat Cummins who get thrown in at 17, 18 who are going to be superstars, and everybody can see that a mile away. But somebody like Scott Boland, who has had to work for his baggy green and has gone through a long career of first-class cricket, there's something quite special about that as well, I think. And I think people recognise that.
Pat Cummins is now downstairs with Anthony Hudson. So thanks to Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. We check in with the Australian camp. Hello.
Thank you, Gerard. Paddy, thanks for joining us. You've heard the news, no doubt. We've got the headphones a little bit loud for him. We're blasting his beautiful hair. Paddy, you've heard the news about England, obviously. You've experienced it yourself. What are your emotions now, knowing that we're not quite sure what's happening?
It's kind of sums up the last 2 years, really, doesn't it? It's sit back and wait. I've only just found out a few minutes ago, but I think from what I heard, they're just waiting on a few different results, and today's players shouldn't be in jeopardy. But it's a sign of the times. You've got to be pretty flexible.
You do. And you do when you're a captain, and you've got to decide whether to bat or bowl. How much thought did you put into the decision you made yesterday?
Quite a bit. Knowing these conditions really well from not only the last few years, but the amount of shield cricket that's played here. Bowling first has worked pretty well, and I think seeing the cloud cover, the extra bit of grass on the wicket made the decision a bit easier yesterday, and fortunately we capitalised.
You must have been very happy with how you as a bowling group performed yesterday.
Yeah, that's it. When you win the toss and bowl, there is some added pressure that you feel like you need to do everything in a rush. So just try to make sure we stayed calm and patient, and just really proud of how everyone bowled. I think it was 5 different wicket takers yesterday. Scotty Boland, I thought, was really settled, did a great job on debut. So a great day all round.
I'll throw you upstairs, Gerard.
How did you go watching the last Test match? Did you endure every moment of it? Did you put your phone away? Were you in contact with anyone? What did you actually do?
I went through a few different phases. Morning of day one, I thought, okay, well, if anything, at least I get a chance to sit back and watch a Test match at home. I haven't done this for quite a while. And then after about an hour or two, I was pretty jealous of the boys. I wanted to be out there, and then. After a great day one, I felt a bit more comfortable. So from then on, I could enjoy it a bit more. Gave a little bit of a different perspective, and heard plenty of different commentators with all their different differing kind of looks at the game. So I thoroughly enjoyed it, but no substitute for being out there.
What about on the final day, where the wickets it's attritional rather than blasting through, pacing the room? How were you as it stretched on and on?
I got pretty excited when whenever there was a breakthrough. It's one of those ones. I think looking on TV, day 2 or 3 might look really similar to day 5. You lose that feel of when you're actually out there, and you feel the ball get softer, and the less you feel like it's not seaming around as much, and it's harder to pick up on the TV. So I kind of had to catch myself out a few times, thinking, okay, what's different? And then you kind of remember it's day 5. But no, just thought, especially Starkey leading the attack, he was that was just a huge effort from him, and 2-0 up in the series. I was pretty chuffed sitting at home.
Mike Atherton here. It's early days, obviously, in your captaincy. It's gone exceptionally well so far, but I just wondered what you found trickiest of all so far. I remember the first time I had to address the players as captain, feeling unusually nervous. What have you found tricky, if anything at all, so far?
Yeah, I think that's a different dynamic that I'd never experienced. It's a group of players that I know really well and get on with really well and played a lot with, but it's still different when you're the captain and need to speak in front of the group. I think the biggest one so far, which already I feel like I'm, and hopefully we'll continue to get better at, is just managing captaining while bowling and making those, quick kind of intuition decisions around bowling changes and which ends, and when I'm in the middle of the spell. But it's nothing that isn't manageable. I've lent on Steve Smith. He's been great. Plenty of senior players out there, so I don't ever feel like I'm going to be left high and dry. But it's just a different dynamic that I'd never had to think about previously.
Pat's required now with the team. He's going to go and find a few Englishmen to play against. Thanks for joining us, Pat. Well played so far, and good luck for the rest of the test in the series.
Great. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Pat Cummins, the Australian captain, downstairs with us. So it is a dramatic morning at the MCG. England currently in lockdown at the team hotel awaiting results of their tests. There are positives within the family group, and the day's play is in the wind. But I can't imagine that we start at 10:30. Who's to say where it takes us from here? Our pre-game show is for the all-new Isuzu MUX. SEN's test cricket coverage is for Host Plus. That's a plus. Let's check in with the newsroom.
Sport's biggest moments, called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SENSA.
Making news this hour, New South Wales has just recorded 6,324 new COVID cases and 3 deaths. At the moment, 521 people in New South Wales are in hospital with the virus, 55 are in ICU. A member of the media has tested positive at the MCG, which will impact broadcasting for some outlets. Chris Rogers speaking to Jimmy and Jaleesa this morning.
We've got to get in early because Channel 7, I think, have had a case.
1,999 new infections have just been recorded in Victoria and 2 dangerous bushfires are burning in WA. SEN.com.au sports coming up.
Love your fishing? Then don't miss Real Adventures every week with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Saturday morning from 6:30 on SEN SA.
Blackjack is still leading the Sydney to Hobart. The yachts are near Eden at the moment. 23 of the original 88 starters have pulled out so far due to rough conditions. Romelu Lukaku has come off the bench to lead Chelsea to a much-needed 3-1 victory in the English Premier League. And the Aussie start day 2 of the third Ashes test at 1 for 61, trailing England by 124.
Trackside, your daily fix on all things racing. All the results, all the news, all the form.
Live daily on SEN Track. Download the SEN app, pair it to your car and listen live anywhere.
Today with a top of 26 degrees. Blue skies tomorrow reaching 29. Mostly fine on Wednesday with a top of 33. And for the Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, SEN is your home for this year's Ashes series.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Ready to play your way on cricket with Betfair? Well, this summer you can, across a huge range of cricket featuring the Big Bash and the Ashes. If you want to find better value than the bookies, look no further than Betfair. You'll be bowled over by Betfair's odds. Reckon England will get grilled? Or think they'll rise from the Ashes? Back, lay or trade your selections on Betfair. Play your way with Betfair on cricket this summer.
Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Know the beauty of having a wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and a kingdom worth of Kia boot space. Unleash the beast. Explore the beauty with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
A kid's playground, rubbish. A park bench, rubbish. A nature boardwalk, rubbish. You see, the Australian government is helping industry to transform your old rubbish into incredible new things. Proudly remade in Australia. Like this outdoor gym, rubbish. Even this brand new road, rubbish. Every time you recycle, you're helping to remake Australia into a better place for everyone. Remade in Australia. Authorised by the Australian Government Canada.
A few minutes is the time it takes the chef to sear your perfect steak. And the time it takes to give Keno a go. With a draw every few minutes, there's always time for a spot of Keno. Ready, set, Keno! From SA Lotteries, gamble responsibly.
And it's a very intense second innings here. Mackenzie to bowl. He lets rip. Oh, Miller has absolutely smashed this. High and long towards mid-off. Daniels may get there before Edwards. Or is that Williams? I think one of them has long hair and one may have a hat on. And it's a catch, I think. There's people in white running everywhere. And the score is now something for something.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Visit drinkwise.org.au.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Gold Coast MG recognises the importance of supporting Special Forces veterans transitioning back to civilian life. They fought for us, so now let's fight for them. Purchase a raffle ticket from $10 and you could win a brand new MG HS Essence. All proceeds help Wandering Warriors support returning veterans and their families through education, employment, respite and mentoring programs. Hurry, raffle drawn January 24. For tickets, visit mggoldcoast.com.au. Gold Coast MG and Wandering Warriors, saluting their sacrifice.
Out in the middle, we love star batters who light up the field. For those in the trade, it's Illuminate Garden Lighting. Simple, safe and trade quality tough. Tradies, you're going to hit them out of the park with Illuminate Garden Lighting. Decking and entertaining areas, barbecues and gardens. The heavy-duty, high-quality Illuminate Garden Lighting range will bowl you over. How does your garden glow? Illuminate, Australia's easiest garden lighting system. Available from Bunnings.
G'day punters. Freshen up your punting this summer with CrossBet. Bet on all the action from summer racing, the Ashes, the Big Bash, the A-League and more. With great promos and exclusive CrossBet specials, you'll be in the box seat all summer long. Register at crossbet.com.au or download the app today. And remember to gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
This morning, for the time being, they're awaiting the results of COVID tests after there's a positive within the family group. Channel 7's had a positive within the broadcast team, so all of their frontline commentary team is in test and isolate phase, so they're not at the grounds. The scoreboard reads 1 for 61, and it's very unclear what is about to transpire. Anthony Hudson, you've just been downstairs. She a bit chaotic?
A little bit chaotic. As we can see from up here, the gates are open and the people are coming in unawares, largely, unless they were listening to us just now on the way in as to what's unfolding. Pat Cummins had no idea until basically he was told a few minutes before we spoke to him. So it's just this great uncertainty. And as Paddy said, I guess the players have kind of got used to that over the last 18 months, as we all have in sport and in the world. But he was reasonably optimistic, but we haven't been able to get any sort of detail around what sort of delay we're going to have here.
Yeah, so it's the simpler flow test that's been done, and there's a member of the England staff that's just walked out onto the ground, so that's a good sign, I would think.
Yeah, I think that's the physio, Craig DeWineman. So, yeah, I imagine if one is being let out, then...
Yeah, we've just had the message through.
The team has been given the all clear to travel to the MCG, and we're about to set off from the team hotel. Oh, if ever there was cause to put a chopper up and follow a bus to a ground, this is it.
Where are they? They can't be far away.
So that's excellent news.
Well, now they just need ample time to get ready, don't they? So
10:30 as scheduled. Just get here and play. Get off the bus, put your whites on, get out there.
They can't be any worse.
You know, but anyway.
How does that work?
How long would the typical warm-up be these days, Bud?
Oh, I think generally you're on deck about an hour before play, and we're already at nearly approaching 10 to 10.
Yeah,
that is surprising, isn't it? Given yesterday that we took that extra time for that few spots of rain.
This will be interesting because England might come out and play the best day of the series, and then you say warm-ups are completely overrated in cricket.
Warning will certainly be pushing that, Bharat.
Colo?
I think that the one silver lining in this is they're asking them to do rapid flow tests rather than the PCR. I reckon if we were in Adelaide right now, it might be a different story. Had this been a week ago, it might have been a tougher situation. But once they clear that hurdle, I don't see any reason why they won't be able to come to the ground, do a brief warm-up and crack on.
No, we've just had that news confirmed. So
they've cleared the rapid flow test.
Cleared
My apologies, I was on the phone at the back.
Yeah. So we've just had that confirmed and play starting on time at 10:30. That's what surprised us.
Goodness me. Right. Okay, things have gathered pace while I've been making a couple of calls.
There was a lot of Englishmen out the back just rolling their arms over in the nets, trying to push for a place in the team in case they needed to call in reserves. But
I've got a British passport in the drawer somewhere, available if selected.
So there you go. There you go. We all see it different ways. 0433 98 11 16. You owe it to the listeners, Gerard, to stop reporting this COVID stuff, mate. You're literally salivating at the COVID situation. Imagine if we didn't say it. Imagine if we... England's not here, but they're just a bit late. The bus might have broken down along the way.
I can assure you, we're not salivating. We want there to be cricket, because otherwise we've got to talk even more waffle for even longer.
The pre-game show is for the all-new Isuzu MUX. So the English staff setting up their warm-up. It'll happen in a hurry. It'll happen in a hurry. So you never quite know what direction it's going to drag us all in these days. It is shake your head material.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought just about half an hour, just push it back. I mean, they started half an hour later yesterday, and it wasn't such a big deal. I don't know what happens behind the scenes, obviously, but you would have thought give them ample time to prepare.
Well, play did start traditionally at 11 o'clock in Test matches at Melbourne and got moved back to 10:30 about 15 years ago because of the extra half an hour became baked into the day's play. There's always an extra half an hour, and thus play effectively finishes at 6 p.m.
Do you need more warm-ups if you're fielding or if you're batting? I thought probably if you're bowling, you would want to have the hour to get fully warmed up.
Yeah, I think fielding, yeah, definitely. I think you've got to go through, and particularly the fast bowlers, they've got to be ready to go.
And so much rest with them is if there's any England fight back, it has to be right now. It has to be at the start of play today.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be interesting to see who Joe Root entrusts with the ball first up, because I couldn't make a lot of sense of what he was doing with his bowlers yesterday, particularly when he bowled Ollie Robinson for 2 overs with a new ball. He did switch him round to the other end, so maybe it was an end that Robinson preferred to bowl at, but 2 overs doesn't seem a lot. And then using Mark Wood so early just means that he's going to have to bowl a lot of overs, and then it's going to be hard work for him, and the way he does run in so hard and explodes at the crease.
So England's on the way to the ground. The staff already here, so cleared through their COVID tests this morning after a positive in the family setup. So good news from a cricket perspective, and good news for all of the staff and players involved as well. If you're on the way to the ground, bring your earbuds, have your mobile phone ready, download the SEN app, click on the SEN Stadium tile. It's the breakthrough in technology. You can sit and listen to live action with no delay inside the stadium. So it's been a source of frustration for some years now that things are behind the way technology is advancing in every other aspect of life, but it's caught up inside the ground. So headphones, earbuds packed, you'll be able to click on the SEN app and listen to SEN Stadium for the live call, essentially direct out of the box throughout the day's play. It'll resume at 1 for 61. Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, is due to be with us shortly, so we'll find out what's been going on behind the scenes. This is our pre-game show for the all-new Isuzu MUX, SEN's Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
G'day punters. Freshen up your punting this summer with CrossBet. Bet on all the action from summer racing, the Ashes, the Big Bash, the A-League and more. With great promos and exclusive CrossBet specials, you'll be in the box seat all summer long. Register at crossbet.com.au or download the app today. And remember to gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
Introducing the all-new Staria Load, Hyundai's new commercial van, loaded with as much space and tech as you can possibly fit. We've fit in class-leading safety features, like a 360-degree surround view monitor in the liftback, giving you another set of eyes on the road. Plus, the 2-seat van fits 3 Euro pallets. Right now, we've also fit in a special $750 bonus for ABN holders. The all-new Hyundai Staria Load fits in everything. T's and C's apply.
Husky Drink Storage Solutions. The celebration continues at home. Proud lunch break partner of SEN Test Cricket. Listen live, anywhere, anytime on the SEN app. Visit huskybrand.com.au.
Call
Gambling or tradies and serious DIYers. Need to recharge after Christmas? Get into Adelaide Tools Bonus Battery Blitz on now. Get in for 3 days of supercharged bonus battery offers on selected kits and skin combos from Milwaukee, Makita and Haikoki. Got a gift card for Christmas? Now's the perfect time to use it. Stock up on 18-volt kits, skins and bonus battery deals. Stores are open between Christmas and New Year's at Mile End, Parafield, St Mary's, Lonsdale and Gawler. Don't miss Adelaide Tools' massive bonus battery blitz. On now ends Tuesday.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sport's same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
Want an internet provider with the most satisfied customers? Mate has been rated the best for overall NBN satisfaction by CanStar Blue's annual providers review. In fact, Mate are the only telco to score 5 stars in all areas. That's customer service, value for money, ease of setup, bill and cost clarity, as well as speed and reliability. So, join the most satisfied NBN customers. Choose a provider you can trust, like a Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
When painting, tools make a difference. Monarch premium quality brushes and accessories give that professional finish. Get inspired at monarchpainting.com.au and find all your Monarch painting tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists.
There are issues with your bathroom grout. Hop to it. And you need someone to sort it out. Hop to it. When your walls are damp and the carpet creaks, you want the best to repair your leaks. Hop to it. Need an expert in the field, so now's the time to get Mega Sealed.
Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megasealed.com.au. Mega Sealed.
Ned's Same Race Multi is available on meetings all over the world. Pump up your odds by selecting 2 to 4 runners to finish inside the top 4. Available across all 3 codes. Take it to the Ned's level.
T's and C's apply. Visit the website for details. Gamble responsibly.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune. Empowered with the freedom to move. And Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
England captain Joe Root is a most welcome sight as he walks out onto the MCG. He's got his bat and his gloves on. All the staff have laid out the training gear, the warm-up gear, and we just await to see the rest of the England squad as they've got the hurry on. They're 34 minutes away from the resumption of play, having been through COVID testing this morning, a scare that had them in lockdown at the hotel. A welcome sight for most. A bit of gallows humour, Colo, going on around English circles.
Oh, I'll tell you what, the WhatsApp groups, they're devastated that England are here. They were saying if we get one rapid flow positive, we might get the open top bus around Trafalgar Square. In fact, the meme doing the rounds most prolifically is on those rapid flow tests, if you get 1 bar, you're clear, and 2 bars, you're positive, and people seeing marking with a red pen where the second bar might be in order to get England out of having to play today.
Play they will, and the sun is breaking through at the MCG. The scoreboard reads 1 for 61. Harris is 20. Lions, the night watchman, he's yet to score. The one man out was Dave Warner. Court Crawley bowled Anderson for 38. So that's in reply to 185. It'll set the whole day up for you. Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia. I imagine it's been quite an interesting couple of hours. We'll get the inside story there in a few moments' time. And our pre-game show for the all-new Isuzu MUX. Let's catch up with the news.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SENSA.
Good morning, I'm Alana McIntyre with SEN News. The England cricketers are on the way to the MCG. The England Cricket Board earlier confirming they were in the team hotel waiting for results of RFT COVID tests following a positive test in the team's family group. Meantime, a journalist working on the Ashes broadcast for Channel 7 has tested positive. 1,999 new infections have been recorded in Victoria today. New South Wales has recorded a slight decrease in COVID cases, but 3 more deaths. 6,324 COVID cases recorded. SEN.com.au Sports next.
The SEN Track Podcast. Catch up on all your favourite shows or any interviews you might have missed by subscribing to SEN Track on your favourite podcast provider today.
Australia will resume on 1 for 61 in reply to the tourists 185 on day 2 of the third Ashes test at the MCG. Pat Cummins has told SEN that the COVID scare for England is a sign of the times.
Yeah, it's kind of sums up the last 2 years, really, doesn't it? It's sit back and wait. I've only just found out a few minutes ago, but I think from what I heard, it's just waiting on a few different results.
The SEN SA Open Line. 1300 SEN SEN. That's 1300 736 736. Dwayne's World with Dwayne Russell.
Hi, Dwayne here. Thanks for listening and giving me a call on Dwayne's World's Open Line in 2021. I can't wait to do it all again in 2022. Have a safe and happy holiday period. I'll be back with Midday Madness, taking your calls, 1300 736 736. Put that number in your phone. You call, you get on. That's the Midday Madness promise. I'll catch you for Dwayne's World next year.
The SEN SA Open Line. 1300 736 736.
Laurenex Cleaning, keeping SENSA studios and offices super clean. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Sunny today with a top of 26 degrees. Blue skies tomorrow reaching 29. Mostly fine on Wednesday with a top of 33. And for the Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, SEN is your home for this year's Ashes series.
The Ashes on SEN. For Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's a plus.
It feels sometimes that there's more drama off-field than there is on in this Ashes series, and that's certainly been true this morning. You were listening to Pat Cummins, the Australian captain, as it was all developing. He'd been told a couple of moments earlier that England were in lockdown at their hotel awaiting positive tests. His feeling was that it would resolve quickly. That is how it's happened. The English side, we've just seen the pictures of the bus arriving downstairs at the MCG. They're walking in. It's going to be pretty rapid, as Chris Rogers has suggested. He's quite miffed that play is going to start at 10:30. That's 29 minutes away, so she'll be a pretty rapid build-up to the day's play. Day 2 at the MCG. Well, it's probably the second biggest drawing day of cricket for the summer. I'm just trying to think where the SCG sits, but this is usually up over 40,000, Anthony Hudson, so she's a big day of cricket.
Yes, it is, and thankfully it was resolved quickly, because I'm sure people would have just started to get news of it and may have been reconsidering whether to come, but I guess if you've got your ticket, you're pretty keen to use it, and the news was good, and there is a whole bank of photographers just in front of the race down there looking to get the shots of the English players when they've come up. We've seen a couple of players come up and a few officials, but not the bulk of the team yet. So as you said, it's we were a little surprised that play is going to start as scheduled at 10:30, but that's good news for everyone, and hope they're obviously happy. England are obviously happy enough with having a quick warm up, and then we'll get into the action.
This is the pre-game show for the all-new Isuzu MUX, and it's a vital morning if England are to find a way back, knowing that if Australia either wins or draws this test, the Ashes are secure. With victory, the series is won, so there's an element of now or never, and it's felt a little bit like that. We kept waiting for the fight back in Adelaide. It came on day 5. It didn't get a result for them. I wonder what resolve there is as they come on day 2, because there were elements of yesterday that had them looking like they were a pretty broken group.
Yes, as you said, we've had it in both of the first 2 tests. We've had periods of play where they've actually had an hour at least, but yesterday it didn't really go much further than that, did it? So hopefully today, from a broader point of view, we can see a real contest. And it's a big morning for Marcus Harris too, isn't it? I wonder how his concentration has been potentially disrupted by not knowing whether the play was going to get away on time or not. But he's 20 not out. He had this same chance in Adelaide. He didn't take it, But today, with the sun shining at his home deck at the MCG, he'll be obviously keen to put a big number up.
Signature moments yesterday. Scott Boland with his first Test wicket. Pat Cummins ripping through England in the first session after sending them in. Marcus Harris would be in that vein if he was able to get the score that he does crave today. So she's been a fairly busy morning. Just let me make this little adjustment here. Nick Hockley's the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia. Nick, great to have you on SEN Test Cricket.
Thanks for having me, Gerard.
When did all this start?
So this morning we've learned that a family member of one of the support staff of the England team who felt some symptoms has returned a positive rapid antigen test. So straight away our protocols kicked into gear. The medical teams have been fantastic. All of the England squad have had rapid antigen tests this morning, which they've returned negative. So we just needed a bit of time to get those confirmed before the team came across from the hotel. And the latest information I have that we're starting at 11 o'clock. So
okay, so we'll give them an extra half hour to warm up.
That's right, yeah.
So why is rapid antigen testing the threshold to clear for them to come to the ground in these circumstances?
It's the best information we can get in a very short time frame, and it's absolutely precautionary. So, as we've had all the way through this, it's all about getting the best information, and that's what our medical team recommended. And just a big thank you to the playing group.
Yes. So how nervy were you, Nick? This is such a big day's play, day 2 of the Boxing Day test.
I think we've all become a bit more used to what we're dealing with. Obviously, we had that phone call late on the eve of the Adelaide test with the Australian captain. So it's part and parcel of what we're all living through. And so everyone, I have to say, has remained remarkably calm, done the right thing, and we're looking forward to a great day of play.
Would in this scenario, would one positive for a player wipe the team out?
Oh, I think that's hypothetical. I think what we've seen is amazing compliance with the protocols. Everyone's fully masked up to and from the ground. People are straight into their rooms in the hotel. They're playing outdoors. Cricket is a socially distant sport, so. What we are doing is obviously keeping a real track of the movements of everybody, and it's all about keeping everybody safe primarily, but also making sure that we can continue with the series. What I would say to is that this is within the playing group, within that or within the squad. So for anyone coming down to the ground today, they shouldn't feel concerned, and it was fantastic to see such a great crowd yesterday, and we're looking forward to the same today.
Nick, if a day's play got wiped out because you're waiting for tests or whatever the procedure was, what would happen? Is there the provision to extend the test match, or have you got any wriggle room at all?
Oh, I think that's hypothetical at this stage. Everything we're doing is to make sure that we can continue as scheduled, and I think.
But it's a real possibility. Something like we've seen that already. So, I mean, there is enough days between the test matches. Could you be that flexible or not?
Well, hopefully it won't. Hopefully it won't come to that. And as I said, all of the work by the medical teams, all the protocols, is to make sure that we can continue. And as you say, it's a really compressed series. As is, there's not much time between the matches. So. We're just focused on doing everything we possibly can to keep everybody safe and to keep the game going. Do
you remain resolute of not instituting bubbles around the two teams?
Oh well, they are effectively in a bubble. They're not coming into contact with members of the public. They're staying within their groups, and as we've said, they're really responsible. They get it. I think the Pat Cummins situation was. A really timely reminder. It was not so much for the international players who've been living this day in, day out for 18 months, but certainly across the Big Bash. I think it's been a wake-up call to everybody. And we've seen in other sports, we've seen team members taken out, games having to be postponed, and I can't speak highly enough for our medical teams. That's the Australian medical team, also the English medical team. And they've kept us going, and here we are. Doesn't it look magnificent?
It does, and it did yesterday, which we'll ask about in a moment. So Channel 7's lost its whole broadcast team, at least for the start of the day. How cognizant are you of, I guess, how onerous one test can be within the presentation of the game?
Yeah, and that's obviously the broadcast boxes and that environment. It's they are really enclosed environments, and I think again credit to Channel 7, and they've identified close contacts, and they've brought in some contingency crew, and they've kept going as well. So everyone's being tested, and but people are stepping up, and people are being flexible, and all I can say is just a massive thank you to everyone. As well as being a really iconic, historic series. It's a massive production, as you guys know. The amount of work that goes in behind the scenes, and I'm just very grateful on behalf of Australian cricket for everyone for all their work to keep it going.
Does Sydney look tricky with more than 6,000 positives a day?
I think it's the same principle. I mean, it's 6,000 positives a day in a city of 4 or 5 million, and I think it's testament to the protocols. We're flying up to Sydney by charter. We've got a exclusive hotel for the playing squads. The protocols at this stage will be level 4, so people will be able to go out and about, but not mingle with members of the public. And it's tried, it's tested, and the risk levels are certainly everyone's being extra vigilant at the moment.
And did Tasmania, the government, give you guarantees that they wouldn't shut the border to cricket coming out of New South Wales, which it's up to them to regard how much of a risk it is to their state?
They certainly give us those assurances in relation to the playing group and our protocols, and the fact that we're coming by charter is part of that.
And the day here yesterday, so as a Melburnian, it was very reassuring, I must say, to see 57,000 back here at the MCG. So we were hoping that might be 70. I think the realities of our community over the past week made it so. What did you observe in Boxing Day?
It was just great. What I observed, I think it was about 11 o'clock, I saw a Mexican wave going around the venue. So,
Did you take part in this?
It's... I really did feel like it gave, really the last Mexican wave I've seen at this ground was on the 8th of March, 2020. So great to see so many kids out and about, and people really enjoying, a fantastic day's cricket.
Just confirmation, as you suggested, that the first session will begin at 11 a.m, so half an hour after the scheduled time for a start. Lunch will be at 1, so very similar to tomorrow. The close of play will be at 6. For those that are on their way in, keep coming.
It's the old world timings. Do you think we saw the social study in the reticence, the hope of 70,000, that there were people who just felt like they couldn't take the risk of being a close contact by coming to a sporting event?
Yeah, I think it was a good barometer of the context, the broader context, and I'd say we're. The last Ashes, we were up in for Boxing Day. It was high 80s. We saw a bit of rain on the way in, so it was a bit of a colder day yesterday. It felt like quite like English conditions yesterday morning. But no, I think we were hopeful of over 70. So I think somewhere between 10 and 15,000 off, I think is just a slight level of hesitancy, and of being in big crowded settings. But certainly as you walk around the ground, everyone's got their masks on as you walk around and outside and coming through the gates, and then once people are in their seat, they're having a fantastic time.
And what are the expectations then from here on in, crowd wise?
Oh, in a normal course, we'd like to see 40 or 50 on day 2. It's typically a day where the hardcore cricket fans turn out in force. We can see it here now. It's filling up nicely. There's sprinkling in the top tier. So, certainly we'd like to be north of 30,000 today.
Does the competitiveness of the series, do you think, play a role? As we were pondering this before, there's a real down in the mouth around England now from their own people, from their own media, and we were just tiptoeing towards this in Adelaide. Do you have a view on that?
I think it's interesting. Most people I speak to want to see a pretty comprehensive clean sweep by Australia, but I think more broadly, I think the cricket fans want to see good competitive cricket, and I think if we've been coming in 1-1, I think everyone wants to see a great competition. I think we saw that last season with the India series, which came obviously down to the last 20 minutes, just absolutely compelling viewing. And but you have to say, I mean, the strength in depth that Australia have shown. I think the fact that when people have been called upon, they've had an opportunity. They've been so hungry. I think that's played a really important part. And I think it's a hard tour away in Australia for the English.
The most profound figure yesterday was Scott Boland. I'm not sure whether you saw the welcome to country, the acknowledgement from Artie Joy, the spontaneous applause, and then the wicket. I noticed this morning that it's been written about as, could this be cricket's Kathy Freeman moment? How significant was it to see an Indigenous man recognised in such a way and then go out and take his first Test wicket?
I think it's just a great connection to the game, and I think with the Johnny Muller medal awarded to the man of the match, just an opportunity to kind of celebrate in real time our proud Indigenous heritage and history, and but also it's a pretty stark reminder that Scott's only the second male Australian of Indigenous background to play Test cricket, and that's way too few. So it's also a time to celebrate all the work that we're doing in growing the game. And I think 8 years ago we had 8,000 people of Indigenous background playing the game. We've now got 80,000. We've seen, so hopefully we'll see many more coming through.
So how vital is it? What is it? You can't be what you can't see. How vital is it to translate that level of participation into the elite game? It's absolutely vital. The role models are everything. It's why we all took up the game. And I firmly believe it's a virtuous circle that people see their heroes play, they want to emulate them, and then one day is to aspire. So just making it really clear that there's a pathway. So I think Scott's debut should be absolutely celebrated. I think that moment shouldn't be underestimated. It was fantastic to see so many people here at the MCG to celebrate his debut and his debut wicket. Yep, it was a great moment.
Justin Langer's indicated he wants to continue to coach the Australian team beyond his current contract. What more can he do?
Oh, he's doing a phenomenal job. I think the JL, the assistants, the player leaders, the strength in depth. I think there's a really great vibe amongst the setup. I think that's born out of having some really strong and direct conversations around roles, responsibilities, the way that this whole group want to play and want to conduct themselves. And I was speaking earlier this morning with Jonathan Agnew, and we were discussing about how there's the series is being played just with great respect between both sides. So even though Australia are in a very, very, very dominant, there's huge respect amongst those players. And I think that's how this playing group want to play. I think JL's doing an outstanding job, but I think equally there's a real role clarity, and everyone's stepped up.
Will you consider dividing up the job?
I think we're really blessed at the moment to have a really great strength across that whole coaching setup. So you've got JL well supported by the three assistants, and I think some level of flexibility in future tours, and I think it's a case by case. But what we're going to do is sit down at the end of the Ashes, ahead of the tour to Pakistan, really review the last couple of campaigns and go from there. But certainly Michael Di Venuto, Andrew McDonald, Jeff Vaughan, everyone's played a role, and I think the way that the whole team and the player leaders have really gelled not just this first couple of Ashes matches, but certainly I think it all started at the T20 World Cup. I think there's a lot of positives to take forward.
In cricket, who ultimately makes the decision? Like in footy, it's sort of really clear as to who fires and hires coaches. Who's responsible? Is it you, Nick?
It's an interesting model. I think what we've seen is a big difference between the English model and the Australian model. So Chris Silverwood, who's sole selector and coach, whereas we've got the national selection panel, and certainly when Trevor Hohns retired, we felt it appropriate to keep the same model and brought on Tony Dodemaide. So, it's that whole package between the national selection panel, the coaches, the coaching team, and the captain. Ultimately, the process over the last while since the Argus review back in 2010, 2011 has been that we have a national high performance manager. It's my job to hire that person, and then ultimately for that person to appoint the head coach. But it's much more involved with that. We've got we run very robust processes. We've got a huge amount of data. There's a lot of consultation taking place, and for me, it's actually about making sure we're running really good processes. And doing things thoroughly. So we take a lot of advice from lots of different people.
Yeah, trophies in the cabinet don't hurt either. Hey, you mentioned the Pakistan tour. How advanced are you in the planning? And are you, as we sit here now, are you committed to it as it was revealed?
Yeah, we're very well advanced. Obviously, the schedule's been announced, and we've just recently, as between Cricket Australia and the ACA, we ran a recce tour over there. So we're just writing up now and going through all of the reports, those post reports, and I think it's looking really positive. We're going to keep taking advice from all of the agencies, and but we're certainly very committed to touring, providing it's safe to do so. And it'll be the first time in 24 years. I think I've witnessed firsthand at the T20 World Cup just the passion. It will mean a huge amount to cricket in Pakistan. I think it'd be it's very important for our international reputation as well. So we'll be doing we're very committed to touring unless it's deemed by the security experts that there's a concern.
Nick, I know you've got to go, but how unpopular are you with family and friends back home that you've turned this Australian team into what they are at the moment?
So, well, I can't take too much credit. They've really stepped up, and I think what we said at the beginning of the season, that if and this goes for the T20 team, it goes for the Test team as well. If this team performs to its potential, then they're going to be very difficult to beat. And so far in this series, I think they've just done that. And I think,
are you copping heat for it though from your mates?
Oh, there's plenty of banter. There's plenty of banter. They're quietening down a bit though. As we go further through the series. But I do think that just a final point I would make, I think the fielding has been just a great barometer of the desire and the motivation, and I think we've just fielded absolutely brilliantly.
Have indeed. Nick, great to see you. Thanmes for coming in.
No, thanks for having me. Cheers.
Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia. You can't get better information than that. So 11 o'clock, the start of play. That's some 40 minutes away. Just inside that, Australia will be 1 for 61 when play resumes.
Back and lay bet on the Ashes with Betfair. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
And Tom Haylock joins us from Betfair this morning. Morning to you, Tom.
Morning, hello. Yeah, zone one obviously dominated by Australia yet again. They're in a commanding position and they hold favouritism. $1.15 on the Betfair exchange. $1.15 Australia. You can lay them if you don't like them at $1.16. England $15 to lay, $15.50, and the ball $14.50 to back. Plenty of other markets, and who knows what's in store for day two. Obviously, plenty of drama this morning. So, Australia going to day two. Short price favourites at $1.15. You've got more markets. Alex Carey, first innings run lines, all sorts of stuff going on at betfair.com.au. Don't forget to gamble responsibly.
Thank you, Tom. And as you mentioned, Betfair is the home of back and lay betting on the Ashes in Adelaide. Check out our markets online. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858. 858. So Australia to resume at 1 for 61. Play delayed this morning after a potential COVID disruption, but the England team have been given the all clear. So we will see Nathan Lyon, the night watchman, who is yet to score, and Marcus Harris come out shortly, in about 37 minutes' time. And we'll be back with more Test cricket on SEN in just a moment from the MCG.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
Good pals are hard to find, but at Parafield Airport Liquor Store, hard to find is our specialty. Whether you're after old reliable pals or want some new pals, Sam, Jamie and the team know just the pals for you. They've made pals with over 200 gins, over 300 craft beers, over 500 whiskies from around the world, and over 2,000 wines. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals. Open till late 7 days. Next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
I remember as a boy tagging along with my mum for the weekly shop. It was exciting because if I behaved, once we got to the local grocers, I'd be able to get a Nippies flavoured milk. Now, as a dad myself, I can share that joy with my own kids. They love the juices.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippies fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table. That's Nippies. Delicious!
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years. So when designing the Fortuner, they built it with a powerful turbo diesel engine to get you through the toughest conditions. And even gave it a stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to keep you comfy whether you're off-road or on one. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
G'day, I'm Damien Fleming. Ready to smash your career out of the park? Get the experts at MEGT on board. MEGT is Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, with apprenticeship completion rates above the national average. If you're transitioning from school or you're a business owner, hit your employment goals for 6 with MEGT. Start building a solid partnership with your local apprenticeship experts. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 13 63 48. When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now. All 10s by Spinifex, Austral and June four-wheel drive, 40 to 50% off. All sleeping bags by Spinifex and Mountain Designs, 40% off. Play more and pay less with our 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
No one likes a messy office. Hygiene standards start to slip, so keeping your office clean is getting harder. Make the move across to Laurenex Cleaning. From office buildings to shopping centres, Laurenex Cleaning will deliver higher standards for you and your customers. Office cleaning, high-rise window cleans, preventative infection control, garden maintenance and much more. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces super clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for your office. Google them today.
We've all dreamed of snaffling the big one. The Ashes winning catch, a goal after the siren, or a Snaffle wallet. Subscribe to Snaffle and get the stuff you want today and pay tomorrow. Snaffle a winning deal with all the best brands like Apple, Samsung, Smeg and more. Don't wait, snaffle it now. Snaffle, one subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe today at snaffle.com.au. Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores, Proprietary Limited, Australian Credit Licence 393023.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
A
pre-game show from the MCG for the all-new Isuzu MU-X. The COVID disruption in the English camp has play set back to 11 o'clock today. So it's 10:28 now, 32 minutes away from the first ball, and England going through their warm-ups down in front of us. So Chris Rogers' gut feeling is it couldn't be 10:30. That was unfair to the players. That's precisely how it panned out. The one question I do wish Nick Hockley had answered, Hutto, is what's the provision if a day's play had been lost to the testing regime? Does day 6 come into it, or is just the day's play lost?
Yes, well, he didn't answer that question. I guess you understand why, but it didn't feel like there was any room for movement on that, just from what he didn't say almost.
Yeah. My gut feeling is if there was a day 6, he would have said so.
Yes.
No interruption to the test, but it just felt like the answer was probably we lose the day's play, and if we lose the next day as well, then we're in the lap of the gods.
Which makes the fact that England here have had to start on time all the more disappointing for the English supporters.
The pre-game show for the all-new Isuzu MU-X. So Simon Katich is caught up in all of this. Kat, hello.
Good morning, guys.
What was the trail of information to you? When did you get flagged as a close contact?
Well, I woke up at about 6:30 this morning getting ready for the day, and then next thing you know, the phone started pinging about having to go and get a test for all the 7 crew. So we're not sure, who the positive case is or anything like that, but we've all had to go off to Heidelberg this morning and get our PCR tests. They're hopefully going to turn them around in 3 hours, and then we'll know from there what we can do and what we can't do. So just back at the hotel now, watching the coverage to see what's going to unfold with the day's play, so that hopefully I'm briefed for later on.
So test and isolate was the instruction?
It was. So we're just waiting for the results now, and then we wait for further directive. Even if those test results are negative, we still have to wait on a directive about what we can do now for the rest of the day.
So the 7 crew wiped out. How were you observing the English side of things? And it felt like just for a few minutes there we wondered whether we'd see them.
Correct. Yeah, no, it just goes to show and highlights the uncertainty around this whole situation and the testing procedures and isolation procedures and all of that. So I'm glad to know that the English have been given a little bit extra time to prepare, because like anything, you want to be able to go out there and play to your best ability, and it would have been a bit of a rush for them having to wait at the hotel for as long as they did this morning.
Hey, Kat, you sure this wasn't all organised by Andy Marr and Alistair Nicholson and Lisa Stalaker just to get a gig?
Well, you never know, Hutto, do you? Look, it was a big effort by them, given that they were calling games last night. I think a few of them were involved in the BBL games. There was a late finish, obviously, with the Scorchers knocking off the Renegades again. So, it's good that, we've got some, very well-credentialed people to hold the fort.
Does it highlight how difficult this all is to execute at the moment, Simon, with the broadcaster and then one of the teams involved after what we lived through with Pat Cummins a week ago?
Yeah, I think so. I think it just shows that you can't take anything for granted. You have your, your routine of thinking that you're going to go to work for the day, and then all of a sudden something unexpected happens, through no fault of our own. This is just the way of the world at the moment. So, we just got to deal with it. Hopefully get some good news soon.
All right, well, we'll hope to see you in a few hours' time, Kat. Good to touch base.
Likewise, guys. I miss you.
Simon Katich. Get emotional. He wasn't here for the openers at the start, test and isolate, so caught up in the Channel 7 side of things. England down below us. Now, I notice so there'll be sort of the snap judgments in all of this, and we have lived through it on a footy front and to some degree on a cricket front as well in the lead up to the last summer. But Michael Vaughan on Fox he leapt straight to, the rest of the series should be played in Melbourne, as Nick Hockley was resolute that the level 4 procedures they have, which is a quasi-bubble, will be fine for Sydney and exclusive hotel use. And it did sound like ironclad guarantees from the Tasmanian government that with this in place, at the very least, the teams will be able to go to Hobart.
Yes, and I expect, the the way the disease has changed and the different variations. When Tasmania made that guarantee, they were aware already, weren't they, that things were starting to escalate. Maybe they didn't think it was quite as quick as this, but they've made that guarantee. They've made the big play. They've put up the finances. So I think obviously the government, but also Cricket Australia would be very reluctant to change. But there would be some logic and ease in keeping it all in Melbourne, but then you're giving up on crowds, you're giving up a whole lot of things and promises made, aren't you?
Yes, and given that it didn't happen last summer and it was much stickier than this, if you remember when there was a day where there was reported that the MCC had essentially ordered all the catering and the like for a second test in Melbourne, and Sydney was more fraught then than it is now. I know the numbers aren't quite like that, but it was still able to go Sydney and Brisbane. There's none of the extraneous stuff was able to travel, but the teams were.
Yeah.
So it feels like definitely Sydney, and in what Nick described is he felt that they have the guarantees from the Tasmanian government to meet protocols that have been agreed to prior. Now, the chief cricket writer at the Australian, Peter Lawler's not here either, thanks to Anaconda Play More, Pay Less. Pete, what's your predicament? Hello.
I can see the MCG, Gerard, but it's can't go to it at the moment. I'm sitting here waiting for a result just like everybody else who's involved with Channel 7. Quite a morning.
Yes, so what time did you get your message to test and isolate?
Oh, look, I'm glad I slept through the late messages last night, but we got a first message from a producer at about 11:30 last night. Those poor people, they must have been up all night trying to organise things, but by the morning there was forms and directions and go here and go there, so we've all been out to Heidelberg. Quite the scene at Heidelberg, people lining up with their cars to see Ricky Ponting and Mordy and Botham and Glenn McGrath and all these people lined up at a parking garage to get their noses swabbed. I've got to say, they could do with some better waiting rooms down there. We're actually in the garage, in the basement. But anyway, it's all moving. Tell you what, it's going to take... It won't take much, will it, to derail this tour? You just feel like... bullets whizzing around their ears at the moment, and England staying in the team hotel this morning. I mean, what would have happened if there's a positive? It's become, well, it's just very, very difficult to put on a cricket tour, cricket series at the moment, sorry.
Yeah, and just how important it is. So it is interesting that the threshold for the players was the rapid antigen tests. That's obviously what had been agreed to, and the medical staff were comfortable with that. So everybody else is the PCR test and the minimum 3-hour wait that you'll live through now, but to get the game on, the rapid antigen testing was enough.
Oh, that seems sensible to me, doesn't it, Gerard? I mean, you've got to lean into these headwinds, otherwise we'll get nothing done. We'll be sitting in our room looking out the windows. So, yeah, but we've been told too that even with the PCR results, even when they do come back negative, assuming that they do, as Simon said earlier, we still can't leave. We have to await further instructions. It's just chaos this morning. But anyway, we are going to get some cricket at 11 o'clock, and that's a good thing. Although, I don't know, I reckon some of the England team would be more comfortable in their hotel when the way things are going.
It's hard not to have the mind wander, as Nick Hockley absolutely refused to do so, but what would happen if we lost a day's play to testing for one of the teams?
It did, I agree with you, it did sound, Gerard, like there was no provision for an extra day. These things are always state secrets, aren't they, for some reason?
Yes.
But maybe there is. But you could extend the day's play, I guess, and make up some hours. Do we need 5 days for this test to end, Gerard?
Probably
not. Might be famous last words, but the way it's proceeding at the moment, I don't think it's going to take... I don't think you need 5 days cricket.
What do you feel like, given what we lived through last summer, where Sydney and Brisbane did go ahead in pretty acute circumstances, do you feel like Sydney and Hobart will go ahead?
Oh, I think Sydney will absolutely go ahead, yeah.
Yep.
No doubt in my mind about that. I'd be stunned if they didn't proceed to Sydney. I mean, last year they pushed on. I'm interested in your measure, Gerard. Do you think last year was worse than this? Because Sydney's sort of losing them at the moment. Everyone's running around like headless chooks, lining up for tests and waiting for tests. My son had a test on Wednesday and still hasn't got the results back.
Yeah.
It's really kind of slowing Sydney down, all that stuff. But I think that they will proceed. There's too much in it, and you just got to lean into this headwind, don't you? Just try and be as normal as possible.
Hey, Pete, how flat are you about the non-competitive nature of this Test series? We all wait for the 4 years for the series, and obviously we see a great Ashes in England in between, which we're very thankful for, but we were hoping here, but it just seems, unless there's a miracle, that it's going to be very predictable.
I'm slightly older than you, and all I remember in my childhood was seeing Australia get walloped one Test match after another by West Indies and England. So when things turned around, I thought, I'll never get sick of watching Australia win. But yeah, I've got to say, it's flat, isn't it? And you don't enjoy it, and you kind of almost reluctantly address the issues in the England camp, because it's got to that point where there's no gloating about it, is there, in that sort of traditional Australian fan manner. You kind of feel pity for England and where their cricket's at the moment. And you just look at Joe Root embodies it all, doesn't he? I mean, there are two batters in the world that have had more productive years in Test cricket than Joe Root. He's in extraordinary personal form. But do you reckon he's enjoying a minute of his cricket at the moment? Do you think he's enjoyed his cricket for the last 6 months as that's gone from one loss to another? You don't like seeing cricket teams in this state.
So there's words and then there's actions. A lot was said after Adelaide, but none of it was evident for us yesterday. It does, those issues of tension and disunity and the muddled thinking and the planning and the strategy, to look at it yesterday was to understand how sort of deep-seated it was. It doesn't get resolved by one circle up and talk about it.
No, I saw that excellent English sports journalist Jonathan Liu saying overnight that it's all your words, all your training drills, all your whatever changes of personnel aren't going to change much. It's systemic. This is a team that's this year's failed past 200 on a dozen occasions. It has no batters with any genuine form to turn to. And why is that? I mean, there's the setup with their summer, the way England cricket is going. There's a lot of people turning and pointing towards the Vitality Blast and the 100, and the way they have gouged a massive hole in the middle of their summer, which means that the first-class cricket has to bookend it and to start it when the wickets are quite sort of hairy. So, bowlers pick up wickets more easily than they would at other times of the year and in most other countries. And batters develop these strange techniques. But really, the whole focus of England cricket in recent years has been on white ball cricket. So it's no surprise that they find themselves in this situation. But I know the ECB executives have granted themselves massive bonuses for all they've achieved with the 100 in this business. Well, I reckon, guys, you might want to be sending that money back after this Ashes series.
Yes. How big a day for Marcus Harris?
Huge, isn't it? In front of his home crowd, he's never going to get a bigger chance to make runs. Needs to make runs, Gerard, doesn't he? I mean, Australia are in that luxurious position where they can carry someone like Marcus until he finds his feet. So this is a perfect situation for him.
Yep, and it is. Ultimate judgment, I think, probably sits on what is about to transpire. Hey, do you think, Pete, if this had happened in South Australia last week, do you reckon we were all shot to bits?
Who's we? You mean all the commentators?
England's commentators, their rules would have had you as close contact 7 days, non-negotiable, and there are positives within the England camp. It's hard to imagine that we wouldn't have got totally scuppered in Adelaide.
But even South Australia did have the common sense to allow Pat Cummins to leave after a negative.
Yeah.
So I think even the worst state governments have shown a degree of common sense in sort of keeping the show on the road. So. But I'll tell you what, I flew straight from Adelaide to Melbourne. I didn't go back to Sydney for Christmas because I kind of wanted to cut out my exposure, and there's no greater exposure instead at airports and aeroplanes and taxis to and from airports, and I didn't really want to drag anything home on the carpet. I'm thinking about now just jumping in a car to drive up to the Sydney test, just to keep things a bit safer.
Yeah.
Pat Cummins has got a spare plane he's not using, Pete, so you could perhaps jump in that one.
Right. I heard that was Ricky Ponting's private plane.
Pete, we'll talk during the day. Hopefully we'll see you at some point.
Okay, then. I look forward to coming in. I won't give you a big hug, guys.
Peter Lalor, the chief cricket writer from The Australian. So the Cricket Australia's statement has just been released. I've been informed that 2 members of the English cricket team support staff and 2 of their family members have returned to positive COVID-19 rapid antigen tests. The affected individuals are currently isolating. The entire playing group and all other support staff have undertaken rapid antigen tests this morning and all have tested negative. The England cricket team will also have PCR tests today, and both teams will take extra precautions throughout play. Both playing squads remain unchanged. There is currently no further impact on fans or other parts of the venue. Cricket Australia and the MCC will continue to monitor the situation and follow the endorsed Victorian Government COVID-safe event plan. So that's 4 rapid antigen positives within the England setup, but the player group has tested negative, and the PCR tests to come. So we'll pick this up with Hutto and Colo up next. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. 11 o'clock, start of play after the COVID scares of the morning.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Power's Summer Scorcher Sale gives you the power of a sizzling hot offer on Toyo tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on a huge range of Toyo passenger car and SUV tyres. Now that is a hot offer. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger car and SUV tyres. Only during December at Tyre Power. Tyre Power's Summer Scorcher Sale is on now with many more scorching offers on a hot range of famous brand tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner operator.
This summer's biggest hits are at Adelaide Oval. All out. Yep, the whole family will be. It's a hat trick. Actually, it's your friends in blue wigs. Winners won't just be on the Oval. There's plenty of giveaways. There'll be classic catches and classic catch-ups with your mates. What a score. Kids tickets from $10. Plenty of cracking shots and fireworks in the sky. What a way to spend New Year's Eve. Reserve your seats today. Visit AdelaideStrikers.com.au.
We're live at the coalface at Chatswood. 2 players have been outstanding all tournament as the umpire calls play. It's been match point back and forth for a while now. Still Blue serves into Bisley's right corner, who returns confidently. Still Blue with the backhand return. Bisley shows off that stunning underhand. This is a volley for the ages.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. Shop 1, 66 Lower Gibb Street, Chatswood.
Look, if you want a lush green backyard, there's one easy way to get it. Install Rainbird. Don't believe me? Look at the MCG's outfield. Check out the Sydney Cricket Ground's Jade Field of Envy, Perth's Optus Stadium, spring green year-round, your neighbour Derek's backyard. Now that's emerald turf. All of these places installed Rainbird, so talk to your landscaper about their irrigation and sprinkler systems. Rainbird, the intelligent use of water. Learn more at rainbird.com.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can score yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 brushless multifunction powerhead kit. Hurry, limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita, rule the outdoors.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm-grown, family-made. Picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table. That's Nippy's.
Delicious.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1800 858 858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
When you build a house, it's what's inside that matters. And that's why starting with steel is a smart choice to protect your most valuable investment. My mates at Weeks have always been the experts in steel frames. They've built thousands of homes for South Aussies. Precision-engineered Superlock steel frames, providing you with more certainty and your home with more strength and durability. So make the smart choice when building a new home. Start with a steel frame, and you'll enjoy more peace of mind for years to come. Discover different with Weeks Homes.
G'day, Alex Carey here. Toyota have been taking families to cricket grounds all over Australia for 50 years. So when Toyota designed the Fortuner, they built it with power, comfort and added safety to get you through the toughest conditions. With Apple CarPlay and a stylish interior, there is plenty of space to keep you comfy and plenty of storage for all the gear. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. How's that? Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Well, it's a beautiful sunny day at the MCG. It's day 2 of the Boxing Day test. What could be wrong? Well, as it turns out, it's not a bad result considering all the drama. If you've just joined us with a potential COVID scare, or a genuine COVID scare in the English camp, it has meant they were delayed in getting to the MCG. But the good news is that for now they have the all clear and play will get underway in about 11 minutes' time. Australia to resume at 1 for 61. And then we'll have Marcus Harris on 20, Nathan Lyon, who is yet to score. Adam Collins joins us this morning, as you already did when we were covering the drama in the first hour, Colo. But what news are you getting from both here and around the traps?
Well, it sounds like a couple of the England squad have stayed back, but not members of the playing 11. So effectively the substitute fielders. But I think the most important part of that statement that Cricket Australia issued before is that both teams today will be doing full PCR tests, which of course is a higher hurdle than the rapid test, which just captures you if you're shedding at that point, whereas the PCR gets you at a bit broader spectrum as far as when you might have had COVID. So that's going to be another fascinating part of this. We're not out of the woods yet as far as England are concerned, even though they've all returned rapid tests this morning.
Yes, I mean, it's fortunate from a point of view that for getting play on, but it was only that level only had to be required. But as you say, with them taking the proper tests, the more comprehensive tests, we could have a situation where play gets interrupted in the middle of the day, depending on when they have to take their tests, I guess.
Yeah, it's not impossible to conceive of a scenario where a player who is on the field receives a positive test in absentia. And then what happens? I mean, we shouldn't catastrophise this, of course. They're going through a deliberative process. Cricket Australia and the ECB spent literally months working on this plan for this eventuality. So let's let the plan run its course. But yeah, that is something that could happen today.
Well, we've seen concussion subs, haven't we? So
precisely.
To see a COVID sub, it's similar but different.
Yes, that's right. I suppose another element to this is that England don't have their Lions squad with them anymore, so their shadow squad came with them. They played the warm-up matches. They played a series of matches against Australia A, but somewhat surprisingly, they didn't stay the course. When we were in England in 2020 and indeed in 2021 with India, the shadow squad stayed throughout. So, for example, that gave India the provision to have an entire different attack by the end of the summer. But England aren't blessed with that luxury right now. They are
Do we know why they made that? Was that always the plan for them to come home at the time they did?
Yeah, they just went through with their plan as it was. So after the Brisbane Test match, I think it was, they returned home when they finished their schedule of games against Australia A. So it's not difficult to imagine a scenario where they need to find players. 3 that are here at the moment in the BBL are Sam Billings, James Vince and Saqib Mahmood. They jump out as 3 who could be utilised in that unlikely scenario, but they don't have that group of 12 or 15 who were playing with the Lions, who a number of them are going to the Caribbean to play a white ball series that starts the day after the Ashes concludes, which again is a reminder of how congested international scheduling is at the moment.
I do wonder too how we already talked about how downcast things would be in the motivation levels if Australia go on and win this match and it's 3-0 and there's even more hoops to jump. Just what that will do to the touring party and the mood of the captain, and like, how do you then? I'm sure they'll try and put a positive front on things, but that's just not going to be a great situation.
Well, remember, the ECB had to experience the BCCI pulling out at the last minute. Atherton's articulated this well before about the Manchester Test match back in September. So the probability of the ECB trying to pull a similar stunt, if you like, I think is quite low. Tom Harrison, the chief executive of the ECB, I'm sure would be reticent not to get through the 5 Test matches, and we've seen Nick Hockley, he's headstrong. He stayed the course last year when India were here, and there are a couple of murmurs at different points that they may not want to stay for the full 4 Test matches of that series, and there was a lot of pressure to change the schedule this time around as well, and they only succumbed to that quite late in the piece with Perth, and that felt like a foregone conclusion. They'd have to move that as far back as maybe even 3 or 4 months ago. So I think that the personalities involved will be determined to get 5 tests away, but if it does break out in the England camp, there is a different question that needs to be answered.
Yes, indeed. Well, you wouldn't blame them for feeling a bit down in the mouth about the whole situation. It's a big session for them coming up, Colo. We'll get into it very soon. We'll take a break. The weather update for Rainbird is all fine and sunny at the MCG. Light breeze blowing across the ground as we speak. Rainbird smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. That is Rainbird, and it's thumbs up as far as the weather is concerned. Our pre-match is finally done for the all-new Isuzu MUX. And when we come back, Gerard and the team will be ready for their first ball to be delivered. Australia to resume at 1 for 61 on SEN Test Cricket.
G'day, Greg Rust here. Before you go away on your long-deserved holiday, get your 4B kitted out with the Bendix Ultimate 4-Wheel Drive Brake Upgrade Kit with advanced brake pads and rotors, braided lines and lots more. It's the ultimate brake upgrade for the latest 4x4 vehicles like the Ranger and Hilux. When you've loaded up all the gear in your 4-wheel drive or you're towing your caravan, make sure your brakes are up to the job with the Bendix Ultimate 4-Wheel Drive Brake Upgrade Kit. Bendix, put your foot down with confidence.
In a hurry? We've got you covered at Solitaire Volkswagen with Service Express. You still get the same quality service that you'd expect, but at pit crew speed. In and out in 1 hour at no extra cost. Visit solitairevolkswagen.com.au for more details. DL65541.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858. When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Ever dreamt of snaffling glory? We can't fix sporting dreams, but you can snaffle hundreds of products today and pay in bite-sized payments tomorrow. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day mate, got some tyres?" And they'll say, "100% we do. The Summer Scorcher sale is on now. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Toyo tyres." Sweet. Tyre Power, Summer Scorcher sale on now.
The road can be a little frightening sometimes. Conquer your road fears in the new Volkswagen Tiguan with Travel Assist. Test drive the new Volkswagen Tiguan now at Solitaire Volkswagen, Hawthorne and Medindi, DL65541.
G'day, Rusty here for Bendix Ultimate Plus brake pads. Their advanced ceramic formulation means greater stopping power, and the high friction formulation means low dust generation, keeping wheels cleaner longer, low braking noise and greater resistance to brake fade at higher temperatures. And what good are pads without brake rotors? Bendix Ultimate rotors are the latest in braking technology and manufacturing, the perfect complement to Bendix brake pads. Bendix, put your foot down with confidence.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
The first session for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Stark and Alyssa Healy.
After a couple of dramatic hours, finally the cricket is at hand here at the MCG. Day 2 begins. Australia 1 for 61 in reply to England's 185. And wouldn't you know it, the sun is out. The cloud is burnt off. It's a lovely 19 degrees, heading for a top of 22 in the way that this, what is it, Monday? I never know what day it is at this time of year. It's a Monday in Melbourne, and it's going to be a beautiful day, I think, as it unfolds. There is a strong breeze blowing across the ground, so the flags on the top of the scoreboard are well stretched out ahead of this session of play for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy. Chris Rogers, it's been a dramatic couple of hours.
It's a dramatic, yeah, it has been. I woke up to 5 missed calls begging me to come in early because of everything that was going on. Broadcasters have had COVID experiences, and then the England playing group. So yeah, I think common sense has prevailed, Gerard, and the start time has been pushed back half an hour. The fact that they were going to try and start the match on time when England weren't even getting to the ground till about half an hour before, I thought didn't make a lot of sense. So I'm glad that that's prevailed.
The instincts were spot on there. So a good 20,000+ in, I reckon, for the first ball of the day around the MCG. And it's a big moment for Marcus Harris. On his home ground, he's 20 not out overnight. Nathan Lyon, the night watchman, to protect the best batter in the world. Marcus Labuschagne, who's padded up and ready to go in the pavilion. But it's the sort of morning that Nathan Lyon will probably be quite obstinate. I think he would like a little score here.
Yeah, probably until they start bomb bounces at him. But yeah, I think he'd like to hit a few out of the middle of the bat and just be a bit of a nuisance for England, really.
What's England's strategy?
Well, Jimmy Anderson's going to start. I'm really interested to see who Joe Root bowls from the other end. Just who's he going to put his faith in? I mean, he's got a real juggling act today. How is he going to use his bowlers and make sure he doesn't over bowl a couple of them? You know, make sure that he's got 5 bowlers. They've got to do their role. You can't just kind of rely on Anderson and Wood. So I expect him to use Ollie Robinson from the other end, but we'll have to wait and see.
16 overs bowled last night by England. They got the wicket of Dave Warner late in the day. Crawley bowled Anderson for 38. Harris 20, Lyon yet to score. Lions to see the first ball. There'll be 2 slips and a gully. Point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Jimmy Anderson to start day 2 at the MCG. He's over the wicket, he bowls to Lyon, in on the pads, he's turned away to mid-wicket, no run.
I don't think you could ask for much better conditions if you're a batter, Gerard. Day 2, MCG, you know, there's a bit of pace in the wicket, so you could probably score all around the ground. Probably no real excuses today, I think.
Beautiful blue skies overhead with a smattering of clouds. Anderson bowls and Lyon pulls. Be picked out mid-wicket again.
It's a confident stroke.
Going to play his shots. That's fairly clear.
It's also making a statement to Anderson that don't bowl short to me. It must be great when you're a night watchman. It's just a free hit, really, isn't it? Done your job.
Through the hard stuff last night. What did he have to face? He faced 5 balls, so he didn't have to do a whole heap of work. Jerusalem rings out from the Barmy Army as Anderson bowls and Lyon drives. He beats, or doesn't quite beat mid-off. The diving lunge of Stokes knocked the ball down. He gets himself a run. The MCG crowd is clearly going to cheer every run that Nathan Lyon scores. It's 1 for 62.
I expect he is going to play shots. Just looking at that was a scoop. The ball went in the air. Actually, Stokes stopped it on the first bounce. Yeah, I'd love to know how Marcus Harris is feeling. Big day for him.
Big day. He can end the whole conversation here, or he can put himself at the mercy of the selectors. A long time in Test cricket. to get the score that he truly craves. Anderson bowls and Harris is leaving outside the off stump. It would be impossible to not sort of live it all. You wouldn't be taking a lot in from the outside, but you couldn't be oblivious to the scenario.
No, but I was speaking to Athers in the pre-game show, and you get to this point, and it goes one or two ways. Either you really choke up and freeze.
Anderson sets in, he bowls, and Harris full face of the bat in defence, back to the bowler.
Or you just almost accept the situation and just say, what will be, and I'm going to enjoy, if it's going to be my last moments in Test cricket, then so be it. And then you grip the bat a little less tightly and you free up. So hopefully that happens for Marcus today, and if you hit the middle of the bat.
Harris taps away, Anderson bowls to him, and he's in behind it, defending. So one from the first over of the day, 1 for 62 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. It will ultimately swing on whether he's good enough to play Test cricket from here. I suspect he's got a terrific Shield career in front of him, and the proving phase of his Test career is right now.
Yeah, I think in terms of his talent and how he can bat, yeah, he's definitely good enough for this level. It's just about going out and performing, isn't it? It's all good to have that talent, but you've got to put the runs on the board. I don't think I've ever told you, Gerard. When you're in Australia and the Barmy Army do sing Jerusalem at the start, my first goal was to get through that song without getting out.
Really? You are a small goal man. I quite like it. Ollie Robinson in from the members' end. He's bowling to Nathan Lyon, who pulls through the leg side. He's going to play every shot that he's got, and he's walloped that one out to the long boundary under the Ponsford stands. Free the shoulders. Have a swing. Nathan Lyons to 5. It'll be enterprising while it lasts. The boundaries for Foxtel 4K4s. Foxtel for the love of cricket.
When you're an opening bowler and you're getting pulled by the night watchman, there's something amiss.
Yeah. No, setting the half trackers in. Ollie Robinson sent down the 5 overs last night. None for 23. Right arm over the wicket. Tall man bowls. Lyon edges past gully. He'll get another boundary. Not nearly as convincing as the previous, but still met with a raucous response from the MCG crowd. Lyon is 9.
Bowling to the night watchman, and you've got to cover him. And that's, I think he probably should have 3 slips. Probably gone through the gap anyway, to be fair.
Yeah.
But this is curious. England have come out with a defensive mindset.
Robinson back-to-back boundaries. Lyon bowls. He plays straight to mid-on. James is in the members. He's straight onto it. He's got SEN Stadium going. He's got the pods in. There's a bit of dizzy to this.
Nathan Lyon gets 200. Oh, my God.
So Bairstow's in the gully, I noticed, rather than Crawley, who was the taller man. It probably was out of his grasp, but last night Crawley was in the gully and he did look good in that position. Robinson bowls and Lyon is almost nicking off.
So I think that there's something in this pitch always for a bowler, just because there is so much grass on it. If you hit the right spot, hit the seam, one might just kiss through like it did then, and that kind of almost took off.
Yep.
Butler's taking that almost above his head.
If this lasts 30 or 40 minutes, it could have such a psychological effect on the game. Robinson bowls. Lyon didn't quite know where that was. He was looking to turn it down the leg. It struck the body, falls away to off. 1 for 70.
And I'd definitely take cover out and put him in to third slip after seeing the ball previously and even the edge earlier in the over.
Robinson Slow walk back to the top of his mark. He rounds it and sets in to complete his first over of the morning. He bowls to Lyon, who tucks it to leg. He's going to get at least one to square leg. It will only be one as Jack Leach got quickly out of the blocks from mid-wicket. 10 for Lyon, 1 for 71. It's a bright start on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here, and that means two things. Our big clicks are steaming in on the pitch, and your car's aircon needs to be on top of its mark. Your off stump will be blown away by the aircon service at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive service on your car's aircon system, no matter what you drive. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
Anderson to the line, who's in behind the ball, defending to cover at the start of the fresh over. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Zach sitting behind the bowler's arm. SEN Stadium working a treat. Beautiful summer's day. Life's good. Good on you, Zach. That's the way to be. If you are coming to the grounds during this Test match, bring the buds, bring the headphones. Tap on SEN Stadium on the SEN app. It's the live coverage without delay inside the ground. Anderson bowls line, plays it away to point no run. Did you ever not get through Jerusalem, bud?
No, always got through. Yep. But it was one of those things that, as an opener, people would say, and particularly if you're a kind of batter who, wants to defend a lot, people will say to you, oh, mate, just go out and bat all day. And it's almost the worst thing you can say to someone. It's so difficult to actually bat all day.
Lyon's got the sleeveless cable knits on. He is 10. Anderson bowls to him, and he's playing the ball to cover. Well fielded. A dive to ensure there's no run. It stays 1 for 71.
And it was... I think the better approach was just a small targets, whether it be 10 runs for the partnership or 5 overs or little things like that. And that was how you would bat for long periods of time. So, whenever someone would say that, bat all day, I'd kind of get angry.
Anderson bowls, Lyon wrapped on the pad, it falls away to leg. He's able to take the leg by. 1 for 72 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
So for Harris here, really, he's just got to think about what he's doing in the moment. Not worry about the big picture, not think about, I've got to get a big score today. That's a little bit out of your control as well. You could get a good ball, one that misbehaves, a bad decision, or you can just worry about those small targets.
Yep. Harris taps away, readies himself. Anderson bowls to him. He's edging through the cordon. It'll run through a vacant third slip and down to the third man boundary for 4. Harris is 24. That's edgy. The boundaries for Foxtel 4K. Foxtel for the love of cricket. Down into the ground.
Yeah, soft hands. Played it late, didn't push out at it. Back to your technique, even if you do edge it, it'll bounce in front of the slips.
1 for 76. Anderson bowls and Harris drives. Full face to the bat, but he picked out mid-off and he won't get a run. End of the over. Harris is 24. Lyon is 10. 1 for 76. Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Lee Robinson to Nathan Lyon, who's defending the rising delivery down into the turf. Quick snapshot of the state, the country today. Back on behalf of all those in queues of COVID tests. Thanks for the entertaining coverage. Go Gary the GOAT for the record. The Clayton Monash Uni is still taking people in. I imagine I'll be waiting for some hours to come. David in Fairfield at the G on SEN Stadium app and see that Lion thinks he's Steve Smith this morning. Vic from Marupna, all the family listening to the cricket via the app as we drive to Brisbane. Love the coverage. Lions on 10, he's in behind this defending the ball away to cover. Host plus, that's a plus, SEN Test Cricket. 0433 98 11 16 to correspond with us. The contrast here is I love the nuances of cricket. One end, totally frivolous batting. Nothing riding on it whatsoever. Lion can have the time of his life. Marcus Harris, entire career sitting on his shoulders, the magnitude of what he's embarking on. Ollie Robinson from the members' end of the MCG bowls, and Lion edges to the ground as it falls to point. That leapt at him, seemed to come off the shoulder of the bat.
Yeah, another one that just kicked on Nathan Lyon. He probably expected to hit that almost halfway up the bat, and then it's almost caught the shoulder. So there's something there for England if they can hit the seam enough.
Still the two slips and a gully with the cover in place. As Robinson heads in and bowls to Lyon, who's edging and he's out. It didn't last as long as we hoped. Butler quickly away to his right to take the sharp chance. And Ollie Robinson removes the night watchman. More's the pity. Lyon makes 10. It opens up, well, his seat filling is over. It opens up for the best batter in the world, and yet 20 minutes of Nathan Lyon would have been good fun. He's gone for 10.
Well, I mean, that's good bowling. He's kind of threatened that already in the first over to find Nathan Lyon's edge, but he put that on a perfect length. It just seemed to straighten a little bit of a leg cutter, which will encourage England because there's enough in this wicket if they're particularly the skills that their bowlers have, if they can hit the right areas, that they could be creating chances today.
2 for 76 as a result. Australia trailing by 109. And Marnus Labuschagne has got the cable knit sleeveless sweater on. Flexes the other side of the rope as he's about to walk out to the middle. He walks out as the number one batter in the world.
Yeah, you said that a second ago, and I kind of flinched. And then remembered, yeah, he's number one in the rankings, isn't he? And it's quite incredible.
It is. His status has soared in Australian cricket. It's been the concussion sub for Steve Smith at Lords, and in the summer that followed, which was the summer of Marnus, he outbatted Steve Smith last year. And he's been the best of it so far.
It's just been incredible. The drive to just keep going, score runs every innings he plays. And the way he's gone about it as well, hasn't he? It's been what's needed at number 3. It's not necessarily flashy. He gets stuck in, he fights hard. He gets through tough spells. And he does a really good job for his team and the lower order.
He's taken his own sweet time getting out there.
Not the BBL, is it?
Stepping aside and it'll be a free bowl at the stumps. And scratching away, England waiting, I wouldn't say patiently. I think
Jonathan Trott was
milking his status. So
Jonathan Trott was at the worst. Oh my God. He would scrape centre after every ball. Do a bit of gardening, scrape centre.
Well, Marnus deigns to face up now as Robinson heads in from the members' end and he leaves the ball up over the stumps.
Oh, this is going to be a really good challenge, I think, because the ball's still, pretty new. It's 20 overs old and it's doing a little bit. So if Robinson can get this ball just a bit fuller than that length, especially with a few of these are going like leg cutters, aren't they? Just going away towards the slips. Only got 2 slips in the gully.
Last ball of Robinson's over. He delivers to Labuschagne, who again leaves. A ball that is nipping back toward the off stump. 2 for 76 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Is your strata management team looking for professionals to clean your property portfolio? Sick and tired of low hygiene standards and dealing with on-site issues? From strata management to commercial property owners, Laurenex Cleaning can coordinate routine strata cleaning, perform emergency 24-hour cleaning services, high-rise window cleaning, plus our super clean services. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for strata management. Google them today.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Everyday Advantage. We don't hide our prices. Jimmy Anderson scratching out where the painted marks are on the ground at the southern end of the MCG. Marcus Harris is 24. Marnus Labuschagne is 0. It's 2 for 76. Lyon the man out for 10. Anderson around the wicket, bowls, and Harris defends to leg. There's no chance of run. So Marnus's rise to number 1, Adam Collins, would be a rich source of statistics and comparisons and the like to have a play with. For Robot Building Supplies, Robot's got it.
Yeah, plenty there. He's on 912 points, and to put that in some perspective, that's higher than Brian Lara and Sachin Tendulkar ever got in their Test careers.
Harris is on strike. He's facing up to Anderson. Rising delivery. He rides the bounce, knocks it away to square leg, no run.
And of course, that's a floating measure, so it's a moment in time type number there. He nudged ahead of Adam Voges for the second highest batting average of all time during the previous Test match, 62.14 to Voges, 61.87. Both played 20 Test matches. And how about this? 18 scores above 50 in his first 20 Tests, the most ever. Bradman 15, Lara 13, Viv 13, Smith 10. So the best start to a career by that measure by any player in the history of Test cricket.
Wow. We've watched it all on Australian shores, given the times. Harris is flicking the ball past the square leg umpires. Again, he rode the bounce well, and he's able to help himself to a couple of runs. Well played up under the armpit. 26. It's 2 for 78. Consistent production of runs.
Yeah, and consistency is the mark of a great batter. Not one score in 4 or 5 innings. It's taking time out of the game.
Anderson bowls. Harris is leaving.
And if you have someone like that, then collapses are less common. So the fact that he's just been able to come in at number 3 when, a lot of the time the ball's going to be still in pretty good shape against opening bowlers. Got their tail up. Quite incredible statistics.
Anderson's in the high 130s. He bowls and Harris leaves.
This will be interesting this morning, Gerard, because Joe Root throughout the series has used his bowlers in short spells, albeit Brisbane and Adelaide were quite hot. But today, it looks like the type of bowling, and particularly this morning, that's going to be successful is this kind of these bowlers who can hit the seam every ball.
Anderson bowls. Harris drives off the inside portion of the bat. It squirts away to mid-wicket, no run. 2 from the over. 2 for 78 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
This summer, Foxtel is the only place to watch every ball of the Vodafone Ashes series in 4K Ultra HD. Foxtel, Australia's only dedicated sport 4K Ultra HD channel. The Vodafone Ashes series in 4K Ultra HD. Only on Foxtel for the love of cricket.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Session of day 2 for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy. 2 for 78. Harris is 26. Labuschagne is yet to score. There's 2 slips and a gully in place as Ollie Robinson is bowling from the members' end. He's in to Labuschagne, who defends and then extravagantly raises his bat with the loud no-run call. So back just on your point, long spells from key seam bowlers?
I mean, today, this morning in particular, Ollie Robinson, I think he's got a bowl 6 or 7 here. He'd be used to that as well. But he's in the groove now. There's enough in this pitch. He's getting the ball just to move off the seam. It'd be challenging to a batter. Just keep him on.
Robinson to Labuschagne, who again leaves. Twitch and flinch. Our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Bryce McGain joins our Test coverage. He's a staple of our BBL coverage on SEN. Bryce, great to have you at the Test cricket.
Very good morning, Gerard and Buck, and it is great to be here. It's a late call-up. It's a bit like my Test debut, to be perfectly honest. I didn't know till 40 minutes before the first ball was going to get bowled that I was in, but here we are, day 2.
Robinson flows in and he bowls to Labuschagne, who defends the ball across the popping crease, no runners, and then closes from point. Half begs the question, Buck, what would be equivalency if this day panned out like the Test debut? How would it end for Bryce?
Like Jack Leach, I think, he felt in the first Test. But it's good to see him back. England have worked out that they do need a spinner, which is good to see. We'll see how he's used today, because that's going to be important. We saw Nathan Lyon, not a great deal of sideways turn, but there was a bit of bounce, and that was the real key to his success yesterday.
Robinson in bowls, Labuschagne inside edge, down to fine leg, and gets his first run, 2 for 79.
And the pitch is playing very, very different to, I guess, and I know you would have covered all that, but it's got some bounce and pace, and it's been lively in the Shield games, Buck. And has it adjusted how the batsmen have needed to play on this type of surface, and maybe even specifically for Marcus Harris, who has played a lot of his cricket here?
I spoke to one of the members in the England camp, and they just expected it to be flat, dead and flat, and it's not been like that at all.
Their intel was 2 years old.
Yeah.
Robinson gets a look at Harris. He's over the wicket to him, and Harris is in behind defending.
Blew the dust off the dossier and looked at the old form of the MCG. It's very, very different now. Matt Page has done an amazing job, hasn't he, Buck?
He has. The Sheffield Shield pitch we played on against New South Wales, which had a result. I mean, I think he was pretty nervous because he left 12 millimetres of grass on, which is quite excessive, but it played well, and all the players were raving about, how good it was to play on.
Harris is on 26. Last ball of Robinson's over. It's full and it's clipped away. Too fine to get the maximum runs. Down to fine leg. It'll be a single only. Harris is 27. Australia 2 for 80. Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm-grown, family-made. Picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table. That's Nippy's.
Delicious!
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Harris 27, Labuschagne 1, 2 for 80. Jimmy Anderson is bowling around the wicket with Harris on strike. And he's forward defending the ball to mid-on. Bryce McGain and Chris Rogers with you.
He's looked good, Harris. He's defended well. I mean, that was the way he moved and transferred his way into that ball. He covered whatever movement there was. That's a good sign. He's just got to make good decisions. I think in that second innings in Adelaide, he tried to drive one that wasn't quite full enough.
Anderson bowls to him and Harris is forward defending.
And it really is set up to just play every ball on its merits, but, I mean, you just don't have to kind of take any risk at all, really. You could just, lock in and I won't say bat all day, but you just have that mindset that, I can just keep being solid. I'll get some bad balls here and there.
There's 27 to his name as Anderson bowls, and Harris, the rising delivery, he's in behind it defending. So Jimmy Anderson with a big role to play, the veteran quick at the MCG, Colo, and the MCG's been through a few geysers during his career.
Absolutely, it's his best venue. His fourth test match here averages 24. In Australia, all up, the average is 34. So that gives some perspective. On Boxing Day in 2010, one of his finest days as a test cricketer, ripping out the Australian top order and taking 4 for 44. Made his international debut here back in 2002 in a one-day international.
He's in operation from the southern end. Anderson bowls and Harris in behind it. Everything in behind it as he defends to mid-on.
His first international wicket was Adam Gilchrist, but Gilchrist had 124 from 104 balls at the time, I'm afraid. The day that Shane Warne injured his shoulder and missed the rest of the summer and ultimately missed the World Cup as a consequence.
I reckon I played for WA against him leading into that. I think he took 3 or 4 from memory. He bowled really well.
Anderson to Harris. He's forward and running the ball to point, and midfield's no run. Did he create an impression that day? Do you remember?
Yeah, I think he was the pick of the bowlers. Sajid Mahmood he played.
That was the next tour. That was 06-07. 02-03, Anderson was in the academy, brought into the one-day squad as a backfill.
03. Still think you can check that one.
Trying to complete a maiden over. Anderson bowls, and Harris is going to grant that as he defends back down the pitch. A maiden from Jimmy Anderson, 2 for 80 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Harvey Norman Super Summer Sizzlers. Up to 25% off selected Microsoft Surface. Refresh your sleep with new Aussie-made pillows to suit your sleeping style from $29 each. Rocco Outdoor 4-piece lounge dining setting with bonus umbrella and base, $1,296. Samsung 640-litre family hub French door fridge in black, $4,299 plus bonus $300 gift card. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Super Summer Sizzlers now at Harvey Norman.
Australia's batting for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Warner 38, Lyon 10, the 2 men dismissed. Labuschagne's on 1. He sees the first ball of the new over from Robinson, and he leaves the ball outside the off stump. The leaves become the big thing with Labuschagne, as Crash wrote that brilliant story with Adam Hollyoak about you can have my car if you can nick me off, and all the lessons associated with that. Is very funny. There's only Crash could dig out the story, but a little insight into the demeanour and the mannerisms of Marnus Labuschagne. Ollie Robinson sets in to bowl to him, and Labuschagne's in behind it defending.
Robinson's bowling beautifully here. His line and his length, even to, he did nick off Nathan Lyon, but it's just line and length is a real challenge now. You've got to be a bit fuller here. There is bounce and carry, and I think in the first 2 tests they might have learned just around that length, keeping it up to that bail height. You do get excited, and maybe that length is a little shorter in English conditions, but you've got to be up here, and there's reward for that at the MCG.
Robinson tries, a bit fuller, defended down the line, the leg side by Labuschagne, safely enough.
And I think with the more that Labuschagne gets to leave, he just gets a read on the conditions so much more, that the bounce, the carry, the speed of it, the whole information just starts processing, and we had an insight into his self-talk that went on in the last test, the reward for himself. His self-talk is always positive about him making good decisions and rewarding himself just internally. Sometimes it becomes externally, but it's such a clinic.
Robinson bowls to him, Labuschagne turns to leg, but straight to mid-wicket. Leach fields, no run.
He's already calling for gloves too. Bit sweaty out there.
I did, in the aftermath to it, so there was some funny stuff in Adelaide that we were able to share with you. But Brett Jeeves wrote a terrific piece with the right tone of mocking on all those idiosyncrasies, how they would drive him completely mad.
Yeah.
It was a very cleverly conceived piece. Smith and Labuschagne, a very modern batsman. Labuschagne defends the ball from off stump to cover, no run.
This is interesting just because it's looking a little bit innocuous here because Labuschagne's obviously a quality batter. But if you're Joe Root, just not to get bored here, just to see that Robinson's doing enough right, and all it's going to take is one ball just to kind of kick, and you might find the edge. So just be patient in this situation.
And no ball was signalled in there from the remote umpire. Labuschagne just wrapped in the ribs, it seemed, as he looked to turn that down to the leg. It got through the defences and onto the body. He was down on his knees momentarily in the aftermath.
And that's what you're talking about, Buck. The ball just being able to do something like that, that's hit the seam and darted back into Labuschagne. So as you say, remaining patient, that there's enough going on if there's enough good balls, and he's got to defend, challenge the forward defence. It's going to get rewards here.
Yeah, bruise there later in the day. Robinson bowls. Labuschagne keeps the full ball out. Robinson gathers in his follow-through, throws it past Labuschagne, who tries to tap it away toward the boundary. An interesting exchange at the end of the over. 2 for 81. Hutto's coming in SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Two for 81 after a half-hour delay for a COVID scare in the English camp. But the night watchman has been removed. Harris, though, is 27. Labuschagne is 1. Chris Rogers and Bryce McGain. Great to be back working with you and seeing you, Bryce.
Terrific, Hutto. It's great to be here, and also good to see your smiling face as well at the cricket.
Well, we're hoping for a contest today, and this could be the man to spark things up. Not Bryce or Buck, but Mark Wood. Although those two do spice things up. But 4 overs for 15 last night, and there was an element of discomfort, just that extra speed. So can he bring it and get it in the right places here and now in this crucial first hour?
Yeah, short leg in place as well, and a squarish leg gully. So with the field set, it looks like it might be definitely back of a length to Harris.
He comes in, arms flailing. He bowls to Harris, who just plays it nice and quietly on the offside.
Just trying to think about, Bryce, why Joe Ridge pulled the trigger on this move, and whether because he thinks that the end that Ollie Robinson is bowling from is actually offering more for that type of bowler. I thought, well, I'll try and bring Anderson in behind Robinson from that end.
Yes, I wonder how long he'll wait before Jack Leach is deployed. Right now, though, it's Wood around the wicket, bowls, and forward goes Harris. He's looking for a run. He's going to get more than one. That's a well-controlled drive, and he's timed it nicely up past mid-on. The slide and return from Jimmy Anderson keeps the scoring to 3, but that's a fine shot and well admired by the crowd here at the MCG, who are urging Marcus Harris on. It's the nice little forward push. Picked up 3, and it's 2 for 84. He's got to 30.
Well, with this field, Hutto, there are gaps everywhere. So if you're good enough, just wait for the right ball, lean into it, and you'll get 3 like Harris did then through mid-on, because mid-on was more around almost at a mid-wicket, really.
Yeah.
So Labuschagne taking guard. He is 1 not out and getting ready to face Wood for the first time. This could be a pivotal battle if England are to have any chances. Talked already about Marnus's rise to number 1 bat in the world, and his numbers against England are just phenomenal. 10 innings he's played against England now, completed innings. 8 times he's made 48 or over. So only twice he's had modest scores in that time, an 11 and a 14 at the back end of that 2019 Ashes. So far he's 74, naught not out, 103 and 51. False start for Mark Wood. Marnus wasn't quite ready.
Well, he he took guard, then he stood in his position and then looked down at his feet for an eternity while Wood was running in. Wood was almost begging him to look up.
And he ride a little extra. Wood charging in. Bowls, and Labuschagne is edging to slip. And Joe Root wraps his hands around the precious ball and immediately goes in for the big bear hug with Mark Wood, who makes the breakthrough. Labuschagne, who rode his luck in Adelaide, has been dismissed, and he slowly departs the scene at the MCG, having been beaten by the pace of Mark Wood and edge right to the England captain, and maybe there's hope after all.
Well, that's the thing England need to do, is take their chances. They've created enough chances over the first couple of tests, and this is where Australia are under pressure. They're taking the grabs, and Marnus on his way. He's absorbed a lot of pressure in those first two tests as well. He's batted a lot of time, and now they get an opportunity to have a look at Steve Smith early. And I know it's 3 wickets down, one of them's a night watchman, but it can give England a big boost here. That they've got 3 wickets already, 2 to halfway, and they can have a look at the middle order, maybe with a bit of riding still on the ball with 25 overs being bowled.
3 for 84. Labuschagne out for 1. And how happy were the Englishmen with that breakthrough? That's just a huge breakthrough for all the reasons we discussed.
It was a beautiful ball. Just caught Labuschagne a little bit on the crease. Almost looked like it did just move off the seam away from the right-handed batter. He found the edge and then went straight into the breadbasket of Joe Root. He took that well.
And Buck, it's not always the big movement sideways that'll take the edge. When it has some pace and bounce, that can also just zip through just quick enough for the batsman to... It's so hard to adjust. He was stuck on the crease, there's no doubt about that.
Steve Smith arrives at the crease. We've talked about how different scenarios he's faced over the last couple of years, because Marnus has made so many runs. Instead of having to come in and save the days, been in a different position, hasn't always felt comfortable. This is a little bit more like the precarious nature of the Australian batting lineup that he previously thrived in. So he'll be looking forward to this challenge, no doubt. He finds his way to the middle of the MCG, those idiosyncrasies touching here, there, and he's ready for Mark Wood, who sends a thunderbolt full ball, squared him up a fraction, pushed it forward, shouts no. Well bowled by Wood.
That was right on the money. That was honing in on off stump, full ball, and Smith was still trying to go back. I think coming out to face 150 kilometres an hour is never easy.
150.7, that last one. It'll captivate the crowd, that's for sure, and give hope to the English support as he bowls again. And once more, Steve Smith wasn't in full control and squared up again off the outer portion of the bat. He got it into the ground though and back up the pitch.
Oh, this is a moment right now, Hutto. If England can prize Steve Smith out, yeah, well, the belief they'll get out of dismissing Labuschagne and Smith cheaply.
And he still didn't look at his best in Adelaide, even though he was able to occupy the crease, certainly in the second innings. So can they pry him out early? Wood bowls, that's more competently played. It was interesting that he actually played a shot then. He perhaps could have left it, but he got it across and in behind it and defended up the wicket. A wicket taking over for Wood, and that has given England some hope. Harris is not out 30. Australia 3 for 84 for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1800 858 858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
SEN Test Cricket, 25 overs gone so far for Host Plus, the industry super fun for all Australians in this first Aussie innings, and 3 for 84. A big breakthrough of Marnus Labuschagne. Out for 1, Lion the Night Watchman dismissed for 10 after briefly entertaining. Warner dismissed last night. Harris not out through it all, faces a new over from Robinson and defends quietly up on the onside, back to the bowler. Our experts for Anaconda: play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
Well, Robinson's been right on the money at the members' end, and with the rotation of Anderson to start at the southern end and then Wood, and he's bowling some real wheels this morning. The outside edge of Labuschane's bat on his way for one. A huge breakthrough for England.
Two slips in a gully for Robinson, who slightly strays, and that's welcomed by Marcus Harris. He whips it off his pads for two, and the call is yes! And they're coming back for a third, and it was a well-judged third run by Steve Smith, who followed through a good 10 metres past the stumps to try and slow down. He had to accelerate, but Australia's cricket around the edges has been outstanding in this series. It's interesting that Nick Hockley wanted to make the point this morning that Australia's fielding has just been so good.
It has, and it's probably been the difference. It may have been overlooked. We look at the lack of runs maybe that England have scored, but Australia have taken all the chances, predominantly. There's been very, very few missed opportunities where you can't say the same for England. They've been a bit sloppy. They've dropped some simple ones and some difficult ones and missed their chances. So maybe today is that time to redeem.
Robinson to Smith, close to the stumps, and defended back by the former Australian captain, the current Australian vice-captain, last week's captain. Hope you can follow all of that. Robinson at his 10th over has the figures of 1 for 38, and he has impressed us so far in this series. Bowled 26 overs in Brisbane, 4 for 61 in total, 42 overs in Adelaide, 3 for 99. I got the length wrong for a little bit, but really tightened up. He's been very economical. Striving here. Short leg in play as Robinson bowls, and Smith not tempted by that one, just on that fourth stump line outside the off stump.
Well, he's nearly the right prototype for any touring player, any team. England come in here tall, strong, can bowl a lot of overs, bowl long spells, and is robust as well. Into the third test, hasn't dropped a yard of pace, still charging in.
Yeah, it was interesting, the non-selection of Broad. I did wonder whether they might have kept Broad and maybe given Robinson a test off, but he wants to come in and bowl. He's doing that now to Smith, who was squared up, but his eye allowed him to work it to leg, and he'll get himself a single as Wood came around to do the fielding from mid-on. And Smith is off the mark. He is 1, and Australia are 3 for 88, 97 runs short of England's first innings total. Robinson immediately going to go around the wicket.
Yeah, some really good cricket there by Australia, just taking the opportunities that beat the short leg to run through, rotate the strike. The whole field's got to change, right, left-hander. Robinson now going around the wicket to Harris. He was over the wicket previously. Still the short leg in place, 2 slips in a gully.
And Robinson pounding in from the members' end, and it's a good delivery, and Harris jamming down on that. He could have got right through the defences very easily, but he got a bit of bat and pad in between it and sees out the over. It's 3 for 88 at the MCG and the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Super Summer Sizzlers on now at Harvey Norman. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit, no interest from Latitude, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Shop furniture, bedding, technology, and electrical. 60 months interest-free, no deposit, no interest with 60 approximately equal monthly payments, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Finance only on participating Latitude credit cards. Minimum finance amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Fees and product exclusions apply. Super Summer Sizzlers now at Harvey Norman.
Wood bowls the first ball of a new over, and it's whipped off the pads by Steve Smith. That's let him off the hook. He's going to get 3 runs as he hits deep down to the punt road side of the ground at mid-wicket. And Steve Smith starts to move into his work now. He is 4, Harris is 33. And Australia are 3 for 91 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Well, it's a great delight. Not only Bryce McGain with us, but Lisa Stalaker has also jumped into the box. Hello, Lisa.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Interesting start both on and off the field today.
Interesting start. Got the late call up as well. Channel 7 commentary team, close contacts, waiting for PCR tests, and yeah, and then here I am.
Here we are. And here's Wood bowling to Harris. That's come from the body down the leg side. He'll get to the other end with a leg by, one suspects. No call. So there must have been some glove in that. Yes, there was, as we have a look at the replay for Drummond Golf. Boxing does sail. The hand coming off the bat. He was in a bit of pain last night after being struck, but Harris will take every run offered his way. He's 33 and Smith is 4. It's 3 for 92. Steve Smith, of course, has an extraordinary record here at the MCG. We'll get Colo to fill us in on all those numbers for us shortly. Mark Wood, though. Bowling to Smith, who lets it go down the leg side. Colo?
Yeah, there's no ground that Smith loves more in Australia than the MCG. Averages 92 here, 4 centuries rather. 3 of them were not out. 192 against India in 2014, 134 not out against the Windies in 2015, 165 not out against Pakistan in 2016, and 102 not out against England in this corresponding match 4 years ago.
Just the news that England needed after a couple of early breakthroughs. So what will the tactics be here to try and remove Steve Smith? There's a short leg and needs well back in that position. As Wood bowls and Smith is nudging, just push and run stuff on the offside, and he's done it well. That urgency that Australia have displayed pretty well. They're running between the wickets in this series to break things up. On display again. Smith 5, Harris 34. And it's 3 for 93 for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
It's what the Australian team has done so well. David Warner, Marcus Harris, straight away last night they were able to get up and down the pitch. Obviously the right-left-hand combination now, it's ideal to be able to continually rotate the strike.
Big day for Harris as he's pushing this one to mid-wicket. Probably not exactly where he was intending it to go. Off the inner portion of the bat, trying to push forward at Mark Wood. Just the pace of Wood and what that creates compared to the other bowlers, it's there on display. That last one was 146. And the consistency of pace as well.
Yeah, he brings an enormous amount. It gives him some real firepower, and just with Steve Smith in the field, there is a bit of late movement for Wood away from the right-hander, so I'd certainly be looking to have 3 slips and get him to pitch it up a bit more. The short leg and the leg gully is great, but it's nearly the wrong length.
Wood bowls short, took bounce, and it wasn't a bad one. Targeting the head of Harris, maybe just a fraction high. He was able to slip down underneath it and allow it to pass. The over bowled 5 from it. It's 3 for 93 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Steve Smith averaging 37 in this series, 111 runs for the 3 outs up until now. Of course, that 93 in Adelaide. Here's 5 not out. Harris is 34, and Buck was spot on. Jimmy Anderson is going to come back and bowl from the members' end. Smith new at the crease. A chance for the veteran Englishman. He bowls full. Inside edge! And there was glove on that from Butler as he dived away to the left. It's gone down to fine leg. Another near miss early. And we'll wait to have a look at the replay, but beautifully bowled from Anderson. Steve Smith pushing across. Got the inside edge, onto his leg, and that meant that it was a full-length dive from Butler, who's shown the ability to take a good leg side catch in this series. It's a drop chance. It could easily have been played on as well.
Well, it sort of ballooned. It lobbed a little bit because of the inside edge. Generally, they fly, and it's really hard for the keeper, but it sort of lobbed and just teased him. Got the very fingertips to it. He's taken some rippers and dropped some simple ones as well. That's just a slight opportunity missed.
Anderson bowls to Harris, and he nearly nicks it through to the keeper. So these are critical moments in this test match and in this test series for England. If they're to stay in the contest for the Ashes, they need reward. And those half chances need to be taken. We just talked about Australia's fielding and running between wickets there. That's an extremely difficult catch for Josh Buttler, but they've got to take a few of those.
Well, they've certainly got their tails up at the moment, haven't they? You could sense once Nathan Lyon departed, but Marnus Labuschagne.
Anderson bowls and Harris again is almost offering an opportunity for the keeper. This length that Anderson is hitting just outside the off stump. He's really testing Marcus Harris here.
But the reaction when Joe Root, when they dismissed Marnus Labuschagne, he was up and about and he's really trying to drive this energy within the group. Sometimes when mishaps happen off the field, it galvanises the side. And you get a sense what happened this morning might help them.
Anderson continues around the wicket. That was a little wayward outside the off, and Harris happy to let that pass. This is his best score of the series so far. 34 not out from 81 balls. Marcus Harris. It's become a really important innings, not just for him, which is what we were all talking about last night, but now for Australia.
Gee, it's a good first over from Anderson.
Yeah.
Challenging inside edge, missed chance to Smith and beating the outside edge of Harris. Just keep that length up.
The sprightly 39-year-old, two slips a gully, and Harris, third time it's flashed past the outside, and he's drawn to play. You can tell he doesn't really want to, but he's just pushing forward, trying to keep the hands and the bat inside the line, and I guess he's done that successfully, but barely.
And you can do that if it's that length. Like, he's stuck on the crease. Just a little bit fuller to challenge the forward defence would have a better chance of taking the edge. This is nice. He's beaten the outside edge a few times, but keep it up. Even
Last
fuller.
ball of the over. Anderson probing. It was closer to middle and off. And that allowed Harris to have his eyes and body right behind it. He keeps him out. This is tense Test cricket. It's 3 for 94.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Ben Stokes was warming up during the previous over, and he's going to replace Ollie Robinson. So I guess if you've got a test match in a delicate position, as it potentially is right now, then Ben Stokes could be your man, Bryce.
He could be. Gee, I'd give Wood another one. I really would have, and really put some chips in and gone, okay, 3 slips, you keep the ball up. There's ball 6 at the top of off stump. Let's see if Smith can handle that, because there was late movement. They had a bit of a leg side field set, and he probably just erred a bit short. If you challenge forward defence here with the late movement, it is so difficult early in your innings. Just still the 2 slips in a gully with Stokes, 3 on the onside, and I know it's a concern because Smith is so strong through there, but let him have it early.
Oh, just as Stokes was about to... Well, he got about 3 metres away from the crease and suddenly stopped as if he stood on something. On his way into bowl, he has a nasty look down at it. Going to restart. You're right with Wood. It is surprising, isn't it, that they would make that change so quickly when he's broken through and Steve Smith's new at the crease.
And he was feeling, you could see the energy that he was bringing. He was bowling really good heat and moving the ball.
Stokes bowls and Smith is edging wide of the dive at second slip.
Why?
Crawley's a tall man, but he couldn't get to it. Diving to his right, and it runs down to the boundary for 4 more. This is a lively session. That one jumped up off a length. Smith couldn't control it. He gets a boundary. It's a Foxtel 4K4. Foxtel for the love of cricket. Steve Smith animated in the post.
Might mention it again. 3 slips might be a good idea. The ball's moving away and bouncing.
Stokes bowls across the crease, goes Smith, and it's well fielded. Milan diving away to his right. Keeps it under control. And again, that's the sort of thing that England need to do.
underlining how important it is that Stokes starts well here. Smith, who's played a lot of Test cricket against him, averages 102 when facing Ben Stokes at Test level.
Reasonable.
And a big sample size as well.
So it wasn't a matchup, was it, to change in that sense?
No, it's interesting explanation. We might get later. Stokes bowls, Smith back on his stumps and defending that. Full frontal, making sure he keeps it out.
What we've seen already is that there's enough assistance for the bowlers. The ball just nibbling around, doesn't have to move too far. We've seen a number of outside edges already, some going to hand, some going along the ground, squaring up the Australian batsman.
Stokes again from the southern end. Hits the crease hard, bowls. Smith tucks in behind this. Very compact in his defence. And it's still 3 for 98. Yeah, we've seen quite a bit of that, haven't we? Batsmen being squared up even yesterday.
Yep. And that's the speed off the extra grass here. That's the ball is kissing through. It's not holding up and slowing up. They're hurried. There's not as much time, so they don't have time to get settled. Smith is looking very comfortable the last couple of balls against Stokes, I must add.
3 for 98. Stokes gives him a short one and he takes it on. He pulls it away through the onside field. It pitches about 3/4 of the way up to the very long boundary and then pulls up. And he'll able to comfortably come back for a third run. And Steve Smith starting to build up the scoreboard pressure. He gets to 13 and it's 3 for 101.
And if I can predict a bit of reactive captaincy, there'll be a second man out there when Smith is on strike to Stokes next over. We've seen it in 2 tests. They sort of follow the ball around a little bit rather than thinking, well, what's going to be the hardest place to play here? Steve Smith has hit one in the air through third slip. That's the hardest place, top of off stump.
Stokes to Harris. And it's short ball, which he waits on and played well. Still with a vertical bat, but he got it down through the slips for a couple of runs. Stayed on top of it, and Harris goes to 36. And it's 3 for 103 at the end of the over.
Didn't get the gifts you wanted? Then tee off at the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sales with great savings store-wide. Need a buggy? Get a Triumph Outset buggy for just $198. Save $195. But hurry, Drummond Golf's Boxing Day sale ends soon.
There's nothing quite like celebrating and enjoying summer vibes with your pals. Parafield Airport Liquor Store, that is. Come into Pals. You'll be bowled over by our prices. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
Plenty of eyes to our Drummond Golf's Boxing Day sale replays today. There's been action aplenty. Line out for 10, Labuschagne for 1. Feeling the heat right now is Steve Smith as Anderson bowls. He gets forward and he drives. Anderson takes some pace off. It didn't come off the middle of Steve Smith's bat. He was looking to off-drive. It went straight up the pitch, but he got a piece of it.
I've got no issues with this. Keep bowling as full as you want. Keep trying to get Steve Smith on the front foot, trying to drive it through that cover region. 2 slips, a gully waiting. Anderson's length this series has been around that 7 metres, yet in the UK he's normally about 6.3 as well. A bit fuller.
Extra claps from root at slip as Anderson bowls wide of off stump marginally. The moments are here and now for England. They have to continue to strike in this session. And they'll know that. We're coming up to the end of the first hour, a delayed start this morning. Harris, 36. He's been the mainstay so far through this innings for Australia. Smith is 13. Anderson operating around the mid-130s at the moment. Just the 2 slips. And a gully ready. Anderson bowls and Smith got the front foot forward and allowed it to pass. Bryce McGain, Lisa Stalaka with us for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
Anderson getting movement both directions here. He's a highly skilled bowler. We know that. A leading wicket taker for England.
He's on his way in smoothly. Bowls full and driven off the inside edge by Steve Smith. Again, he was aiming a drive more through the covers or mid-off. It ended up wide of mid-on. All along the ground, though.
And Lisa, further to your point, just that length, that's the challenge. That'll challenge the inside and outside edge of the bat. It's so difficult to drive when there's at that length and the ball is moving.
Anderson, seamer, ready to deliver. Again down the leg side. There was no contact there. Good take by Butler.
We were having a discussion in the previous box about the Duke ball, and obviously at home condition Anderson is just unplayable because the Duke swings a lot longer. Bryce, I was going to ask you, did you play any of the Shield matches with the Duke?
No, I didn't know, but it was just after I'd finished when they trialled doing that, but a lot of the players said it was a real challenge.
Anderson again, Smith gets right across and once more happy to allow that to go thundering into the gloves of Josh Butler. So the first hour is complete. Drinks are on their way for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. And the first session of players at its halfway mark for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Australia 3 for 103, Harris 36, Smith is 13. Labuschagne out for 1 after the night watchman line was removed for 10. Anderson 1 for 22, the best of the England bowlers along with Mark Wood. 2 for 42 in that first hour. SEN Test cricket, the Henley everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. That's Henley. And we're back shortly at the MCG on day 2.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
No one likes a messy office. Hygiene standards start to slip, so keeping your office clean is getting harder. Make the move across to Laurenex Cleaning. From office buildings to shopping centres, Laurenex Cleaning will deliver higher standards for you and your customers. Office cleaning, high-rise window cleans, preventative infection control, garden maintenance and much more. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces super clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for your office. Google them today.
Ollie Robinson in from the members' end. He's bowling to Nathan Lyon, who pulls through the leg side. He's going to play every shot that he's got, and he's walloped that one. As Robinson heads in and bowls to Lyon, who's edging, and he's out. It didn't last as long as we hoped. Butler quickly away to his right to take the sharp chance.
Wood charging in, bowls, and Labuschagne is edging to slip. And Joe Root wraps his hands around the precious ball and immediately goes in for the big bear hug.
It's the Bundaberg Drinks Break, second morning here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Adam Collins with you, Lisa Stalaker with me. England had a good first hour. It was nearly a great first hour. Steve Smith inside edge. Butler nearly in his grasp when he was on 5. Another catch through the cordon as well when England opted to go with 2 slips instead of 3. England are in a position, Lisa, where they really need to bowl Australia out in the space of a couple of sessions, maybe not long after tea. They need everything to go their way.
Well, they need to take advantage of when the start of day takes off, which they did. They were able to pick up a few wickets. Now we've had the drinks break. So again, the Australian batsmen have to reset. So this is their time to strike. Every time there's a break, they need to come out firing and see if they can keep creating the chances that they have, and then, of course, taking them.
So Ben Stokes to continue. Southern stand end, bowling here at Harris, who's on 36. Couple of slips in the gully, delivers here through to the gloves of Butler, left outside the line of the off stump. an extraordinary hour or so this morning. When that news filtered through that England had their close contact issue, one crowded hour was playing over the loudspeaker here, and ended up being a crowded 90 minutes because play was delayed by half an hour as well. Two members of the England playing group are still at the hotel, Stuart Broad and Craig Overton. We're told that's just a precautionary measure. They would have been there anyway. Stokes bowling here around the wicket to Harris, leaving alone again over the top of the off stump, leaving on length, not far away from making Harris play. So a couple of coaches, a couple of family members have tested positive, and they'll go through the formal PCR exercise today. That'll be fascinating, won't it? Players going off the ground, presumably, to do PCR tests, and whatever will be, will be.
It's the world that we live in at the moment, isn't it? We know that the Australian public as well, a lot of them to travel or to see family and relatives during the Christmas period had to wait.
Stokes to the crease. Bowls here. Harris forcing off the back foot, but only as far as Hasiba Mead, a backward point, no run.
Yeah, such long lines, and obviously putting a strain on the health system as well. So no surprise that it's affected this test match. And I guess everyone's just hoping, fingers crossed as well, that we can get through this one. And we've still got a few more to go as well.
Nick Hockley was talking to the press about half an hour ago as Stokes arrives and bowls, and Harris struck on the pad. Big shout bowling before it given. The finger of umpire rifle goes up and Harris reviews immediately.
Maybe the height also coming around the wicket. Did it straighten or was it going down? There's enough doubt in there. Marcus Harris straight away decided to refer it.
It was a most enthusiastic appeal from Ben Stokes. He was convinced, as was Paul Rifle.
We've already seen Paul Rifle give a great decision as well.
Your first impression of the replay we're seeing on the big screen?
Looks like an inside edge, doesn't it?
How's that feel? Watching back the Drum and Golf Boxing Day sale. Third umpire.
Can we get a hotspot onside, please?
Of course, the TAC drives safely this summer, just going through the formalities as hotspot populates. It does so now, and
there's nothing on hotspot.
There may be a hotspot there on the bat, but I'm not convinced on my screen at the moment.
So we've got to go Snicko next.
Yes, please.
So RTS has been called for. Yes. Nothing on hotspot, but a decent spike on Snicko. That should be sufficient to reprieve Harris.
Paul, there's a spike as it goes past the bat.
And it is. So England win the decision, but overturned on review. Marcus Harris survives. Third umpire for TAC drives safely this summer. Australia remain on 3 for 103. And all the reviews remain intact for Australia and England.
Just shows you technology, how important it is. There was nothing really visible on hotspot, but RTS just showed enough of an increase in the line to indicate that there was a little bit of bat involved as well. But Paul Rifle, he had no hesitation, and he can understand why.
So Stokes to go again. Bowls here to Harris, and Harris defends off the front foot, back down the pitch, no run. Confident, middle of the bat. And what a moment that might be in terms of Marcus Harris's career. We know that it's unavoidable that he's coming into this test needing runs, and they're on 36. That wouldn't constitute a score. It would constitute a start. If there wasn't the technology, he'd be back in the pavilion.
And we know that the starts, as soon as you get them, there's even more criticism as well, that you weren't able to convert it.
Stokes to complete his over, delivers here, and Harris on the pull. Doesn't get it past the diving Robinson at mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding. A maiden complete from Stokes on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Australia 3 for 103.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegambling.helpline.org.au.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Everyday Advantage. We don't hide our prices. England sticking with plan A. They've not turned to spin as yet after 31 overs. Australia went to Nathan Lyon in the 18th over yesterday by contrast. But James Anderson at the members' end has had the ball moving around in this spell. He's bowled 11 overs all up, 1 for 22.
And Nathan Lyon bowled well, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
On a day one Boxing Day test match, for him to get the amount of turn bounce but also pick up the wickets, you don't necessarily expect that.
Anderson to Smith on 13. Delivers here on leg stump. Smith just gets it round the corner. Might have been pad, might have been bat. We'll find out. It was thigh pad, signalled accordingly. 3 for 104. Smith stays on 13.
We also just saw the last ball of last over, Ben Stokes hitting the deck as well after he bowled that ball, shaking his head at the end of the over and kind of grabbing his vest, and he hasn't been a happy man for a while, has he, the last few tests? You can see more of the emotion coming from him. Things aren't necessarily going to plan for him. He's frustrated. He wants to have a big impact.
Anderson around the wicket here, bowls to Harris, wide of the crease, and Harris leaves on length through to the gloves of Butler. Yes, that must be that palpable sense of the whole thing going off the rails, and everyone looks to the senior players in that situation. Root, Stokes, Anderson. Can one of them step up and be a match winner? Well, it wasn't the case yesterday. There's an argument that yesterday was their worst day on tour, I reckon, in a competitive field.
Well, just probably the senior players and the way they were dismissed. That was the most disappointing.
Here's Anderson again, bowls to Harris, who leaves alone well wide of the off stump.
Joe Root again getting set, looking very comfortable, looking very busy. Just hangs the bat out. I guess the one that a lot of people are talking about is Joss Butler at the stroke of tea, what he was trying to do in hitting Nathan Lyon into the stand, trying to maybe bring his little bit of white ball cricket into red ball cricket.
Just looked exhausted to me when he was walking off. Needs a breather. Anderson around the wicket to Harris, who defends from the middle stump. Thinking that Butler, being a 3-format player, of course, a star in the IPL as well, been in so many bubbles, and it's no excuse. It just provides some understanding as to why.
You need context, don't you?
Yeah, context to where he's at as a Test cricketer, batting for almost the entirety of the 5th day, but really should have bagged a pair in Adelaide had that chance been taken by Carey. And if that were the case, in all probability, he wouldn't have played yesterday. Anderson, 2 slips in a gully, bowls to Harris, wide of the crease, who leaves alone again. That's a bit closer to the off stump. Yeah, that was the moment yesterday, wasn't it? It was Butler on the stroke of tea where that despair, almost heartbreak, I think, from England fans waking up and seeing that and understanding that they're well on the way to what happened in 19, 20, 21, 2006, 07, 13, 14 with the 5-0 scoreline. But in fairness, they have fought back hard this morning. They need to keep the pressure on. They need to break up this stand. They need Smith early. Anderson to Harris here, who defends off the back foot into the covers, no run. And that is the end of Anderson's over. Just a leg bite coming from it. Harris on 36, Smith on 13 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today, 3 for 104.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to AdelaideStrikers.com.au.
From the great southern stand end, and Lisa Stalakat replaced by Michael Atherton in the expert chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. I was building up a head of steam there about where this England team sits in context. Maybe you're the better man for that job. Here is Stokes bowling to Smith, who's beaten past the outside edge. That's decked away after Smith went across his off stump, deep in the crease. Nice piece of bowling.
Very good from Ben Stokes. He's getting in some really awkward positions, Steve Smith. I know he always does, but even by his standards, he's been in a bit of a tangle this morning, an inside edge that has just evaded Butler's grasps, one that went possibly where third slip might have been.
Had to be. Here's Stokes bowling to Smith, who goes back again and defends with a nice straight blade down to mid-on, no run. I mean, given the short burst from Wood was so effective, they take him off and bring Stokes on, presumably as a as a move to keep wood fresh, but no third slip.
No, that's right. And early on, you have to attack the player early on. Mark Wood makes such a difference, I think, to this attack, though.
2 out on the leg side. Fine leg and deep backward square, 15 metres inside the rope. Stokes bowls, bouncer, balloons over Smith's head, looking for the signal, and here it comes. Paul Rifle says that's a wide.
That was always going to be a wide. Just a quick cursory nod at square leg, who'd already signalled it. But, you know, Mark Wood, he got Smith out cheaply in the first test. He got Labuschagne out cheaply here. That extra bit of zing makes such a difference, and they'll be really hoping he can get through the rest of this series.
Stokes towards us, towards Smith as well. Delivers here, and Smith leaves alone again. Not far from the off stump. The cordon like it. It's a good channel. 3 for 105, the score after that Sunbury from the previous ball.
Quite a morning, hasn't it? Did you think Nick Hockley was overly optimistic in his summation of the situation? Realistic?
Did you nip outside for the press conference before?
No.
Reports from that are that he remains quite upbeat around Sydney, which I suppose he has to. We were sort of wargaming this before players. Stokes arrives and bowls at Smith. Couple of slips and Smith defends. Out towards mid-on again. With the PCR test taking place today, that's a different standard, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean one player goes there
tonight with both sets of players taking PCR tests. So overnight it will be a sleepless night for Nick Hockley, I imagine.
We've got Todd Greenberg, the Australian Cricketers Association Chief Executive, joining us at the lunch break to add to that story. Because there is a duty of care element to this as well, of course, for the players and the support staff. The message is loud and clear. The show will go on. Stokes, 5 on the leg side. Bowls here to Smith, short, bouncing over his helmet.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to doubt that England wouldn't want the show to go on as well, even though it's been a very difficult Ashes so far. But they're aware that cities like Melbourne and Sydney have been going through difficult times, and it's great to see the cricket back in front of a full house. But if COVID gets in the team, then it's difficult to know what might happen.
Yeah, and what constitutes in the team as well. As Stokes bowls here, and Smith leaves the line well outside of the off stump. And that is the end of Stokes' over. Just the wide coming from it on the Laurenex cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex cleaning today, Australia 3 for 105.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
It's going to be James Anderson again. Harris on 36 will be on strike. Smith down the non-strikers end on 13. Adam Collins and Mike Atherton with you on the call. Athers with us for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. He'll continue with 2 slips to gully. Conventional 6-3 field. Harris has added 16 runs to his overnight tally. He was given out leak before wicket on 36, overturned by DRS. Anderson, away from the members' stand, arrives here and bowls, and Harris full, digs it out. Anderson does the work in his follow-through.
He would have been thankful, wouldn't he, that the DRS protocol included both Snicko and Hotspot, because there was nothing on Hotspot and a little bit on Snicko.
Yes, and Snicko supersedes Hotspot in the hierarchy of needs as far as DRS is concerned.
Hierarchy of technology.
We saw that rather famously at Adelaide Oval in 2015 in the first day-night test match, where there was a big old spot on Nathan Lyon's bat, but no Snicko. He survived, and the rest is history. Anderson bowls here. Harris beaten through to the gloves of Butler. That wasn't far away. Hands on head in the cordon. Harris was brought forward and played the line of the off stump and was lucky not to follow it with his gloves.
It's this line from round the wicket where Anderson is bowling and where England have generally targeted Marcus Harris. He doesn't quite line it up as well when they're bowling round the wicket as over the wicket. It's a good ball from Anderson, just straightening up slightly off the pitch.
So Anderson again, Bowling well here to Harris, who leaves alone outside the off stump. A message in here from Trav in the Olympic stand. He's been listening in live as we can this week with the app. But given the current COVID climate, is there provision for a COVID substitute in the same way there is a concussion substitute? Well, the answer to that, Trav, is yes, there is. And the fact that the players are doing their testing today during playing hours would, I suppose there is some chance of that happening. So we'll watch this space on that front. And as we mentioned before, a couple of England coaches, a couple of family members have tested positive, so it's in the camp. Anderson around the wicket, bowls and beats Harris again, ever so close to the off stump. On a day they need everything to go right, they're a millimetre or two away again.
Oh, it's another good ball from Anderson, same angle, round the wicket. Slightly fuller this time. And passing close to the outside edge and to off stump, actually, because it was fuller. There wasn't as much bounce and it didn't go over the top of the off stump by much and barely carried through to Butler.
Yeah, maybe a ball width in it there from the off stump bail. Here is Anderson again, right on top of Harris, who plays back and defends nicely out towards Jack Leach, who's yet to bowl at square leg, no run. Looking forward to that.
Is he? That's the question.
Yes, exactly. Given the way that Australia took to the task against him at Brisbane and being left out of Adelaide.
Well, and a not dissimilar situation. If he came on here just before lunch with not many runs on the board, and it's not quite as desperate a situation for England as it was up at the Gabba, but not dissimilar.
So Anderson to complete a probing over to the crease here, bowls and Harris drives nicely, but Anderson collects it in his follow through. Does it with his feet. End of a maiden over on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Australia stay at 3 for 105.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Everyday Advantage. We don't hide our prices. It's going to be Ben Stokes again from the Great Southern Stand end at Stephen Smith on 13. There with Harris on 36. 2 out on the leg side for the hook. Stokes arrives and bowls, and Smith plays off the back foot. Does he beat cover? He does just. Sloppy bit of fielding there. Should have been cut off. Anderson was the man in question. They come back for a couple. Smith moves to 15, 3 for 107.
Anderson stops them well off his own bowling, as he did the last ball of the previous over, which was drilled back to him, and he stopped it with his boot. This he couldn't get round in time, moving smartly to his left, but there was just enough power on the shot to beat him.
So it's Stokes again. In here, bowling at Smith, full. There's a good stop. No, it's not. Again, it's through. You know what? We've done him a disservice there. I think that might be Mark Wood. They look identical in their short-sleeve jumpers.
Yeah.
It is Mark Wood. Alas, Smith moves on to 16, and there's a beach ball on the ground coming from the Olympic stand. 3 for 108.
Where is Anderson then? Anderson
was up at mid-on upon further inspection. Seeing the replay back for Drum and Golf Boxing Day sale.
All these fast bowlers these days, they can field, can't they, really?
Well, Anderson used to be a very good slipper once upon a time.
And then he's rather lost his nerve in that.
Used to be in the slips during the 10-11 Ashes, of course. Around the wicket here, Stokes gets a chance at Harris and hits him on the body. Maybe on the 5 pad, spills out into the offside. No run. Just working through this. The England squad, especially now that COVID is in there. The Lions have gone home, yes, which adds to the degree of difficulty if they do need to replace some players. And we were joking earlier that there is one player who does very well against the Australians back in county cricket. This was reported by our colleague Will McPherson in the Evening Standard a couple of days ago in the diary section. Stokes here, around the wicket, bowls to Harris, who leaves alone outside the off stump. And it's a most unassuming looking guy. Bit chubby, no hair, 45 years of age, bloke by the name of Darren Stevens, and he dominates the Australians in county cricket, and he's still going strong, and they've got a WhatsApp group named after him.
Yeah, apparently, according to Will in his little snippet, the WhatsApp group of the Australian county cricketers is Steve-O's gonna get you, which is lovely. Trundles in at about 40 miles an hour.
does the job day in, day out for Kent. Here is Stokes bowling to Harris, who defends out to the offside, no run.
You were telling me that when Anderson made his debut here, that he was rooming with Stevens on the academy. Is that right?
So there was this academy trip that Anderson got himself on the back of one season with Lancs.
Yeah. So that was Rod Marsh was running that at that stage.
Living in Adelaide, effectively a work experience trip for Anderson, and they called him into the squad for the one-dayers, did ever so well in that tour, and before he knew it, he was in a World Cup in 2003 and leading the attack. Here's Stokes bowling to Harris. On leg stump, clipped away, just in front of the square leg umpire. So Harris gets off 36, he'd been bogged down for a while, they get a couple. He's now 38. Ends the over on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today, 3 for 110. Adam Collins here with Michael Atherton. So, yes, Stevens was with Anderson all the way through that tour. And, of course, Stevens never got an opportunity to play for England, but his career changed entirely about 10 years ago when he started bowling medium pace. And, meanwhile, Anderson's played for England for 19 years now.
Well, yeah, Anderson's 39. Stevens is 45. And still going. He's got a one-year contract next year. Aaron Stevens, don't know how long Anderson and Broad will go. That will be a looming question as we come towards the end of this series, I think.
Do you have a feel for it? I mean, 4 years ago, Jimmy said, I'd like to go to Australia again. And I think it was interpreted as, well, maybe you'll be the assistant coach in 4 years' time. Well, here he is still leading the attack. He's going to start
He's always said he wants to play into his 40s. Yeah. He wants to emulate the cricketing version of Tom Brady, the great American footballer who's going strong in his early 40s.
Changing field for Anderson. David Milan's at leg slip. He bowls here to Smith, and Smith is bowled! Oh, that's a lovely piece of bowling from the veteran, and Jimmy loves it. Past the inside edge, he has castled Smith. Might have collected an inside edge on the way through. The result is the same. Smith gone for 16. Australia lose their 4th wicket with the score on 110.
Yeah, it was a very similar ball to the one that just evaded Joss Butler's grasp earlier in Smith's innings. An inside edge, but in this time, instead of going towards the wicket-keeper, it just trimmed the bails. Smith pushing forward on about a 4th stump line, playing slightly outside of the ball, hence the inside edge. And he never really looked settled this morning, I wouldn't say, Steve Smith. As good a player as he is, he looked very, very edgy, and, well, what a morning for England, getting rid of Smith, Labuschagne, 4 for 110 Australia, and England right in the game.
A big moment there for England, for Bendix Breaks. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Breaks. As you say, they've been able to get Labuschagne, the #1 player in the world, and Stephen Smith, who averages 92 at the MCG, out in the space of 45 minutes. And now they get an earlier look at Travis Head. The problem at Brisbane, as it was at Adelaide, is that Head was coming in with Australia so far ahead of the game. Well, different story here with Anderson moving it around before lunch.
Exactly. I mean, the skies are blue, but there's a bit in the pitch. England have got their tails up. They've taken the 2 big guns. They got the 3rd big gun out last night, Warner, which was a critical wicket because they looked on their knees then, and the wicket came out of nowhere. So the 3 men who've been underpinning the top order and setting the platform for Australia are done. And Travis Head, who has had a very successful series so far, comes in slightly different circumstances, under a bit of pressure, maybe less able to play as freely as he has been able to so far in the series. We shall see.
Yeah, mixed memories for Travis Head from this ground. A fine century against New Zealand 2 years ago. Man of the match on that occasion for his 114. But a double failure here last year against India, which had him drop for the Sydney Test match. In at 4 for 110 with half an hour until lunch on this second day. Anderson now has 37 wickets this year at 23. So in terms of that longevity question that we were pondering before he claimed his 2nd wicket of this innings, he keeps posting results for England. Immediately a 3rd slip in position. A gully as well. He'll start around the wicket here at Travis Head. The left-hander shapes up, full, and beats him. Bringing Head straight forward, hitting the seam. That is the quintessential starter from Anderson.
Beautiful delivery. First up, full. Just nibbling off the pitch, and had Travis Head feeling for it. Has that fantastic ability to go wide on the crease from round the wicket, but that angle of the seam was pointing towards root at first slip, and the ball duly snaked away.
Gorgeous seam position on the replay for Drum and Golf Boxing Day sale. Perfect. He goes again to head on middle stump. Wait, there's the call when he pushes to mid-on. No run. Mark Wood does the fielding.
I think Anderson and Broad question it will be slightly wrapped up in how England go in the series. If they take a heavy defeat, that might put a different complexion on it. The other thing is, as well, they're still so effective in English conditions because of the differences of the Duke's ball and the pitches. You could easily see Anderson playing for another couple, 2 or 3 summers in England. Maybe more difficult abroad.
Anderson, halfway through this over, bowls again at head. On middle stump, clipped away off the front foot towards mid-wicket. There's no run there. Jack Leach does the fielding. Throws right-handed, bowls left arm. Work that out.
He does. Who else does that? Samit Patel is one of those, I reckon. The kind of thing that you make a mental note of as a batsman, because you don't want to be made to look a fool if you're taking a quick single to them.
How often do you see it? Anderson doing everything right in this spell from the members' end. Gets to the crease and bowls at head, who leaves alone, leaves it late. The cordon are involved, hands on head.
Beautiful bowling from Anderson, beating the outside edge again. It's a combination really of line, length. Head's not quite sure. He's feeling for the ball, not sure whether it's come forward or back, and then he doesn't know whether the ball's going to keep coming into him on the angle or whether, because of Anderson's skill, it will start to shape towards the slips.
My parting thought before there's a change in commentary after this ball with Gerard replacing me is that what if England bowled first on morning one at the Gabba with Anderson in the team? Last delivery here, left alone by Travis Head. A successful over for England on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today, Australia 4 for 110.
G'day, Flem here. When it comes to hiring apprentices, get MEGT on your side. MEGT's been your go-to business partner since 1982. Contact your local apprenticeship experts on 136963 today.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here, so get your car's aircon serviced at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive aircon service. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
The game's taken a turn. 3 wickets, 49 runs in the first 90 minutes of play on day 2 under beautiful skies in Melbourne. 4 for 110. Head yet to score. Harris is 38. Gerard Whateley joining Mike Atherton. The Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Maybe a few of those down in the mouth English correspondence you were having in relation to your Times article will wish they were still awake.
Well, they may well be. They may well have tuned in for the first session back in England. What time is it now at home? 1:30 in the morning. I might just be hanging on a glass of red wine late at night.
Harris is facing up to Mark Wood, back into the attack, in behind a rising delivery, defending to leg, no run.
Yeah, Mark Wood off the field for the first 18 minutes of play, or couldn't bowl, correction, for the first 18 minutes of play, then came on. Short, sharp spell that did for Labuschagne, and now back. Root will keep giving him short spells. He won't overdo him. That should enable Mark Wood to keep his speeds up well above the 140 mark. That first ball at 140.3 kilometres an hour. Pretty sharp.
It's hard work for the Australians. Harris is on 38 as he faces out towards. He's in behind it defending. So just a query is, do you think Mark Wood is the new owner of Marnus Labuschagne's car? He nicked him off.
Well, we were talking about it, weren't we, before play, and just said that you can't keep playing and missing forever. At some stage, the history of the game tells you that luck will turn, the worm will turn, and you have to nick one. It was a good ball, actually, just straightened up, and Marnus got turned around. England will be delighted to see the back of him and Smith this morning, for sure.
I blame Robert Craddock completely and absolutely. One of the great jinxes. Well done, Crash. So fine leg just going ever so finer on the direction of Joe Root. 2 slips and a gully. There's a third man, deep backward point in place. As Harris is turning the ball to leg, he won't beat the dive at backward square of Crawley, who prevents the run. 4 for 110.
It's absolutely the session England needed, though, my word. You could make a good argument for saying yesterday was about the worst day of the series, and there's been a few to choose from. So it would have been a very, very quiet dressing room late last evening. So a real tonic to see them come out and get wickets this morning.
Critical innings for Marcus Harris continues. Around the wicket, Wood bowls to him. He opens the blade and runs it to the deep backward point. Takes a run. He's 39. It's 4 for 111. So Harris was given out LBW to Stokes. It was referred and an inside edge was found. It wasn't there on Hotspot, but it was there on Snicko. So in Brisbane, he would have been out, but he survives in Melbourne. And I'm not sure whether we picked it up or not, but on the stump mic, Harris says to Stokes, "Hotspot is effing hopeless." That was his observation.
Not sure the creator of Hotspot would agree.
No. The cordon reinforced with Travis Head on strike. 3 slips and a gully. Wood is in and bowls to him, and Head inside edges the ball away to leg. He'll get off the mark as it squirts to mid-wickets. 4 for 112.
Wasn't a convincing off the mark, and it hasn't been a convincing start from Travis Head so far. He's looked a bit uncertain in his footwork, I would say, and that's a combination of the angle round the wicket. Anderson and Wood both been round the wicket to him, and then the pace of Mark Wood making him a little jumpy there. 146.7. What's that in old money? About 95 miles an hour.
He's touched the 150 so far today. There is no substitute for just raw speed sometimes. Now Harris it was who pulled out, and it wasn't a bad effort from Wood, who had leapt to deliver and was able to land. Golfers can't do that once they start the downward swing.
Yeah, you're right. There is no substitute for pace. The whole history of the game tells you if you've got bowlers of express speed, 94 miles an hour plus, it can make a big difference, like gold dust.
So Wood has to retreat to his mark and come in a second time to deliver the last ball of the over. Harris is edging through the cordon. I don't think it would have carried to third, who's there for Head but not for Harris. It's a boundary, but it is uncertain times for Australia. Harris is 43. It's 4 for 116. Foxtel 4K4's Foxtel for the love of cricket. Genuine edge, but soft hands to get it to ground.
Yeah, it wouldn't have gone to third slip. Root's got a gap there. He's got 2 slips and then a 4th slip, I suppose. But he played this one, as you said, with soft hands. The ball went down to ground fairly quickly. I was trying to think whether Mark Wood would be... He'd have to be amongst England's quickest ever bowlers.
Yep.
Who would you think of? Tyson way back. Wood maybe. Archer. Harmison.
He's got the quickest recorded delivery.
Quickest recorded
97
delivery.
miles
But when does that go back to? Not that far, does it?
Records are kept from 2006 on it, but it was sporadic before.
So it ain't involving Larwood or Tyson.
Yes, no.
Anderson starts the new over. Head plays the ball to point, no run. Instinctively, fastest bowler you faced?
There were 3 who you just got a sense they were a yard or 2 quicker, and they would have been Shoaib Akhtar, Brett Lee and Alan Donald. And the difference is just that you were playing on instinct, really. You couldn't say that you saw the ball all the way. You just had an instinct of where it was and reacted. And of those 3, I would say probably Shoaib just fractionally quicker than the other 2.
Anderson around the wicket, bowls, Head dead bats down the front.
And Alan Donald, in his very early days, he came to county cricket and played for Warwickshire before South Africa got back in the international fold. So I'm talking about probably 91, 92. He was absolutely rapid, but all over the shop. And then, of course, he became a fine bowler, a little bit more controlled, maybe not quite so quick as he had been.
It's on 1. Anderson is into him. He's just nibbling the ball away to point, no run. It's a little away from the body. So when you're on instinct, it has to be a fraction unnerving.
Yeah, I mean, they say, don't they, the people who've measured these things, that you have about 0.4 of a second. The quickest bowlers, 0.4 of a second from the ball leaving the hand to getting to you. I mean, that's a blink of an eye. But you are you are trained to do it. It's what you are trained to do as a kid against the bowling machine at 95 miles an hour.
Anderson bowls, head outside edge, away to backward point, and he fields no run.
I always think it's like any profession. You know, if you drag somebody out of the crowd and put them in your seat now, they'd probably struggle to do it. But you are trained to do it. That's kind of what you do. It's your profession. And it's the same, really, with batsmen. You just become accustomed to it, or you need to become accustomed to it, because that's the biggest change as you move up levels, the pace of the game.
Anderson challenging Travis Head, who's trying to get set. He drives back to the bowler in his follow-through, knocks it down, no run.
The older England players all say that Tyson here in 54, 55 was the quickest they ever saw, going, way back 60 years. He kind of was a flame that burned brightly and then not for very long. So had a wonderful series here when England won the Ashes under Hudson.
Last ball of Anderson's over. It's miserly stuff, and Head turns to the leg, but there's no run to be had as it's fielded by Leach at mid-wicket. A maiden from Jimmy Anderson, 4 for 116 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
The brand of choice for Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy. Australia's batting. Lyon today out for 10 quickly. Labuschagne dismissed for 1. Smith out for 16 for Bundaberg Gingerbeer. It has Harris in the middle on 43. And Travis Head on 1. 4 for 116 as Wood begins the new over, bowling around the wicket to Harris, who plays the ball out to point, no run. Colo, a little curiosity here.
Yeah, this is the first time in 11 tests that Head and Harris have played together where they've batted together. That's from Daniel Cheney on Twitter, but it shows that Harris hasn't batted deep enough into the innings to ever appear alongside Head.
I did see the curious fact yesterday that Harris has never been part of a 4th wicket partnership in his test career. Just
well, he wants to break that, else he won't be around for very long.
No, crunching his numbers, it's a couple of years since he's seen 50 in a test match. Wood around the wicket, bowls to him. Harris stays out of the way of the bouncer. What about Athers when... So there's reaction. What about when danger is introduced? So I'll never forget watching the session at Lord's when Archer hit Smith and the weather played its role. It closed in and then danger sort of came into the game. Do you ever recall an innings where you felt under mortal threat?
Well, I played in a test match that was abandoned after a dozen overs at Sabina Park for a dangerous pitch. And, yeah, I mean, it was just like a corrugated iron roof, really.
Wood bowls. Harris in behind a rising delivery, got it safely down to his toes.
And you were just not sure when the ball pitched whether it was going to fly past your nose or hit you on the ankle bone. And that game was quickly abandoned, but we were hit black and blue, really, and the physio was on and off and on and off. And then the match referee decided, in conjunction with the 2 captains, of which I was one, that we should abandon the game. But that was certainly a time where you thought, well, I might get hit here and there's not much I can do about it. But that wasn't so much the pace of the bowling as the nature of the pitch. Graham Gooch always said the only time he ever feared getting hit and the ball might be too quick for him was facing Patrick Patterson at Sabina Park in 1986. And Jeff Dujon, the wicketkeeper, said that Pato, of all the great West Indies fast bowlers, he was the fastest, not necessarily the best, but the one that hit the gloves the hardest.
Mark would have to go and retrieve the ball from near under the sight screen. He's back in and bowling a bouncer way over the top of Harris. It's not called a wide, but signalled as the second short ball of the over.
One fast bowler I didn't mention in England colours was Devon Malcolm, who would have predated all the stats that Colo mentioned, but he would be right up there. A very famous spell against South Africa where he took 9 at the Oval and was stood miles back. I think that's the furthest I've ever been stood back for a bowler, actually, for Devon Malcolm at the Wacker in 1990-91.
Markwood's in operation from the southern end of the MCGs. Around the wicket to Harris, who defends back down the pitch.
You know, with some bowlers as well, it's not just the speed. The difficulty with Archer, and you're referring back to the Smith thing, is that Archer is so tight to the stumps, and his bouncer nips back at the right-hander, and that makes it very, very awkward to face. And some bowlers just feel a bit quicker. Wasim Akram had such a fast arm and fast follow-through that he always felt a little bit quicker than he probably was on the speed gun, whereas Brett Lee had a lovely view of the ball because he had such a nice action.
Wood, last ball of the over to Harris. He defends to leg. He wants to go. He's sent back by Heads. Wood scampers to the ball. Back-to-back maidens from England. 4 for 111 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Mike Atherton in the experts chair. Chris Rogers in to join him for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Buck, welcome back.
Thanks, Gerard. Enjoying the stories, Athens.
Fastest bowlers you fronted up to?
Oh, Sean Tate.
Yeah, he was fast.
He was a nightmare. Brett Lee and Sean Tate. Those were the two.
But you know what I'm saying? That Brett Lee had such a lovely action. You got a nice view of the ball, whereas others less so.
No, Tate had a 3-year period where he was pushing hard to get into the Australian side. And that was the ugliest I ever faced.
Saw him bowling a T20 at Lords, and he just looked rapid.
He used to tape up his forearm and his bicep because his elbow would get, and it's like that piece of skin, or the skin would be a different colour.
Ollie Robinson back into the attack. He's bowling to Travis Head, who leaves the first ball of the over.
He was just putting so much stress on that joint when he was letting go, because they hyperextend, don't they? The real fast bowlers.
Mitchell Johnson here in 13-14. That was genuinely.
That was probably the most sustained fast ball in over 6 months, because he went to South Africa after that, and he made them like world-class players. Second rate, except for A.B. de Villiers.
Robinson, right arm around the wicket, bowling to Head, who's on one. He cuts and he gets it through points, and he'll help himself to a boundary under the Ponsford stands. Pounced on the length. Travis Head, his most convincing moment so far. He's 5. It's 4 for 120 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
That's twice now for Ollie Robinson. Early on in his first over, he's just dropped in short, and it's too easy. Nathan Lyon pulled him for 4 in the second over of the day, and that one just sat up for Travis Head.
Yeah, Anderson had bowled a really good spell, and Robinson needs to back that up now.
1 for 43 in what he has sent down so far. Robinson around the wicket, defended by Head. What was the Anderson spell?
6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 1.
Yeah, there you go. I was interested about the Robinson selection. I might have picked Broad for this game myself. 3 games back-to-back, Robinson just sensed his speeds are dropping and he's finding it quite tough physically.
Under us as he leaves his mark at the members' end. And bowling to Travis Head, who punches on the back foot through the vacant cover. Sets Anderson and Hamid into the deep to chase. They have 2. And they'll come to the 3rd. The throws to the non-strikers end, and it's well run by Head, who judged the distance and the trajectory well. He's 8. It's 4 for 123.
He had him there, Hamid, in the outfield. I was watching them. He had a good 10 yards on Anderson there, I reckon. He's got lovely long stride, Hamid.
Story coming through about Patrick Patterson and his time at Geelong College in the 80s. Robinson bowls to Harris, who defends the ball to the offside. He came to Geelong College in the 80s for a bowling clinic, and he put a 20-cent coin in the nets and bowled flat out and hit the coin almost every time. We weren't allowed to face him at full speed for fear of everyone's safety. 0433 98 11 16.
Bharat found him.
Yeah, I know.
Patrick Patterson was nowhere to be found, and Bharat found him.
I know. Well, I did have bumped into Pato myself in the intervening years because he was a teammate of mine at Lancashire for some years.
Last ball of Robinson's over. He delivers. Harris off the outside portion of the bat. He took off. Hamid with a throw. Oh, it would have been close. Harris just a bit jittery. Came a long way down. Head was not interested. And we'll wait on the replay on the direct hit and what the fate might have been. Oh, that's a moment. All eyes to the scoreboard at the MCG. Hamid away to his right. It would have been a photo. It would have been a photo.
He was just a bit lazy getting back, wasn't he? I don't think he kind of sensed the danger. And instead of really rushing back, he was just a bit slow to turn, and it would have been very, very tight.
Tell you what, he's living dangerously, isn't he?
He needs to get to lunch.
Centimetres in some of these balls that he's missed. And that run out.
It would have been a Bendix breaks big moment. Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix breaks 8 minutes away from lunch, and with Jack Leach coming into the attack for the first time.
Every now and again, though, Atherton, you just need luck. You just need a few things to go your way to be the difference.
Well, this is interesting. How many minutes to lunch did you say? 8. Probably not a bad time to bring Jack Leach on. And I'm just like, he's got a few scouts out already. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off.
They've gone from one extreme to the other, haven't they?
These two players are not the two to take him down, as Harris is playing for his career, and head after lunch is a different proposition.
Well, I mean...
But this is why he's getting him on just before lunch after what happened at the Gabba, trying to give him a couple of quiet overs.
And around the wicket.
So Travis Head is 8. It's 4 for 123. Leach from the southern end around the wicket bowls, and Head is back, turning around the corner and instant runs. Hamid has to set off from backward square. They'll get a couple. 4 for 125 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
This is obviously a tactic they've decided in between matches. Leach, you're going to bowl round the wicket to the left-handers.
4 in the deep, as Mike Atherton described for you. Head clips it away off his pads and takes the single that's been granted with the field deep on the leg side. 4 for 126.
Richard Dawson once told me he was asked how he would like to bowl to the Australian left-handed batters when he got chosen for the whacker. He said he'd been watching Harbhajan bowl. He said, okay, I'm going to come around the wicket, try and beat both edges. And apparently, Duncan Fletcher and Nasser Hussain said, nope, you're going to bowl over the wicket and you're going to bowl leg stump. And he said he was running in, bowling, and all he could see was Matthew Hayden down on one knee, just hammering him out to the square leg boundary.
So for Harris, long off has come up, and so too is deep square. So 2 in the deep on the leg side, with Harris on 43, trying to get to the lunch break. Leach bowls to him, clips it off the stumps to the straight mid-wicket, no run.
It's just a bit of an answer to the quiz question, isn't it? Richard Dawson.
Yeah.
He tells the Steve Waugh 100 moment at the SCG.
I've heard him tell that story. It's brilliant.
Leach to Harris, who defends. Sometimes I think you're only in your careers to gather stories, the way cricketers tell them so well. Hard-fought cricket on morning 2 of the Melbourne Test. Leach around the wicket bowls. Harris takes it off his pads to square, no run. Come in, Leach's burst over. Harris just makes him wait, kicks away at the popping crease, settles himself over his bats. Spinner is with him, and Harris turns around the corner to backward square. They go quickly and decisively and take a run. 4 for 127 into the over on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now. All tents by Spinnerbex, Austral and June 4 will try 40 to 50% off. All sleeping bags by Spinnerbex and Mountain Designs, 40% off. Play more and pay less with our 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus.
Host Plus, an industry super fund.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Mark Wood has switched ends on the way to the lunch break for huskybrand.com.au. So from the members' end, he will bowl. Mike Atherton, Chris Rogers taking you through to lunch for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. 4 for 127. Head is 11. Harris is on strike on 44. 2 slips and a gully in place as Wood tries his luck from this end. He bowls and Harris is edging short of gully. It's taken on the bump by Bairstow.
He's done that well, hasn't he? Just every time he's got into a little bit of trouble with that outside edge, it's always bounced in front of the slips cord.
Robinson just bowled one over then, didn't he? Am I right in saying? Yeah.
Going it all round the joint. Wood restarts at 145.5. There's now a third slip quite close in as Harris faces up and he's beaten past the outside edge. A terrific ball from Wood.
Doesn't quite line it up as well, does he, around the wicket? Why is that, Buck?
I just think that front shoulder pulls away from the ball a little bit, and then he almost has to push a little bit with the bottom hand. It's tough because you think the ball is coming in at you and you've got to access the ball, and then it hits the seam and goes away, and you're almost committed to the ball coming in.
Wood bowls. Harris, it was much fuller and he leant on it, knocked it away through mid-on. He takes a couple as they trot to haul it in. Robinson gets there, 46 for Harris, and creeps up on a much-needed half-century, 4 for 129.
I think that's excellent batting. You're so close to the break. Just if there's runs there to be taken, take them, but do it with an element of safety. Just almost punch that ball for 2, not trying to hit it for 4.
Wood, without hesitation, gets himself moving. Bowling to Harris, who struck. He got through the defences, and there was a oof.
And he's bowling quickly here. I mean, that previous ball was up at 150. So as Harris knocked it down the ground, what he did really well was get his weight into the ball. And as Buck said, he just punched it really. He took all the risk out of it. Good batting.
Harris is the leading run scorer for Australia. He's 46 not outs. For Victoria Police, for non-urgent police assistance, call 131 444. Mark Wood is bowling to him, and Harris takes it out of the pads. He'll get more runs through mid-wicket. There's a couple on offer as Robinson trots off and gathers 48 for Harris. 4 for 131 with 1 to come in the over. And I suspect this will be it because the clock will hit 1.
Mark Wood was running back to his mark before that was even collected. And now the Australian batters are just meeting in the middle. It's fascinating, that little cat and mouse, isn't it?
We're given a little
just need someone
ticking off out in the middle, but the time was suitably wasted. Last ball of the session, Harris faces it, and he's almost nicked off. He came forward in defence, maybe without the conviction that he'd had. So Mark Wood can't get him at the last. The clock ticks over to 1 o'clock, and the bails will just be tipped off. A session that served England well. 4 for 131. Harris 48, Head 11. The Australian batting for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer. Warner 38 gone last night. Lyon for 10, Labuschagne for 1, Smith for 16. The key snaffle of the session. Visit snaffle.com.au. Joe Root took the catch at slip to remove Labuschagne from the bowling of Woods. Mike Atherton, how'd you see the 2 hours of play?
Well, I thought that was an excellent session for England. They haven't had many good ones in this series so far, but they can certainly say that they bossed Australia in that session, getting rid of the 2 big guns cheaply, Labuschagne to Wood for 1 and Smith for a dozen or so. And you take that any day of the week, really, seeing the back of those 2 without much damage. And so that will give this team a real lift because they would have been low and pretty down last night. And they can go back into lunch knowing that they're still in this game And if they have a good afternoon session, then they're right in the game.
Jimmy Anderson, 15 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 22. He has the wickets of Warner and Smith, the leading wicket taker for the new Spinalese mattress, spinaleze.com.au. Buck, does that make him the player of the session so far for Bingley? Grab a deal today?
Yeah, I think so. He's I mean, that spell in the middle, I think Colo said he bowled 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 2 or 1 for 1. I mean, that was quite incredible. And it was the key wicket of Steve Smith as well. So he's been quite outstanding. I think there's just enough nibble in this pitch for him to be successful, and he just needs some good support here from the other bowlers. But if England can bowl Australia, they should be looking to bowl them out for under 250. That's probably the target right now. Then they're probably thinking 2 partnerships. That's what we need.
Got to bat well.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that, really, which they haven't done. But they're well capable of it.
Yeah.
And at least they go to lunch feeling that they're still in this game.
The fall of wickets for budget truck rental, no matter the job, they've got a truck 57, 76, 84 and 110 when Smith fell. It's 4 for 131 at the lunch break. Harris 48, Head 11. This is in reply to England's 185. If you're looking for an exciting triple A this summer, head to visitmildura.com.au. Check out the Mildura Wakeboard Classic on the banks of the Murray River on the 15th and 16th of January. In the lunch break, Todd Greenberg is going to join me, the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association. These are complicated COVID times, as we have learnt today. We'll get the players' perspective from it. Chris Rogers, Mike Atherton heading to lunch. Your thoughts as well, 0433 98 11 16, right throughout for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. First session, England have won for the series is the snap judgment that has come through. Maybe there was 1 or 2 with Milan and Root in a good knock in Brisbane, but they have been few and far between. The fight back is on. Australia 4 for 131 is lunch on day 2 at the MCG.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SENSA.
I'm April Austin with SEN News. COVID-19 testing clinics continue to be overwhelmed in New South Wales, Victoria and the ACT, with many sites turning people away before 10 a.m. this morning because they had reached capacity, and the expected wait time for results in New South Wales ballooning out to 48 to 72 hours. Epidemiologist Mary Louise McLaws has told the ABC free rapid antigen tests should have been made available over the Christmas period to reduce pressure on the PCR testing sites. New South Wales has recorded more than 6,000 new COVID cases today and 3 deaths, including the first linked to the Omicron variant. Victoria has recorded 1,999 cases and also 3 deaths. Queensland has recorded 784 new infections, but authorities say they are pleased there has been little impact on the state's hospital system so far. 4 people are currently in hospital due to the virus. Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk has also announced the vaccination program is being expanded to include more children.
Those children who are under the age of 12, so 5 to 11, from today, Queensland Health will start accepting your bookings for children. So they will be able to start getting their vaccinations from January the 10th. And of course, children will also be able to go to the GPs and the pharmacies as well.
And amid a string of 40-degree days in WA, 2 bushfires are now threatening lives and homes, one east of Perth and the other near Margaret River. Stay up to date with warnings via emergency.wa.gov.au. sen.com.au sport is next.
Start your Saturday morning off with a laugh. Off the bench with Hudson and Pickers, live every Saturday morning from 8:30 on SEN-SA.
Australia has lost some key wickets in the first session on day 2 of the Boxing Day test, including Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith.
Wood charging in. Bowls, and Labuschagne is edging to slip. And Joe Root wraps his hands around the precious ball.
Bowls here to Smith, and Smith is bowled! Oh, that's a lovely piece of bowling from the veteran, and Jimmy loves it.
Kane and Hazy now broadcasting live from SEN-SA's Studio Lumo at 1 King William Street. Weekdays from 6.
The SEN-SA Open Line, 1300 736 736.
Sunny and
Adelaide today, a top of 26 degrees, a low of 13 overnight, then sunny again tomorrow, a top of 29, mostly sunny, 33 degrees on Wednesday. And for the Toyota Fortuner, with Toyota safety sensors standard, SEN is your home for this year's Ashes series.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Attention everyone, just wanted to say a few words. Welcome home. Now that we can entertain at home again, let Husky's drinks and wine fridges add that finishing touch to your man cave, back deck or al fresco. For over 50 years, Husky has built reliable, stylish drinks and wine fridges with great energy efficiency. Husky, the celebration continues at home. Find Husky's drinks and wine fridges at a retailer near you or visit huskybrand.com.au.
Throughout the summer, whatever occasion you have, at Powell's, we've got you covered. Over 200 gins, 300 beers, 500 whiskies and 2,000 wines. Come into Powell's. The team are ready to help. Powell's, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
Didn't get the gifts you wanted? Then tee off at the Drum & Golf Boxing Day sales with great savings store-wide. Tour Edge HL3 12-piece graphite package with a titanium driver now just $839. But hurry, Drum & Golf's Boxing Day sale ends soon.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
This time of year, it's jingle bells all the way to the Summer Scorcher sale on now at Tyre Power. Santa's #1 destination on Google Maps for safety. Tyre Power is ready to help your family get ready for the festive season. So before you hit the road, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the Summer Scorcher sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
Not feeling confident in your health? For 30 years, Radell's been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients so that we don't miss out on the things we love during summer. Radell is dedicated to helping steer you on your health and well-being journey. This summer, make sure you're feeling confident about your health. Radell, the brand of choice by Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Enjoy your summer with health confidence. Visit radell.com.au.
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Hi Australia, this is Sam Kerr, Australian football team captain and Chelsea FC footballer. Aussies have voted Mate as having the most satisfied NBN customers in the country in CanStar Blue's 2021 Satisfaction Awards. Mate scored 5 stars in 5 categories, beating all its competitors. If you want award-winning Aussie service together with great value internet, then Mate has your back. Search Mate online to find out more.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au. The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Going strong in his early 40s. Changing field for Anderson. David Millar's at leg slip. He bowls here to Smith, and Smith is bowled! Whoa, that's a lovely piece of bowling from the veteran, and Jimmy loves it. Past the inside edge, he has castled Smith.
Might have collected an inside edge on the way through. The result is the same. Smith gone for 16.
The lunch break for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home.
There was a brief period before play began where we weren't sure whether England would be here for the day 2 action, at least at the start. They were. A half-hour delay and a strong fight back. 3 Australian wickets to fall. 4 for 131. It's the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. All of our coverage is for Henley Everyday Advantage. We don't hide our prices. Marcus Harris is 48 not out. It's a vital innings for him. Travis Head is 11, 4 for 131. Lots of you here at the ground listening on SEN Stadium, corresponding with us around the country. 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power Summer Scorcher Sale. At the outset of the day, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, Nick Hockley, was in the box to talk you through what was happening behind the scenes, and what it would look like is how England got here, got their clearances, and the COVID complications which do seem to mount by the day. On the players' side of things, the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association is Todd Greenberg. Todd, great to have you on SEN Test Cricket.
Great to be here. Yeah, the Boxing Day Test is always on my bucket list, so I can tick that one off now.
Excellent, excellent. What were the couple of hours like this morning? Were you keeping abreast of events?
Yeah, I mean, this is, in its simplest way, this is modern professional sport, I think, in 2021, and anyone who thinks we were going to get through summer in a straight line without any complications probably has never done this before. We've got issues to confront today, and I'm sure we'll have other issues to confront throughout the rest of summer to get this schedule done.
Do you share the confidence that the series can continue as scheduled through Sydney and Hobart?
Yeah, we do, and we're very confident we can. We're also conscious that there are more sacrifices to be made. Players are making sacrifices both here and particularly again in Sydney next week when they arrive there, and it's not easy. It's not easy for anybody. I think one day at a time is the only way we can really attack it, find the best information, calm, cool heads, and try to do the best we can on behalf of the players and importantly on behalf of the game.
Is it a view put forward? Michael Vaughan suggested that everyone just stay in Melbourne and play the remainder of the series here. Is there any need for that?
Look, I don't think so at the moment. Certainly not talking with Cricket Australia. We're confident we can continue to do what we're scheduled to do. And the protocols aren't that much different between Sydney and Melbourne anyway. And, cricket's a big ecosystem. There's lots of venues and stadiums and fans and stakeholders. Making changes on the run is not easy to do. So we are confident and we are hopeful, I suppose, that we'll continue the summer as planned.
How close to bubble life are the players leading now?
Yeah, I mean, the English players have been doing this for a lot longer than the Australian players, so we should say that first of all. They've been doing this for a long time. The Australian players, I'm not saying they're getting used to it, but they understand it. And we've been saying this on behalf of the players for a good 12 months now. This is part of the sacrifice that comes with being an elite sportsman and Australian cricketer. Is there are big sacrifices being made all over the place, and not just the players, but their families too. There's a big price that goes with that, but we're conscious of our responsibilities to keep the game going. And, when you turn up and you see the players at the MCG, that's part of that. The sacrifices are all being made in order for cricket to be played.
Will it be tighter in Sydney than it is in Melbourne, or is it a relative replica?
I think it's a replica, but in saying that, it's pretty tight. The players are pretty much keeping to themselves and trying to find the right ways, sitting outdoors and all those sorts of things. So, again, some of it I think is using common sense. And like anything in life, you need a little bit of luck here and there. Pat Cummins didn't get a lot of luck in Adelaide. We might need a bit of luck, and hopefully we do get a bit of that to make sure the summer does finish.
The Hobart situation, so do you feel confident that what's in place for Sydney will hold to get you into Hobart, to get the players into Hobart?
Well, as we sit here today, the answer is yes, but I'm also mindful that every day numbers are going up. Sydney's numbers are going up. But, I'm not really sure what more we can do. We're double vaccinated. Some of us are triple now with booster shots. We're doing exactly what we can do. Mindful, social distancing. We're doing all the things that we're being asked to do. So if we keep doing that, as I said, we just take it one day at a time, make good decisions, be conscious that there's a broader community of cricket that we're representing. We'll get through it.
What's the reality like? There was the hope that this would be finished by now. We're all living our lives knowing that we are right in the thick of it and probably looking toward winter around the world and fearing what it might look like in the middle of the year. Is that just a sobering reality?
I think it is. I think this time last year we were hoping that we were at the back end of it and, new variants come along and I think this is sort of the modern world in which we live. Whether you're here or you're abroad, we're going to have to deal with these challenges. You know, Nick Hockley and I have been in, as you'd imagine, pretty constant communication and sharing the challenges. And not for 1 minute did we think we'd get through summer without some difficulties. So the things that are happening now, it's not like we haven't thought through them or been planning them. You just have to deal with them. We have to be nimble, we have to be agile, and we have to be able to think on our feet. And I think that's exactly what cricket's doing as a sport.
When you reassess the case study of Pat Cummins in Adelaide, could anything different have been done on any front which might have had him in the Test match?
Oh, look, it's hard to say. Put it this way, if he was playing in Melbourne or Sydney, he would have played.
Yep.
So that's the challenges that the federal government have had in a federated model where there are different rules and regulations. Hard for us to understand that. Certainly hard to explain to Pat at the time that he couldn't play, but if he was in Sydney or Melbourne, he could, you know. So, you know, he was enormously frustrated, as you would appreciate he would be. But as he said, I think recently where he was quoted, he wasn't sure who he was mad at. He had some anger, but he wasn't sure who he could direct it to. And I think, to be fair, probably a lot of fans feel that way too. You know, I've got young kids who want to go out and about and spend time with their mates, and they're angry. And they're not sure if they're getting angry at their dad or they're getting angry at the government. So I think we're in very uncharted territory. We all need to be patient with each other, and I think we need to be kind to each other and just take a deep breath and just get on with it.
And if we were in Adelaide and this had happened last week, England were out of business.
That's right, exactly. So I did say we need a bit of luck occasionally. And, you know, our English counterparts are probably looking for a bit of luck in this Test match to make sure they don't go 3-0. So who knows what will happen.
The BBL side of things is tricky with games across multiple borders all the time. As scheduled for now, are there backup plans in place?
Yeah, as scheduled for now. Protocols tightening again. Again, players, you know, will have to comply with those protocols, and they understand those sacrifices they continue to make. But again, we want to play cricket. The one thing that's been impressed upon me in my short time in this role in talking to players, they want to play. And they'll do almost anything they can to make sure they continue to step on the field and play cricket. That's important. And I don't want it to be lost on our fans either about the sacrifices players make just to get on the field. There are huge sacrifices, you know, and that will continue over summer if we're going to deliver the summer schedule.
And then what happens next? So the Pakistan series, is Nick Hockley told us this morning that the reconnaissance mission that's been done on a security front is an optimistic outlook. Are you aware of that? Do you share that view?
Yeah, we do share that view. I mean, we had a pre-tour reconnaissance mission with representatives of Cricket Australia and ourselves at the ACA, and we gave some of our time to that, and they came back quite positive. In saying that, though, we need to be satisfied, because I need to be able to satisfy the players that it's safe and they're ready to tour. I mean, on the basis, it's incredibly exciting to be able to tour Pakistan after, I think, 25 years. So there is a sense of excitement, but underneath the surface there, you want to make sure you do everything possible to satisfy ourselves that it's a safe place to go. And, you know, I'm not an expert in these areas, so we're going to rely on government. We're going to rely on agencies to give us that advice, which will allow us to represent the interests of the players. But at the moment where we sit, we really hope we can tour Pakistan. And I've made an assurance to the players that they won't go alone. So if we're going to Pakistan, I'll go with them for a period of time. And I think that's important too. It's a great opportunity for me to demonstrate to the players that we're in this together.
How much individual choice will be allowed in a team sport? Is it realistic that there'd be a player here or there who would be supported to go, look, I understand all of what you're saying, I've got a young family and I'm just not prepared to do it?
Completely, absolutely. And again, I think this is the modern world we live in. There probably will be a few players who won't be comfortable despite the best advice we give. And I think that's okay. I think we have to be really conscious. Go back to my point before about we need to be kind and we need to be patient with each other. And there'll be a player or two who might say, you know what, this is not for me. At this particular point in my life and point in my career, I'm not comfortable going. If that's the case, we need to have great respect for that. And I hope in dealing with Cricket Australia and our authorities and our fans, they also see that. It's different. It's very different than maybe what it was 5 or 10 years ago. So again, we have to deal with individuals and we have to deal with that. But I think we can deal with that, and we will.
Todd Greenberg is the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association. Have you stayed in touch with Tim Payne since the events of however many weeks ago?
Yes, I have. We've been talking regularly, a couple of times a week. He's going okay, is how I describe Tim. You know, he's incredibly disappointed he's not playing cricket. And I'm disappointed he's not playing cricket too. But we're keeping in close contact and, you know, we'll help him through it.
We spoke at the tensest period of it, now that the dust has settled. Have you expressed a dissatisfaction to Cricket Australia in the way that it played out?
Yes. Yes is the very short answer. Yeah, we made it very clear to Cricket Australia. We thought there was a different way that could have been handled. But we're not always going to agree. Despite the fact Nick and I and Cricket Australia and the ACA are developing what I would hope is better relationships and partnerships, that doesn't mean we agree on every issue. Quite often it means we'll have healthy disagreement, but it's the way we conduct ourselves during those disagreements that I think will ultimately create a better partnership. So healthy disagreement for me is going to be regular, and it's to be expected given the differences that we will come at, but it's how we disagree I think is important.
Would you depict the player group as feeling let down by its governing body?
Around the Tim Payne issue, I feel that on the players and the conversations that I've had, if I'm representing their interests, they feel it could have been handled differently, and they felt like the governing body didn't have their back at that particular time. And again, we're creating trust between the players and the governing body, and that's a big part of that. But we took some step backwards in that scenario. That's just being completely brutally honest.
Yep. What have you made of the entree into the cricket world, Todd?
Look, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's different, very different to where I've been previously. I had 13 years in one sport in rugby league. I used to say regularly rugby league is the most brutal collision sport there is, and that's talking off the field, not on it.
Yes.
And it is a very brutal industry. I lived and breathed it for a long period of time. I've thoroughly enjoyed cricket. I've been really welcomed by the States and Cricket Australia, and particularly I've enjoyed working with the players. Our male and female players have been just first class, and they've really welcomed me into the fold. I've developed some relationships with them, and importantly, a lot of our former players too, who are all members of the ACA. So, look, I'm still a newbie. I'm still trying to find my feet, but thoroughly enjoying myself.
It's good to see you again, Todd. Thanks for dropping by.
Thanks for having me. Cheers.
Todd Greenberg is the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association. Here at the G, it's 4 for 131 on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto. We'll dissect what transpired in that first 2 hours and set you up for what comes next on the lunch break for SEN Test Cricket for Husky Drink Storage Solutions.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky Drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Shh. Can you hear that? Hang on. Here it comes. The new Kia Niro has landed. Available as a hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and full electric. It's Australia's broadest electric SUV range. Technology moves fast. Meet 3 ways to catch up. The new Kia Niro electric SUV range. Check with your local Kia dealer for details.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
As the spotlight shines on the season of cricket, you can get your garden up in lights with Illuminate Garden Lighting. Simple, safe and easy to use, Illuminate Garden Lighting is DIY friendly. Sensational quality, Illuminate is the tradie's choice. Like making a century every time you bat, your home's garden will be unstoppable. Pick your lights, plug them in, turn them on and away you go. How does your garden glow? Illuminate, Australia's easiest garden lighting system. Available from Bunnings.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can grab yourself a free Makita brushless blower. When you buy any selected Makita LXT 18V ×2 brushless lawnmower kit. Hurry, limited time only, offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita, rule the outdoors.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura.
The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
Peter Jackson half-year sale is on now. Save up to 50% off the latest suits, shirts and ties. Hurry in store for up to 50% off.
Peter Jackson. You haven't seen garage doors like this before. Smarter, quieter, safer. Beautifully refined custom finishes with endless possibilities. 4D Doors. Garage doors redefined. Discover more at 4ddoors.com.au.
There are issues with your bathroom grout. Hop to it. And you need someone to sort it out. Hop to it.
Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megaseal.com.au.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
For 30 years, Radell's been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients to enjoy summer with health confidence. Radell, the brand of choice by Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Radell.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
The lunch break for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home. 4 for 131. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Marcus Harris, 48. Travis Head, 11 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. 3 wickets fell in the session. Lyon, Labuschagne and Smith, and Bryce McGain for England to pick out Labuschagne and Smith for 1 and 16 is a minor triumph.
It is indeed, and it's a good result for some good bowling. They really performed well. They were a bit fuller. Anderson was probably unlucky not to get more wickets. He ripped past the outside edge, particularly Harris, and we've probably seen that with Harris, that he just holding the line, protecting the stumps, and if the ball seems away, well, by and large, he doesn't fend the hands out at it. So he's got through a tricky couple of hours, so it's a credit to him as well. He could sit down and be quite satisfied at lunch, saying, that was hard work and I've got through it. It'll get easier in this second session.
The spell from Anderson, Colo said, was 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 1. That makes him the player of the day for Ben Lee. Grab a deal today.
Yeah, it was outstanding. And on the back of Wood as well, Wood was bowling with some real firepower. His first spell, he clocked up to 150 k's an hour, but with some late movement away from the right-hander. And it looked like England were still a little conservative with 2 slips and a gully. There was an outside edge. It was Stokes that got the edge, and Wood only bowled 3 overs in that spell. I really expected England to put all the chips in and go, we've got to get Smith. Let's get to head earlier, and have a go at it. So it was a challenging time, and I think most importantly, England took their chances as well. There was a real half chance of an inside edge that went down. It was Butler who struggled to get to that one, and it gave it everything, but it was just one of those real outside chances if he'd taken it on an inside edge. But they've taken their chances now. We know in the previous test, Labuschagne's coughed up some early opportunities and they missed them. Now they've got him and they're into that Australian middle order.
Labuschagne, his first appearance as the world number 1, and he made one. And wouldn't you know, he nicked off, which has been his absence of doing that has been a key part of his rise.
It has indeed. But it's not to say he hasn't done it and given an opportunity in the past as well. So last test in Adelaide, he did give those chances. So, look, they're taking them and they look a lot more of a confident outfit, and they're celebrating their successes. They're really genuine excitement and care for each other out there with England. Challenging morning for them to get their head around arriving late and testing and all the things that they had to endure, and now they've gone out there and they've put together a pretty solid couple of hours.
It was an uneasy stay for Smith. He never, it felt like he might get out at any moment, and he ended up chopping on.
Yeah, and it's probably more indicative of the pitch where no batsman's really felt that comfortable out there because there's a bit of pace and bounce. We mentioned it early in the day's play that maybe England's the dossier that they had, they blew the dust off, and it was about the wicket that maybe was 4 years ago. The wicket here is a bit lively. It's a bit more Gabba-like with pace and bounce and a bit of sideways seam movement as well. And enough in there for the spinners. Nathan Lyon getting turn and bounce yesterday. So it's been a wonderful wicket. But that was playing into Steve Smith's hands. Generally, they will go with short pitch bowling to Steve Smith, but you can keep the ball up because there is that late movement. And England certainly did that, and they could probably even pitch it up even a little bit more to challenge that forward defence more often.
This is the chance for Marcus Harris, isn't it? 48 not out.
Yeah, and he showed a lot to get to this point. He's faced a lot of balls to this moment. He's 128 balls, so it's not about rapid scoring. But the thing later in that session that showed out to me, his ability to wait for the ball, play off the back foot, but play it through backward point and score a few runs in that manner, shows a level of comfort that he's feeling the ball coming to him and getting the pace of the wicket. Early on in your innings, if you're doing that, there's real vulnerability. You can get the outside edge. But he's looking more comfortable, but he would be well aware of this wicket. You're never quite in, so respecting it and just playing risk-free batting for the next couple of hours will be on his agenda.
Terrific, Bryce. Thank you. It's 4 for 131. This has been the lunch break for Husky Drink Storage Solutions Celebrate at Home. They've got day release, Simon Katich and Damien Fleming, so they'll be back with us on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus shortly. Here's the latest from the newsroom.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SENSA.
Making the SEN news this hour, New South Wales has recorded more than 6,000 new COVID-19 cases today, and its first death linked to the Omicron variant as testing sites are again overwhelmed. The same problem is continuing in Victoria and the ACT, with many people unable to find an open testing centre. South Australia's hospitality sector is seeking financial support after capacity limits were brought back ahead of New Year's Eve celebrations. And one home and multiple sheds have been destroyed by a bushfire that continues to burn east of Perth. Another blaze near Margaret River has been downgraded to Watch and Act level. SEN.com.au Sport is next.
Miss your favourite show? Want to catch up on an interview? Download and listen to every SEN podcast when you want it, or on the SEN app.
This afternoon's A-League men's clash between the Central Coast Mariners and Wellington Phoenix has been postponed after a number of Mariners players tested positive to COVID-19. A decision will be made in coming days on the side's New Year's Eve match against Macarthur FC. And at lunch in the Boxing Day Ashes Test, Australia were 4 for 131. England were bowled out for 185 yesterday.
Waking you up every morning, join Kane Corns and Andrew Hayes for breakfast on your home of sports, SEN-SA. Cricket's biggest rivalry is coming to SEN. Stark is over the wicket at him. He's bowled him! Australia versus England. The Ashes on SEN.
What a mighty blow that is! The Toyota Fortuner, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Starts December 8th on SEN, your home of cricket.
SEN Open Line 1300 736 736.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live anywhere, anytime.
Sunny in Adelaide today, a top of 26 degrees, a low of 13 overnight, then sunny again tomorrow, top of 29, mostly sunny, 33 degrees on Wednesday. And for the Toyota Fortuner, with Toyota safety sensors standard, SEN is your home for this year's Ashes series.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can land yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 brushless wind trimmer kit. Hurry. Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell, so we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. There's beauty in being the wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and for a wider perspective, dual 12.3-inch curved display screens. Christmas has come early with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best. Day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Peter Jackson half-year sale is on now. Save up to 50% off the latest suits, shirts and ties. Hurry in store for up to 50% off.
Peter Jackson.
SEN's looking back at incredible summer snaffles. Brought to you by Snaffle. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Big Bash 10 final. Scorchers versus the Sixers. James Vince took this catch off the bat of Mitch Marsh.
Full of ball, that's it. That's as good a catch as you will ever see at the SCG.
SEN's Summer Snaffles. Thanks to Snaffle. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe to Snaffle today at snaffle.com.au.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Miles Fitzner here. Travel your way around Australia this New Year's Eve at the Highway Hotels. Fair income start at 6 p.m. in WA with a Little Creatures beer or the Republic of WA cocktail. Then on to the Northern Territory at 7 p.m, Queensland at 8 and so on until we end up back in SA for midnight. No border closures, no restrictions. Tickets include a $25 food voucher, so book now at thehighway.com.au and remember to drink responsibly. The Australia Party this New Year's Eve at the Highway.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
SEN SA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The second session.
Back out
Stay
onto
safe.
the MCG.
Search dial before you
48
dig
not
every
out and
time.
with him. Marcus Harris is making his way back onto the MCG. 48 not out, and with him, fellow left-hander Travis Head on 11. Australia 4 for 131. And a big couple of hours coming up in the context of this match and the series. This pair have had 21 runs. Until then, it's certainly been England's day, despite the fact that they were retained in their hotel room a little longer than anticipated, and play was delayed by half an hour this morning. So, pivotal session coming up. The good news is that the inmates have been released, and the likes of Simon Katich and Damien Fleming will be joining us back at the MCG shortly. But Chris Rogers to get things underway at the start of this session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe. Search Dial Before You Dig every time. Afternoon to you, Buck.
Hello, Huddo. It was a grind for Harris in particular in that first session. He scored 28 off 77, but he's clearly setting himself for a big innings here. He's facing Jack Leach to start.
Interesting, isn't it? They're going with continue with Jack Leach. Just bowled the one over before lunch. Harris on the verge of his third Test 50. He's first at the MCG. There's two men out in the deep on the leg side as Leach starts, and it's turned Around the corner by Harris, straight to the field.
Sorry, I threw you a wobbly there. I think that's Travis Head on strike.
You did. And it is. Leach bowls again, and he prods forward, does Head. And again, can't get a run just behind square. I wonder how Jack Leach is feeling after what happened to him. The assault that he copped in Brisbane, you wouldn't think would be the same level of aggression here, although we know how freely Travis Head can score. Leach bowls, and Head does get a short one, and he whacked it away into the gap. Two men inside the imaginary ring on the onside behind square, but he bisected two of them and hit it down to the boundary, just too short.
It's a bit of a free hit, that, because there's two leg side fielders up in the ring behind square, so if he gets a short one on leg stump, he can do what he wants. He could go over the top of those fielders quite comfortably.
4 for 135, Head to 15, Leach bowls quicker, and he plays quietly to mid-wicket. Interesting field positions, really, aren't they, for a spinner?
I don't mind that fielder, square leg fielder next to the umpire, but I'd have the 45 back about 2/3.
Leach bowls flighted, and again on driven, and there's mid-on pushed all the way back to the boundary, so it's just one run for Travis Head. And already 5 runs from the over from Leach. 4 for 136. Come back to that position of Hamid in a moment. They have made a change for Harris, though. They've pushed Robinson out to deep backward square. And they're just adjusting exactly where he's going to be positioned. Leach is the traffic cop.
I'd like to hit this if I was Marcus Harris. It's just an easy one if you nudge it towards the square leg umpire. You don't really have to hit the ball. Just let the ball hit the bat and trickle.
Couple of steps, Leach bowls, and Harris does turn it exactly as you said. Past the umpire at square leg, and out to the man at deep backward square for a comfortable single.
It's far too easy, that. Jack Leach would have bowled enough to know that that's a place he needs to hold up.
End of the over, 4 for 137. SEN Test cricket for the Henley Everyday Advantage. We don't hide our prices. That's Henley Homes. Head is 16. Harris is 49, just one run away from a half century. Chris Rogers in the experts chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. 48, a trail by now. They're precious runs at the moment, and Joe Root is plumb for Mark Wood and the pace to try and get the breakthrough.
Take your legs, Tom.
Yeah, I think he showed in that one over that he's going to be a handful. I mean, he was good throughout the whole session. And he has been in the series when he's had ball in hand. He's got 3 slips, no gully. More of a conservative field.
They're in place. Wood lets fly around the wicket, and he's met with a flat bat straight back past the bowler. Well played by Harris, and there's his 50. He's going to turn and come back for the third. A well-controlled on-drive by Marcus Harris. And after the tumultuous times that he has experienced as a test batsman, to be back on the MCG raising his bat, to acknowledge his 50 to his teammates, to his family, to his friends, and to the greater cricket community, it must warm his heart and make him feel like he can stay there for a little longer. Well batted, Marcus Harris.
Yeah, well played, Marcus Harris. It has been a good innings. He's looked assured. He's had a couple of moments of luck. The ball's gone close to the outside edge a couple of times.
So Wood to head. It's full and it's driven, but can't beat the field at cover.
But it has been calm and composed, and I think that's what the Australian selectors are looking for him to do that, and it'll be such a relief for him as well. I think to be able to raise the bat, just maybe ease that pressure on him, but no doubt in his mind he's thinking, I could make this one a big one.
It's his 4th time over 40, his 3rd half century. That's in 21 completed innings. Wood delivers quick down the leg side, though, and it's just helped on its way around the corner by Head.
And it's 4 for 141. So the runs have been coming in these first 2 overs after lunch. Head moves to 16, 17. And it's 4 for 141.
I think Mark Wood is really trying to make something happen here. I know he's only a few balls into the spell, but he's got 3 slips. Just maybe, just be comfortable just to bowl a 4/5 stump line for a couple of balls.
He's in his 10th over. He removed Labuschagne. Bowling now, short ball, and there's the confidence as Harris got right over the top of that and let the ball just run off the bat and down to the boundary for 4. That's what happens once you can stay out there a little longer and get the feet moving the right way. That's beautifully played by Harris. No panic at all.
No, and this is the worst thing that could happen for England. They've already conceded 14 runs off 10 balls after the break. They would have been hoping to come out and really try and shut it down, make Australia take a lot of time getting past their score.
He's got a lot of runs, 19 in fact, down into the third man area in this innings so far. He's on 56. Woods driving, and in behind it, Harris laid it quietly away on the offside. And it was a huge cheer, wasn't it? I mean, as you would expect from the Victorian player here at the MCG. But despite the fact that the crowds are a little down, certainly nice, healthy crowd today, but huge response from the crowd.
Well, I think that it's been well recognised how much pressure Marcus Harris is under. And to come out and play 50 on his home ground, it's a really good statement.
Wood, past the umpire bowls, again played late and played well by Harris. In command as he square drives carefully for 2, just beautifully placed. And he goes to 58 now in Australia, 4 for 147 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. End of the over.
Harvey Norman Super Summer Sizzlers. Up to 25% off selected Microsoft Surface. Refresh your sleep with new Aussie-made pillows to suit your sleeping style from $29 each. Rocco Outdoor 4-piece lounge dining setting with bonus umbrella and base, $1,296. Samsung 640-litre family hub French door fridge in black, $4,299 plus bonus $300 gift card. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Super Summer Sizzlers now at Harvey Norman.
And all of a sudden, Australia only trailed by 38 runs. So this is a big over for Jack Leach. He needs to be able to keep things tight. Field is well spread now as he bowls to head and down the leg side. He tried to flick it, a turn to fraction perhaps, but he missed it. And into the gloves of Joss Butler, who took it cleanly. Took the bails off. Outside the pads. It's going to be unlikely to be out in that manner. There's just a slip. As Leach bowls, a bit more again. It turned down the leg side, and he's got it down fine for a single. We have seen leg slips employed, but not one on that occasion. It might have gone straight down a leg slip's throat, but he'd got a single, and it's 4 for 147.
He's actually getting a little bit of turn here, Jack Leach. I'm not sure why he's bowling around the wicket. I mean, as a batter, it's actually making it quite easy. You're hitting a lot off your hip.
Harris back on strike. Leach again, more flighted. Better line that one, middle and off. But when I say better line, there's actually no fielding protection for him there, is he, if he happens to push it too far across? Heavily concentrated on the leg side. Leach bowls. And again, a tight line to middle stump and played quietly with the spin on the onside. Harris, 58. Leach wanders up, bowls, and Harris again looking to turn it into the gap, which he does, just wide of the man on the 45. And Anderson can only stroll around, and it's a single.
It's just so easy that, Hutto, you don't make a mistake, and then you'll know you'll get one where you can roll it towards the square leg umpire. It's an easy one.
2 singles from the over so far, 1 ball remaining. 4 for 149. Now we are going to see a leg slip for head. Leach bowls and head just turns it quietly to mid-wicket. And there's no run. End of the over. 2 from it. It's 4 for 149 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
Calling all tradies and serious DIYers. Need to recharge after Christmas? Get into Adelaide Tools Bonus Battery Blitz on now. Get in for 3 days of supercharged bonus battery offers on selected kits and skin combos from Milwaukee, Makita and Haikoki. Got a gift card for Christmas? Now's the perfect time to use it. Stock up on 18-volt kits, skins and bonus battery deals. Stores are open between Christmas and New Year's at Mile End, Parafield, St Mary's, Lonsdale and Gawler. Don't miss Adelaide Tools' massive bonus battery blitz. On now ends Tuesday.
His last over cost 10 runs. He's set to continue in the brilliant sunshine of the MCG. From the members' end, charging in to bowl to Harris, who again just gets in behind it and nibbles it away on the offside. Can't get a run.
It's amazing how many times Mark Wood falls over after he's bowled the ball. It's probably because the pace he's running in at, sometimes he just overbalances.
146.4. He's bowling his 11th over. Desperate for another wicket. Still no gully, but there's a close third slip. Wood bowls, and he does get the edge, thick edge of Harris into the ground. It squirts out to cover. Along the ground.
I just noticed that third slip, Huddo. Good eyes. He's about 1.5 meters, maybe even probably 2 meters closer than second slip. Good luck fielding there.
Well, it's Bairstow, so I guess as a keeper he's got good reflexes.
Well, he'd want to.
Got his arms crossed. Crawley's at second. Root is at first slip. Flags fluttering away above the scoreboard. As Wood, arms pumping, charges in, bowls a bouncer, gets clapped by the cordon, but it really didn't provide too much other than maybe something to think about for Harris. He got underneath it pretty comfortably.
And he's clearly there, that third slip, in a close position, because they feel that Harris, the way he defends, when he does edge the ball, it
about where it goes to,
it goes through that gap and it generally bounces in front of the slips cordon.
You just
gambling there.
You just live it to take a
well,
very hot catch.
It's the one if he got a full ball and he just threw the kitchen sink at. No time to react.
Wood propels himself through the crease and bowls to Harris. A meaty defensive shot up to mid-on. Can't get a run. It's 59 for Harris, 18 for head, 4 for 149. Well, the fielding done for PGG Wrightson Turf Durascape. And one thing with all the lack of sport on the MCG, they have got the arena. Not that they don't normally, but it just looks in splendid condition. The pitch, as you've talked about already, Matt Page, done an incredible job. It's been a long journey, hasn't it, really? To get a wicket that provides a real contest and an entertaining one at that. Wood charging in again, bends the back. You could feel it vibrate in the hands of Marcus Harris, but he was able to get a dead bat to it and defend back to the bowler.
Yeah, from memory, Collie might be able to answer this, but the MCG was given a warning or a punishment?
It was given a negative grade for the 2017 Ashes Test match here, and what that meant in effect was 2 of them in a row and you miss a Test match. And it wasn't a great track here in 18-19 either, but it didn't get the same rating in that second year. And then
is that 2018-19 or just the year 18-19? I thought that wasn't a bad year, actually. Wood bowls, and again Harris very solid in his defence. That is the end of the over. A maiden, much better from Mark Wood. 4 for 149.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Leach about to start his 4th over. Still a slip and a leg slip as the catch is a catching mid-wicket of sorts. Crowd raucous as Head just turns and says yes. He plays it wide, shot at the stumps at the bowler's end. Flynn came in from mid-wicket. It missed. I think he had it covered. It was Ben Stokes. And that's Australia's 150 up.
It was a very good turn and throw.
Yeah, he may not have had it covered looking at the replay. In fact, he was short of his ground when the ball went past. He was kind of on the back foot as he started his run, so it just took him that tick longer to go. It got to the other end, so Harris on strike now. Leach steps up from wide of the crease, and that did turn away from the inside of the bat down the leg side. How's he going to get him out here?
Well, I don't know, but Joe Root's positioning himself for first slip. Now leg slip has gone to a 45 for Harris.
Leach bowls, and Harris solidly in behind that. That was a fuller ball on off stump.
I mean, I'd be tempted to bring that leg slip up again. If Harris wants to push towards the square leg umpire, then that'll bring the leg slip in. But now it's a pretty safe shot. There's no real danger of getting caught on the leg side.
Yeah, so had him there for Head, but not for Harris. Leach bowls, and pushing forward, Harris defends.
That's probably a better line for Jack Leach, because that was out just outside off stump, trying to spin it back towards off, but then that brings in the first slip as well if one just skids and goes straight on.
4 on the offside, 5 on the leg, and he's back turning into the gap again towards the umpire. Working the spacing of the English field as well.
Well, they've got 2 mid-wickets, so they've got a close kind of catching straight mid-wicket and a deeper square mid-wicket. But that square mid-wicket, I'm not sure what it does. It doesn't stop a single.
4 for 151. Leach is at Head with the leg slip in, but he throws it up and he's handsomely off-driven down the ground. Straight to the field, but it's a run because they're pushed back about 75 to 80%. Towards the boundary, that is the end of the over. 3 more singles milked from it. It's 4 for 152.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaints section at sen.com.au.
1 runs so far this session in 18 minutes. It's belonged to Australia, solidifying their position here at the MCG. 4 for 152 now. Marcus Harris bringing up his 3rd Test 50. It's Travis Head who's in a rich vein of form. He's 20 not out. He has strike here, of course, 150 in Brisbane and then a quick 550 in Adelaide. Wood from the members' end, and well played by Head. He had to get up on his toes and turned it away just behind square for 1. That's 4 for 152. And that is on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
They pushed square leg back to a backward square leg. It was about 2/3 out for Travis Head. And now that field has come in, is well behind square on the 1.
Yeah, it's Leach there moving in with the bowler, and the bowler is Wood, and almost again he flashed, cut shot did Harris, and it flew over the edge of the bat.
Just such an interesting game he had. In the last Test match, he was dismissed twice by diving one-handed catches. Yes. And then watched the same keeper drop a couple of the other batters, and here he's had his luck today, isn't it? It comes round.
Well, Marnus had more than his fair share in Adelaide, didn't he? And that maybe caught up with him today as he was out nicking. Wood bowls again Fuller, but he looks extremely solid in his defensive approach at the moment, Marcus Harris. 60, and Head is 21. It's 4 for 153. He's calling for something, some gloves, or...
I think it's gloves.
It didn't seem he didn't seem confident that his message had been received, so he had to go through the motions a few times.
But you need that luck. You know, even the best batters at times, like Labuschagne, you need some luck on your side.
Mark Wood, we know he's being used in short spells, so he needs to strike. Delivers to Harris, it's full, it's there to drive. He opened the face, took his glove off as he played it away, but he played it well. And Hamid has to run and slide and turn and throw, and he couldn't do any of that before the batsman got back for a second run.
What I like about what Harris has been able to do, particularly after lunch, is his dismissal when he got out in the second innings in Adelaide. It almost looked like he was only able to hit to the leg side. I think that ball was, was kind of outside off stump, and he was trying to hit it to mid-on. It was almost like his back face was close, but just after lunch, he's been able to open the face and use the pace of the bowler and guide it square of the wicket.
Still 2 behind square for him here as Wood bowls, and he quickly crouches to get underneath a short one.
I think that probably speaks to his balance as well. He's not falling over. He's more upright and then can just open the face with his hands and access some of those gaps of the square of the wicket.
Few boos coming out of the Barmy Army region there. Mark Wood's fastest ball, 150.7. Hasn't got to that level since lunch. Last one at 142. It's the last ball of his third over since lunch. Still has Harris in his sights. 3 slips. He bowls and he almost edged into one of those 3 hungry slips in the cordon. He played, he missed. The over is bowled. It's 4 for 155 on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto.
Didn't get the gifts you wanted? Then tee off at the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sales with great savings store-wide. Tailor-made V3 soft golf balls 12-pack now just $22. Save $17.95. But hurry, Drummond Golf's Boxing Day sale ends soon.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegambling.helpline.org.au.
Marcus Harris has his new gloves. He's scored 24 in this partnership. Head 21 is 45 from 77 balls they've got moving since lunch. 4 for 155 on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto. Head to face the first ball of the new over from Jack Leach. He bowls, he pushes it through, and he's back using the crease and plays it again into the gap at mid-wicket for 1. It's 4 for 156 and head to 22. Simon Katich has finally made it to the MCG after a very long sleep in. Welcome, Kat.
Good afternoon, Hutto, Colo, Buck, and all our listeners.
Where you been?
I didn't sleep in, Hutto, unfortunately.
It's been a dramatic day. We'll get to that shortly, but it's a delicate moment in this test match at the moment. Jack Leach, can he produce? He bowls, and Harris gets forward to this. Can't beat the diving Ben Stokes. So without going through all the details, of course, there was the COVID scare around Channel 7, and that meant you had to stay in your hotel. Nice to get out.
It is. Very nice.
It's important. In fact, he's going over the wicket here, Buck, as you suggested he might during the ad break. Still just the 1 slip. He bowls to Harris, does Leach. So it would have changed the angle of delivery a little, but he still played it to mid-wicket. Do you like this better as an approach, going over the wicket?
I'll get onto it during the quick over, when the quicks are on, a bit more time to chat.
2 out in the deep on the leg side. Leach steps up close to the umpire and he's on-driven for an easy single by Harris, who goes to 63, 4 for 157. The field spreads further for Travis Head. 3 out of them on the leg side, but there is a leg slip. Leach contemplates, then comes in and bowls down the leg side into the pad. 4 for 157.
I mean, I think I'd like that leg slip at short leg, which would allow Leach to bowl a bit straighter. He's going to have to bowl almost a leg stump line to get that ball to go to leg slip.
Leach again bowls and forward, covering up Head. Didn't have it completely under his command, but he kept it out, and the over is bowled. That costs 2. It's 4 for 157 at the MCG.
The Hyundai i30 is remarkable value, and it's in stock at your local dealer right now. Imagine driving the latest i30 with remarkable space, comfort and convenience from only $25,490 drive away. Or you could upgrade to the i30 Active, featuring leather-appointed seats and automatic transmission from just $29,490 drive away. Why wait? Spring into your local Hyundai dealer before it's gone. T's and C's apply. Speak to your dealer for details.
First change in bowling since lunch. Mark Wood is being replaced here by Ollie Robinson. The second session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe, search Dial Before You Dig every time. 28 is the lead only for England now, Kat. So things are crucial. All those tactics we talk about, vital. What have you thought about the way they've used Leach so far?
Oh, look, I think they had a really good first session. They've fought back with the newer ball, and obviously Anderson bowled well. A couple of very big wickets there, Labuschagne and Steve Smith before lunch, but starting with the spinner straight after the break, it's just given these two a chance to get in.
So Robinson charges in over the wicket to the left-hander, and he's defended with the full face by Marcus Harris.
And couldn't agree more with what Buck was saying there straight after the break. I know he was mystified by why he's bowling to that field that he had, and then also the fact that he was bowling around the wicket. I mean, the 4 that Travis Head hit, that ball was short. It was missing leg by probably missing a couple of stumps.
Yep.
Like the only way he was going to get a wicket was by a batting mistake rather than actually trying to force the error. Obviously, he's trying to get the run rate.
Robinson bowls, and across goes Harris, and again he was drawn to the flame that time, looking to get on the front foot that time. And I was actually surprised. I know we've said this a lot, but Mark Wood didn't bowl one more over. He beat the outside edge of Harris twice in that last over, and then he's come off. They're sticking to their plans of usage, obviously.
Well, the thing about Joe Root's captaincy is, and he struggled this series, is that he obviously doesn't trust the spinner because he didn't play him in Adelaide, and he got pumped in Brisbane by particularly the left-handers. And now he's using him straight after a break, which is almost a no-no.
Robinson again, he just throws that one up wide of the off stump, and on that occasion Harris leaves it well alone. Still 4 for 157.
Because, Buck, you know, as a skipper, after a break, it's your best time to attack, and particularly when Australia lost those couple of wickets before lunch, England, if they add another 1 or 2 to that total, they're back in the test match and they feel like they can control this first innings. And you don't start with one of your least experienced bowlers, particularly in these conditions, and particularly to get the score ticking over like he has.
Robinson rolls in really close to the stumps that time as he delivers it just outside off and allowed to pass.
Well, Jerry did that after the dinner break on day 2 in Adelaide as well, when Australia were 5 for 300, but batted for 4 sessions, so they were going to have to get a move on, and he bowled himself.
Yeah.
And it just kind of allowed Australia to work their way into the session, and they capitalised the back end. So, yeah, I'm just trying to think about how that would have played out during the lunch break, that decision for them to keep Leach on.
Robinson, and that was much closer to the off stump and maybe even holding its line, trying to work its way back in, but with the natural angle, Harris was comfortable in letting it go.
I have a feeling they think that more is happening from the end for the fast bowlers, of which Robinson is bowling from now, and think to themselves, well, Leach has got to do a job, a bit like Nathan Lyon did for Australia. He's got to bowl and try and, control the run rate. We've got to support him to do that. And then we can rotate the quicks from the other end.
Last ball of the over from Robinson. The tall man delivers from on high, but again, he just got his line slightly wrong in terms of making Harris play. He didn't. That's 50 overs completed in the innings. It's 4 for 157. The independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Crypto. Colo's in next.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
SEN Test Cricket by Host Plus. That's a plus half an hour since the lunch break. Australia have moved steadily along from 4 for 131 to 4 for 157. A contrast between the members' end, where the seamers have been effective, looking the part, and then Jack Leach milking singles around the field. The spinner bolts ahead, who's sweeping and getting it past short fine. It did balloon in the air for a time, but Robinson couldn't quite put the dive in. A false stroke, hands on head from Jack Leach. Nearly. First time he's looked to nearly create something, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone to the field that I think we've been calling for, that the short leg is in. That 45 has come up, but he's not actually in a 45. He's closer to the square leg umpire.
Leach to Harris here, who defends with a straight blade.
He's very square. Normally 45 will be a little bit finer, and maybe he's just trying to protect that nudge into the square leg umpire, but that's what the short leg's for. That's where you want him hitting it here. One bounces, catches the inside edge, brings him into the game.
Leach passes umpire rifle, bowls here over the wicket. Forward again is Harris in defence.
Especially for a spinner, you feel that the angles are so important. And I think his mid-wicket is a touch square as well. Probably an easy one if he just over pitches towards mid-on.
And he bring that short leg into the game here, Leach. Bowling at Harris over the wicket. Harris comes forward, all down the leg side, not gloved by Butler. Put one hand out. They'll get some buys here, a couple of them, moving Australia on to 4 for 160. Here comes the signal from Paul Rifle, confirming its buys. A bit quicker down the leg side, but on the dance, might have just obscured the wicketkeeper, who wasn't able to drag it in.
It's a definite stumping chance. A tough one.
Here's Leach again, bowling at Harris. Who turns it into the onside, gets himself a quick single. Good batting, good assertive running, 4 for 161 now. With Harris on to 64. Did he have sufficient time to drag it back, you think, Chris? Looks so on the replay.
I'm not a wicket keeper, I think that's pretty tough to be fair to Butler.
He was out of his crease by a good metre and a bit.
Yeah. But, maybe a half opportunity. But they need to take all of those here, England. Australia not far away from parity. Leach to finish his over. Head again around the corner and beating Robinson on the right-hand side. Square of the man at short fine. Out to deep backwards square. They come through for a couple. Heads on to 25, and on the independent reserve scoreboard, choose independent reserve for crypto. Australia at 4 for 163.
Looking for great value? Look no further than a Kogan Money credit card. No annual fees, tantalising rewards, and entry into Kogan's Christmas prize draw just by signing up. Plus, earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. Make the switch to a great value credit card at koganmoney.com.au/radio.
Offer ends January 30. T's and C's credit criteria apply. Product issuer and credit provider Citigroup Proprietary Limited.
The replay between overs for Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale. That did look more a missed opportunity than it was to the naked eye. Butler wasn't able to move quickly enough to his right. Isn't a man known for his stumpings. Only got one in Test cricket so far, which says a bit about the kind of team that England play when Butler's there, often packed with seamers. Robinson, one of those, away from us, towards Harris on 64, delivers here 3 slips. Goes back and defends into the offside, no run.
So how has your morning been, Simon?
Yeah, it was a bit frantic. When we got the message, it must have been just after 7 o'clock this morning. We needed to go and get PCR tests and have the wait for the results, and thankfully we had a quick turnaround. Be all clear and we're back in at lunchtime.
Players didn't have to follow similar protocols?
Here is Robinson delivering to Harris. 3 slips, and Harris again placed from the crease, looking comfortable here, out to cover, no run.
Yeah, look, I don't think so, because I think the situation with us was potentially around a close contact situation in the media area. I'm not sure who or where. We haven't been divulged any of that information, but the players, I believe, had rapid antigen tests. Is that correct?
Yes, they did. Joe Root between balls, really trying to fire up his fielders, clapping hard, looking at all of them in the eye. Needs to create something here, just drifting a bit for England. Robinson bowls and Harris is able to leave alone outside the off-stump. Good channel, though. I think that'll be a point of interest that the Channel 7 staff did the PCR test process and the players go through that now. As we learnt before play today, they'll do their PCR tests throughout the course of the playing day and they'll receive their results in the fullness of time. But you had to
That
stay
happened with us yesterday as well. We had antigen tests in the morning and then we had PCR during the day.
Robinson to the crease now. Close to the stumps to Harris, who edges and it falls just short of third slip. Might have just taken some weight out of the hands at the last moment. Johnny Bairstow had work to do to his left, well collected in the end. Robinson asking good questions there just on the fourth stump line.
Yeah, that's the challenge of fielding in the slips here at the MCG as this test match wears on and potentially the carry starts to change and the bounce potentially gets a little bit lower. The slips have to get closer and closer. And Johnny Bairstow, I don't think he can get any closer than that. It was a very good take.
Should be just about wearing a helmet that close. Robinson to the crease and bowls and Harris leaves alone. He's well in terms of the stagger. He's about where you'd expect the depth of maybe fourth or fifth slip to be. In there at third after that previous edge came nowhere close to carrying, really, about a foot and a half in front of him.
I think Ollie Robinson's actually bowling quite a good spell here. He's getting the ball just a nip and bowling quite a full length. It hasn't been easy for Harris.
In there in the high 120s. Robinson to complete his set over the wicket. Bowls here. Harris watches again outside the off stump. The maiden is complete on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Australia 4 for 163.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Adam Collins with you, Chris Rogers and Simon Katich with me, our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Jack Leach prepares to send down his 7th over. He's conceded 21 runs so far, but for the most part, they've been doing it easy. This pair put on in excess of 50 now. There's a short leg for Head in position. Leach bowls and Head goes back and tucks around the corner to the man at short fine. No single there. Jack Leach didn't come on until the 41st over. Yesterday, Nathan Lyon in the 18th, he was throwing the ball. Just performing radically different roles, aren't they? As the Sun comebacks out here at the MCG. Leach delivers and Head goes back again, trying to get it past short fine, but doesn't quite place it well enough for that. But defensive line, isn't it? Giving him the chance to try and access the leg side time and time again.
Basically, it's just tried to take the offside out of play here. They did that when they first started after the break, around the wicket, bowling leg stump and down leg.
2 out on the leg side, a long off as well. Leach bowls and Head is clipping out towards mid-wicket and doesn't beat the diving man in there. Looks like Ben Stokes, and it is the England all-rounder, denying Head a single. He stays on 25, 4 for 163. Leach here to Head. Thinks about trying to whip him through the leg side, but shoulders arms at the last moment. We saw last year that Jadeja was so important. Slow left arm on the MCG, 3 wickets here. Rashad Maharaj when South Africa won in Australia back in 16-17. Another left armer. Here's Leach. Straight, quick single out towards mid-wicket. In the end, it's not quick at all. It's so nicely placed by Head. He's up to 26, 4 for 164. And then the idea that England can come here and not have an attacking spinning option. Such a glaring point of their squad so far. The 3 test matches they've played. The best they can kind of hope for is this, and this isn't giving them much at all. Leach to finish the over to Harris. He delivers and Harris goes back and late cuts. Does it well enough to get himself a single and retain the strike. Harris up to 65 and on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for Crypto, Australia, 44165.
Tyre Power's summer scorcher sale gives you the power of a sizzling hot offer on Toyo tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on a huge range of Toyo passenger car and SUV tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Chris Rogers making way in the expert chair. Adam Collins with Simon Katich behind me here at the MCG. Ollie Robinson in front of us running towards Harris on 65. Bowls here starting a new over, leaving alone outside the off stump. Harris would have known when showing up here this morning, Simon, that to an extent he's playing for his career. It's, I suppose, quite a relatable experience for other players that have been there and done that like yourself. When you get to a game, get to a test match and you know it could be the turning point.
Yeah, it happens, particularly early in your career when you're still searching for that first Test 100 like Marcus Harris is. But no better opportunity, home ground, and the fact that England got bowled out on day one and Australia have got the licence to bat for as long as they want in this first innings now.
Robinson bowls here to Harris, who goes back and defends no run. Were there moments in your career when you knew you were genuinely walking out playing for it?
Oh, definitely, because I was in and out of the team during that period in the 2000s, you know, a number of times, and whenever you come back in, you're always playing for your spot, and 05 Ashes in England, and then probably when I got my last chance in 2008, early on, opening the batting, I knew that that was going to be last chance at sort of 33 years of age. But I guess it's the mindset around it, and I think I just tried to treat every test as though it was my last and really enjoy the moment.
Harris facing up here to Robinson, close to the umpire, he bowls, and Harris cuts out towards backward point, strikes it really well, gets himself a boundary, advances to 69, Australia 4 for 169, committed early to the shot. Boundaries for Foxtel, 4K4's Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Yeah, that was nicely played by Marcus Harris. There's a big gap there with the deep backward point out on the boundary, Hamid, and he safely guided that probably through the gully region. Went in the air, but he knew where he was trying to hit it and just used the extra bounce from Robinson to his advantage.
Not far away from his test high score now, Harris. He's facing Robinson, who bowls close to the off stump. Really close sleeve, and Joe Root knows it at first slip. That came back off the seam. Useful bit of bowling, good response. And I suppose that part of your career, 2008, were you a touch liberated by the idea that, look, you'd been there and done that over a relatively long period of time by that stage and just embrace and savour what it was?
Yeah, I think last time around it was more about knowing that I'd come in really good form and just wanted to, I guess, enjoy the moment and treat it as a bonus that I was back in the team.
Robinson bowls here to Harris, who leaves alone. Nice carry through to the gloves of Butler.
But I think to be able to do that, you know, it had taken a good sort of 12 months of scoring runs heavily, you know, in county cricket and for New South Wales prior. And I think when your game's in really good order, and in a way, you know, Harris's game looked really strong last night. He looked calm and composed. And that's probably the most important part, how he's feeling mentally, because ultimately that's what changes probably between innings to innings, is the pressure that builds up within when the runs haven't been flowing.
Last ball of Robinson's over. Delivers here, and Harris, again, he's able to leave alone outside the off stump. 4 runs coming from it on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for Crypto, Australia 4 for 169.
Is your strata management team looking for professionals to clean your property portfolio? Sick and tired of low hygiene standards and dealing with on-site issues? From strata management to commercial property owners, Laurenex Cleaning can coordinate routine strata cleaning, perform emergency 24-hour cleaning services, high-rise window cleaning, plus our super clean services. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for strata management. Google them today.
Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for Crypto. Heads on 26, Harris is on 69, and Jack Leach to continue from the Great Southern Stand end. Initially to the South Australian, 3 out. And Head says no run, knocking it into the onside. And Bryce McGain joins us in the expert chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Good afternoon, Bryce.
Good afternoon, Colo and Kat. It's great to be here, and Leach is back over the wicket, which is better.
delivers here. Around the corner goes Head and doesn't quite get it beyond short fire, but they take the quick single anyway. Move along to 4 for 170, Head's 27. Where did that throw from Zach Crawley end up?
At his feet.
Didn't go anywhere.
Just slipped out, didn't it? Couldn't get the handle.
They enjoyed that on the big screen for Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale. This pair have now put on 60 either side of lunch. Harris has 31 of those. He's on 69, facing up here and letting this sail beyond the leg stump. No need to play at that. I mean, such a big mental hurdle for Leach to clear today, I would presume, Bryce, after what happened at Brisbane.
Yeah, look, he's been ultra-conservative to try and protect himself, to get into the game and get bowling and build some confidence. So I understand what's happening.
Leach to Harris, who defends out into the onside, no run. I mean, that's
there's also a way, and I'll ask Simon Katich, I'll throw it to him. What would you not want to play here on a wicket that is turning and bouncing? You wouldn't want to have to drive through the offside. Like, that's as simple as it gets, really. That's a basic plan for here.
There's now a leg slip. Harris trying to get forward, inside edge onto the pad, back to the bowler. Good bit of bowling there, more flight.
More flight, but making him play against the spin through the offside when it bounces more. It's just so simple. They've had to hit 90% of the balls on the onside. That's easy for these left-handers. Easy.
So Leach, can he get some purchase here? Bowls to Harris, who goes back and tucks, but only as far as Crawley. A backwards square leg, end of the over. Racing through them, Leach, on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Crypto Australia, 4 for 170.
Miles Fitzner here. Travel your way around Australia this New Year's Eve at the Highway Hotel. Fair income start at 6 p.m. in WA with a Little Creatures beer or the Republic of WA cocktail. Then on to the Northern Territory at 7 p.m, Queensland at 8, and so on until we end up back in SA for midnight. No border closures, no restrictions. Tickets include a $25 food voucher, so book now at thehighway.com.au and remember to drink responsibly. The Australia Party this New Year's Eve at the Highway.
Middle session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe, search Dial Before You Dig every time. 15 runs in arrears, Australia, after bowling out England for 185 yesterday. They're 4 for 170. Robinson to continue from our broadcast end. And Travis Head in no hurry whatsoever. He's there on 27. Harris is on 69 and Robinson sets off. He's got 3 slips. Bairstow up nice and close at third. Bowls here, going back, riding the bounce his head into the offside, no run. The point I was making in the previous over that Leach was sending down was that to clear that mental hurdle after going for runs like that, Boxing Day Test match, so many people here, so much speculation, even the way the crowd responded when his name was read out over the PA. I mean, that takes some doing in and of itself.
It does, and I hope he's talking to himself like I'm still England's best spinner.
Yep.
That's why I'm in the team. So he should be believing in himself because he is their best spinner. He's their best option.
Sun's out at Melbourne. Robinson bowls. Head goes back again, defending down the pitch. No run.
So he took an awful battering. We know that at the Gabba. And then to be dropped out of the side when he was England's best bowler to go to the Adelaide Oval with no spinner at all, part-time route, and they were just all over the place, like with their selection. Now they've put him in realising, gee, we could have been handy to have a specialist spinner when the ball's spinning in the Adelaide Oval. They've brought him in here. Now, he will get reward on the wicket. He just needs to be able to bowl consistently and make the batsman play in the hardest manner, which I was sort of touching on with Cato just in the previous over.
Robinson, again, the head in the short sleeve jumper, well forward, half a shout from the cordon, who thought it might have been pad bat. It was pad second after the inside edge into the onside, no run. Head stays on 27, 4 for 170.
What would be the most difficult sort of deliveries that you'll be playing as a left-hander out here?
Well, what you were saying was spot on in terms of the length being fuller, because to bring the slip and the stumps into play, he has to be bowling a fuller length. Now, he's got the protection with deep mid-off and deep mid-on out on the fence, but the problem is he knows then he's not going to build up pressure on one player because they're going to get an easy single.
That previous ball was called an overstep. Robinson bowls it again and past the inside edge of Head, who was deep in the crease trying to cut. And it came back off the seam. Robinson ended up on his bum on the pitch. But all's well that ends well for the South Australian. Missed his off stump, but not by far.
So he's got to be comfortable bringing those guys up if he wants to pin someone down for an over and build up pressure. But he's probably got the scars of the Gabba in his back of his mind because he got clubbed over his head a number of times, probably more so by guys like Warner and Head and those guys, but potentially to Marcus Harris. say to him, you're on 69, do you want to take a risk here and bring that fielder up, whether it's mid-off or even mid-on as well?
Robinson delivers to Head. Head goes back and he's taken in the cordon. Snaffled at second slip. Went deep in the crease. Head tried to work it through point. But he falls for 27. Australia lose their 5th wicket with the score on 171.
Yeah, Travis Head will be disappointed with that dismissal. Ball just angling across him from Ollie Robinson, back of a length. He just poked at it. It was a nothing shot, really. Didn't really try to cut it. Just sort of poked. Probably trying to put it out to deep backward point for one. And in the end, he just nicks it. Simple catch to Joe Root at first slip. And Australia still 14 runs adrift of England. 5 wickets down now for 171.
And reward for Robinson, who since coming into the attack from the members' embrace has bowled that tight line and length ahead especially, who struggled to break the shackles, and he pays the price trying to force off the back foot when it was a bit too close, and Root did the rest in the gut in the second slip. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right, Colin. Just stuck on the crease and just tried to push it with the hands and on a wicket with the extra bounce, and it is kissing off the wicket. There is a bit of pace there as well, so it's a dangerous way. It's high risk to just go and get one run. And he was practising as he went off. Gee, I should have got back and really whacked it, and that's true. He was stuck in no man's land on the crease, pushing hands at the ball, and that was patient by Robinson. I think they set that up. They opened up a big gap, and it was well taken. England are taking their chances now, and when they take their chances, Australia look pretty vulnerable.
So Robinson in the book for a second time. Australia have lost 4 wickets today. They're still 14 runs in arrears, and they get a look at Cameron Green. He made an unbeaten 33 in the second innings at Adelaide, but to that point had yet to be influential with the blade in this series. He's been excellent with the ball, of course, and in the gully, but a different challenge here for the West Australian. The new batter for Australia. Walking in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. And England, as you say, they've taken their opportunities for the most part today. Even with Smith, who they could have had early on, they got rid of him for 16.
What sort of position would they be if the stumping of Harris as well, the leg side stumping?
Yeah, tough chance, but it got worse the more you looked at it. Catching mid-wicket initially for Green. Robinson bowls to him here, well forward in defence, got a good stride in. Robinson does the work and he's followed through. So the responsibility does, in large part, fall on the shoulders of Harris now. The set man, Gerard noted before that he'd never been part of a 4th wicket partnership for Australia. He never batted that deep into the innings, but 10 away from his test highest score, a wonderful opportunity to reinforce how important he can be into the future.
Was that the 70 he got at the Perth Stadium against India a few years ago?
He got 79 against India at the SCG. That series. Robinson bowls here to Green. His second ball goes back and plays him through point where there's no fielder. He's off the mark, second delivery. Australia 5 for 172 at the end of a successful over for the visitors on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Australia 5 for 172.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now. All tents by Spinifex Austral and June 4 will trade 40 to 50% off. All sleeping bags by Spinifex and Mountain Designs 40% off. Play more and pay less with our 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
The England fans are involved, as is the captain, Joe Root, between overs, trying to fire up his fielders. They know they've got a bit of an opportunity here to have a look at Australia's lower order under some pressure. But the field remains spread. Yet to bowl the ball to Cameron Green, but there's a deep backward square, a long on. I wouldn't call it a long off, but back giving him a single in that direction. No short leg. Hasiba Mead instead goes around to backward square. There's a slip. So one catcher for the new man.
Well, they might have squeezed a bit of pressure here. Good time for Leach to be bowling, new batsman.
Round the wicket to Green, who comes forward and smothers the spin out towards cover. No run.
It's a perfect opportunity now with the new batsman out there to build some pressure. You can have a spread field for Harris, bring them all up around Green and try and give your spinner an opportunity to get a wicket.
Cover comes up a couple of metres. That's Ben Stokes. Leach delivers here, Green. Well forward, uppish in defence. Leach does the work in his follow-through. It only landed a couple of metres in front of him. Extra flight there.
And that's the exact length you're talking about, Bryce. The fuller length, it catches this grassy surface. Some will hold, some will probably skid. And that natural variation brings the bowler back in the game, brings short cover into the game.
Leach operating around the wicket to Green on one. Again, he's forward, defending out to Ben Stokes at cover.
And I'm amazed there's a deep mid-on for Cameron Green, who's just faced 4 balls and just come to the crease. There's no need for that man to be back on the boundary at this stage of the innings.
Couldn't agree more.
Plenty of singles on offer. Leach bowls and Green repeats the previous shot. A long way down the track. It's a big stride in defence. Are they missing a trick here, England?
Well, Green's coming off scores of 0 up at the Gabba, 2 and 33 not out. Make it tough for him. He can't keep you one. They're even pushing back the mid-off now to talk about, we'll get him on strike for the next over.
Mid-off goes 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Leach bowls and Green comes down and takes a single there. That must be so frustrating for Leach, whether he's calling the shots or otherwise. Green moves to 2-5 for 173. That's bizarre.
You would bring him up. You'd try and get your spinner a maiden.
Yeah, and the psychological power of a maiden at this point as well, which Leach has only bowled 1 of so far. There's still 2 out for Harris. They bring Long on up, albeit not all the way up. There's still a single there if Harris wants it. The catching men are the slip and the leg slip. Last ball here from Leach will be delivered over the wicket. Harris goes forward and defends. Missed opportunity there from England on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Harris 69, Green 2, Australia 5 for 173.
No one likes a messy office. Hygiene standards start to slip, so keeping your office clean is getting harder. Make the move across to Laurenex Cleaning. From office buildings to shopping centres, Laurenex Cleaning will deliver higher standards for you and your customers. Office cleaning, high-rise window cleans, preventative infection control, garden maintenance and much more. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces super clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for your office. Google them today.
In the cordon, Root, Crawley and Bairstow. On the approach to Green, he was on 2. A catching man in close on the leg side as well. He delivers and Green comes forward, defending competently out to mid-on where Anderson does the work with his feet. No run.
Well, Cameron Green, earlier in this series, lost his off stump in that first innings at the Gabba, shouldering arms, obviously, and then next time round in Adelaide, he got an absolute beauty, I think, from Ben Stokes, and he hit the top of off because he wasn't quite covering his off stump with his right leg, his back leg. But we're seeing a change here where he's shuffling across further now. He's covering the stumps and he's backing himself and he's ball striking to be able to get a stride in and defend the ball.
Robinson delivers here to Green, who's forward again, pushing out towards Anderson, who's working there at mid-on, no run.
And I really like the move he's made because I think he's a very good young player. He's averaging over 50 in first-class cricket. Even if you're in front of your stumps, you've got a bat in your hand, and when you're in a good frame of mind, you're backing yourself to hit the ball and defend it straight back down where it comes from. And that's one of Cameron Green's strengths. He gets a good stride in, he's a big man, and he drives the ball well. So it's good to see him make this technical adjustment during the series, and he got that 33 not out in Adelaide on the back of it.
Robinson, sun out again, bowls here, middle stump. Green defends to mid-wicket. Anderson getting a workout in there at the moment. Bowling stump to stump is Robinson. Can they get one more wicket before Australia pull level?
Well, his big challenge now is this is a good field from Joe Root. He's got the straight mid-wicket in. He's got mid-off and mid-on pretty straight because he knows Cameron Green likes to get on the front foot, and he will to Ollie Robinson because he's only bowling high 120s. So Cameron Green's just got to make sure he's patient here. Don't be afraid to hit mid-off and mid-on to get used to the pace and bounce. And then when something comes a little bit wider, he can pounce on that width and use it to his advantage.
Robinson passes umpire Wilson, delivers here. It's full. Green drawn into the stroke. Inside portion of the blade. It spits out to Anderson at mid-wicket. Previously, he was in control in that direction, but a bit of movement off the seam there, Bryce.
Yeah, just pushing at it a bit harder. And that's the patience that Kat is talking about. Just be patient. It's okay to play a good forward defence and pat yourself on the back inside your mind and go, yeah, that was a good decision. Now he's just looking to force a bit. Just relax. They're allowed to bowl well. They can be tough conditions till you settle in and get the pace of everything. Take your time, big fella.
Mead takes a step forward at short leg under the lid. Robinson delivers and Green comes forward, defends out to cover, no run. This is more like it. This is the squeeze we want at the other end from England's perspective, that it's such an exercise in contrast. From the members' end, they've got to make good decisions throughout. From this Great Southern stand end, there are singles everywhere.
And squeeze Harris as well, even though he's in and he's played well for his 69. The bottom line is, if they open up that end as well, then they're right into it. And Australia's still 12 runs behind. So another couple of wickets on this scoreboard and it's England are back in it.
Last ball here from Robinson. Bowls to Green, who's forward, defending on the deflection to Hasiba Mead at short leg. The maiden is bowled and umpire Wilson calls for the drinks. So the end of the third hour on this second day. Australia started at 4 for 131 and they moved along to 5 for 173, losing Travis Head along the way to the bowling of Robinson. He's taken 2 for 52. Green's there, the new man, on to Harris on 69 on his home ground. It's the Bundaberg Ginger Beer drinks break with Australia, 5 for 173.
Calling all tradies and serious DIYers. Need to recharge after Christmas? Get into Adelaide Tools Bonus Battery Blitz on now. Get in for 3 days of supercharged bonus battery offers on selected kits and skin combos from Milwaukee, Makita and Haikoki. Got a gift card for Christmas? Now's the perfect time to use it. Stock up on 18-volt kits, skins and bonus battery deals. Stores are open between Christmas and New Year's at Mile End, Parafield, St Mary's, Lonsdale and Gawler. Don't miss Adelaide Tools' massive bonus battery blitz. On now ends Tuesday.
During the show today, Kia invites you to start the conversation. The all-new redesigned Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Visit kia.com.au. Call in on 1300 736 736 and help drive the conversation in sport with Kia.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1800 858 858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
This. Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
During the show today, Kia invites you to start the conversation. The all-new redesigned Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Visit kia.com.au. Call in on 1300 736 736 and help drive the conversation in sport with Kia.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best. Day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and Team D available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Wood, let's fly around the wicket, and he's met with a flat bat straight back past the bowler. Well played by Harris, and there's his 50.
Robinson delivers to Head. Head goes back and he's taken in the corner. Snaffled at second slip. Went deep in the crease. Head tried to work it through point, but he falls for 27. Australia lose their 5th wicket with the score on 171. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, 5 for 173. Australia is trailing by 12 runs. Harris is 69. Green is 2. This could be the most decisive hour of the Test match as to whether Australia can get to the front with half their wickets in hand or whether England can force the issue. The tactics haven't matched the urgency of the moment, it doesn't feel. Leach is still bowling. He's over the wicket. He's thrown it down the leg side. Butler, not for the first time, hasn't gloved it. And the experts chair for Anaconda, play more, pay less, with Anaconda's 10% price
beat guarantee. Bryce McGann is joined by Damien Fleming. Hello, Flem.
Gerard, Bryce.
Reach over the wicket, bowls, and Harris is turning around the corner ever so fine. He'll get runs down to fine leg. He comes back for 2 and moves into the 70s for the 3rd time in his Test career. 71 for Harris.
Nice traditional leg glance from Harry. That was a great shot. Bryce, what have you been saying about Leach and his bowling tactics and the fielding placements?
Well, I don't think he's having a big say in it. The last over we had a long on for Cameron Green. He's on 1, and then they push back long off for the second last ball. Like, put some pressure on the young fella and attack. One more wicket here and they're into him.
Harris faces up and he clips the single down to long on that he has been gifted. 72 for Harris. It's 5 for 176.
Yeah, for me, it's not reading the situation, Bryce. As in, Root admitted after Gabba, I should have protected him more. And now they're going full protection. But you can't just have people in places for fielding positions. You've got to take catches as well.
Leach around the wickets. He's bowling to Green, who's on 2, and he's punching the ball out to cover. If Green wants to go to long on or to deep square, go your hardest.
Well, particularly long on, Gerard. You want him hitting out against the spin. There's turn and bounce. It'll go to long off. If you're going to have one out, put your long off out.
Green faces up to Leach. He's back and he's playing the ball into the offside.
Entice him to go over long on.
And really, he's just bowling medium pace cutters, isn't he?
He is firing them in. He's very defensive with his bowling.
Leach bowls and Green is back and cutting the ball to point. There's no run with Anderson on the spot. 5 for 176 at the end of the over. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
There's nothing quite like celebrating and enjoying summer vibes with your pals. Parafield Airport Liquor Store, that is. Come into Pals. You'll be bowled over by our prices. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Bendix breaks, big moment. That's more suits the circumstances of the test. Jimmy Anderson has been tossed the ball. Bendix breaks, put your foot down with confidence. Bendix breaks. He'll be from the members' end after a tremendous spell in the morning session. What was it, 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 1.
And a lot of it was around the wicket to Harris, and Harris is vulnerable here. Anderson knows that, so it's game on. 3 slips are ready to catch. There is a sweeper out there at deep backward point. Now he's coming up. Wise move.
Overall 2 for 22. That's right.
You just got to keep Harris on strike. You've got to keep him on strike. Now, they've moved him up,
but
thankfully.
It can be a catching position to Harris, can't it, too?
Absolutely.
But not on the fence.
Jimmy Anderson begins the fresh spell. He's in and around the wicket. Harris drives off an inside edge out to mid-on. He goes with a stroke and takes the run as Wood gets around the field. Harris to 73.
I'd almost push the offside field like 5 metres to their right and encourage him, to hit straight through the covers.
Indeed, there's enough movement, late movement particularly, and Anderson's so disciplined at the length he's been bowling, which has been fuller than most. That outside edge is right in play. He's beaten it a number of times, but if they're serious about taking the wicket, again, 3 slips in play.
Cam Green settles over his bat. He's on 2. Jimmy Anderson's just taking a little bit of time. Point 3 or 4 steps to his left to become backward point. 3rd slip moves out to 4th slip. Fine leg, the only man in the deep. And Anderson is over the wicket when he's bowling to the right-hander. And Green is driving off an inside portion of the bat. Anderson parries it away, no run.
Flem, the 3rd slip, the 4th slip, is that guessing or is that...
No, guessing.
That's a strategy?
You're just guessing, aren't you?
I wonder what happens at the other end. Surely we've seen enough of Leach.
I have.
I have.
I like spin.
Go on.
I'd like to see Wood go again.
Anderson bowls. Green is forward in his defence. Very soundly played back down the pitch.
I think well, Stokes hasn't bowled this session, but I reckon Root's probably more wicket-taking option against someone like Harris.
Stokes knocked Green over in Adelaide. Anderson at one end, Stokes at the other when you're in for it.
Yep.
With the last of the runs you have to play with. Stokes has only bowled 6 overs in the innings. It's Anderson bowling to Green, in on the toes. He squirted it away, trying to turn to leg. It ended up at points.
No, you're right. I mean, they get another wicket here, getting into Carey, and then they got the Aussie tail. I mean, it's going to seem the whole, how long the Test match goes. So if you bowl your best ball, you've got to back yourself that it's going to get a good result.
You don't have to run through too many different strategies. Just bowl good ball, your best.
Anderson right on the off stump. It's defended by Green, who met the challenge, played it out to cover.
Yeah, well played from Green. You know, this will be a real test for the youngster, the master craftsman, swing bowler, James Anderson, in conditions that are pretty suitable for him, swing and seam.
Green made 45 in the second innings of this test last year when he was Australia's last hope. It's our first real glimpse of him with the bat. Anderson bowls and Green's in behind it, squeezing it out of the pads. 1 from the over, 5 for 177 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
During the show today, Kia invites you to start the conversation. The all-new redesigned Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Visit kia.com.au. Call in on 1300 736 736 and help drive the conversation in sport with Kia.
Adelaide Tools massive bonus battery blitzes on now. Get in for 3 days of supercharged bonus battery offers on selected kits and skin combos from Milwaukee, Makita and Haikoki. Don't miss Adelaide Tools massive bonus battery blitz on now. Ends Tuesday.
Continues SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Marcus Harris is on 73. He has the strike too deep on the leg side. He's leaning forward with bat and pad and defending to cover.
I like that line, that he's got to play through the offside a bit more against the turn and bounce. A couple of times when Harris has had to try and drive even to mid-off, it's caused some problems and hit the inside edge.
Bowls. Harris drives. He's put it forward at points and he'll get runs out to the punt road end. 2 and they'll turn for a third as Wood arrives. And they'll just amble back for that third run. It takes Harris along to 76. And it's 5 for 180.
Oh, 2 outside off stump, Bryce.
Yeah, just over-pitched on that one. Just missed his length a little bit. Allowed Harris to open the face and hit it through there, but that's still dangerous. And he should be thinking. He should think in his mind. Now Harris thinks that's a good shot. Now I can get him into doing it. If I hit my right length, it brings in all the options of dismissal, turning one through the gate or an edge if it doesn't turn as much.
Green faces up to Leach. He's leaning forward and defending to a short extra cover who's come into a catching position.
I'm just not sure he thinks that way, Bryce.
You need to here, because there's not often much spin.
Pitches away. Green is playing back. He's guiding the ball to backward point. Anderson up to field, no run. Margin between the two teams is 5 runs, with Australia having 180 on the board. Reach around the wicket, bowls. Green is forward, punching back to the bowler.
They've got the under 12 position as well, just on the offside. The 3/4 pitch length, very straight. Might be just a touch close, but they're trying to apply some pressure to Green.
Last ball of Leach's over. Green is back and squirting it off the outside portion of the bat to backward point. No run. 5 for 180. This session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe. Search Dial Before You Dig every time.
I remember as a boy tagging along with my mum for the weekly shop. It was exciting because if I behaved, once we got to the local grocers, I'd be able to get a Nippy's flavoured milk. Now, as a dad myself, I can share that joy with my own kids. They love the juices.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table. That's Nippy's.
Delicious.
0433 98 11 16 to correspond with us for Tyre Power Summer Scorcher Sale. Jimmy Anderson from the members' end at the MCG. Marcus Harris is on 76 and he's edging and he's caught it first slip. Harris can't get his highest score in Test cricket nor the century that he craves. His vigil ends as Jimmy Anderson does him, and Joe Root so safe of hand yet again. It ends on 76 for Harris, and Australia still adrift now, 6 down, 6 for 180.
Biology gold there from Anderson. We've talked about Harris's troubles from around the wicket, that he's not sure which delivery to leave, which to drive. And in the end, it's just that little forward press that doesn't go any further, and it's almost like he falls over, and in that act, it hits the outside edge, and an easy catch to Joe Root. But beautiful bowling. That's a searching length, and interesting hearing Mark Ward reported on TV saying you've just got to hang in there, an edge is just around the corner, and this has been a fantastic effort by the English bowlers so far today, and more to come.
And backed up largely with supporting the slip cordon. They're taking their catches, they're taking the chances. I don't think that's been the issue in the previous two tests of the bowlers actually creating enough chances. It's been the support that they needed behind the stumps, and, well, Root's safe of hand, as you called it, Gerard. He's taken 3 catches there and hasn't looked like dropping them.
So 3 times out in the 70s for Marcus Harris in his Test career, 79 and 70 early on, and now 76 after going 8 tests without a half century. Bundaberg, Ginger Beer, Australia's batting, and it's the 3rd catch for Joe Root. The fielding for PGG Wrightson Turf Durascape. He's caught Labuschagne, Head and Harris. So he's returning the favour to Steve Smith, who was so good snaffling catches in Adelaide. Snaffle, visit snaffle.com.au. The test match is afoot. Alex Carey in the middle. Cam Green's only been there for a handful of balls. Australia is still in arrears. 6 for 180. Jimmy Anderson in. Bowls to Carey, who leaves outside the off stump.
I don't think Anderson's going to leave too far from that delivery that dismissed Marcus Harris. So Alex Carey, as a left-hander, is going to constantly get challenged from around the wicket. And Anderson can swing the ball back in or seam it away like that dismissal from Marcus Harris.
40,000 in at the MCG. A pivotal hour. Anderson bowls. Carey leaves. That's angling in at the off stump.
That's the in-swinger. Really good skills.
Yeah.
Got a beautiful run-up, isn't he? Doesn't waste a step. Just well grooved. Turns around. Only half a dozen steps. Beautiful action. Still generates a lot of momentum through the crease.
He's rounded his mark, Anderson, and he is in, and Carey with a big leave. And now, as the sentiment of a great many, my heart just sank. Marcus Harris has had so many breaks, and I thought today would be his day. It wasn't to be. 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power Summer Scorcher Sale.
I think it's indicative of the wicket. You're never actually in. Often players get to 76 in a test innings and the wicket flattens out. The ball's 50 or 60 overs old and it's pretty easy going. It's not the case here. It's still alive for the bowlers.
He's getting a bit rowdy at the G. Carey, ball reared at him. Off the shoulder. Got it to ground safely at point. Could have gone anywhere.
Well, backing up what you just said, Bryce. There's just always something happening with this pitch. So as a bowler, the incentive is bowl a huge percentage of his stock balls. There's natural variation in this pitch.
What's happening in the stands at the punt road is there's a fellow in a Tigers singlet chugging beers. It's as simple as that.
He's done.
Carey faces up, he drives, didn't get it cleanly. It goes away to mid-off, no run. 6 for 180 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
Introducing the all-new Staria Load, Hyundai's new commercial van, loaded with as much space and tech as you can possibly fit. We've fit in class-leading safety features, like a 360-degree surround view monitor in the liftback, giving you another set of eyes on the road. Plus, the two-seat van fits 3 Euro pallets. Right now, we've also fit in a special $750 bonus for ABN holders. The all-new Hyundai Staria Load fits in everything. T's and C's apply.
For Host Plus, the independent super fund for all Australians. Yes, we have seen enough of Jack Leach. The game is in the balance, and Joe Root is on the attack. Mark Wood has been tossed the ball at the southern end. 6 for 180. Green is 2. Carey is yet to score, and he had to survive a tremendous over from Jimmy Anderson, who's up to how many wickets at the MCG, Colo?
Well, this year alone, he's got 38 wickets at test level at an average of 22, and at the MCG, he's got an average of 21.
Wood to Green. Start of the new over. Green up, playing it from under his chin, down to point. Colo stats and facts for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it.
Straight away, extra bounce from Wood, isn't it? Yep. You can see Green just a little bit surprised by the extra pace and the extra bounce. There's natural variation in this pitch. Keep charging in, bowl a huge percentage of good deliveries, you'll get rewarded.
Under bright skies, with a breeze blowing across the ground, Mark Wood hustles from the top of his mark. He's in over the wicket and bowling to Green, who fins at it and almost plays it into the gloves of Joss Butler. Mike Atherton, business has picked up.
It has, thankfully, with Mark Wood back into the attack. That was a poor shot from Cameron Green. It was a ball to cut, really, and he tried to force it with a straight bat, and that's only going to bring you trouble in Australia. Somebody brought up in Western Australia, he should know.
Fair call.
2 slips and a gully, a backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, a straight mid-wicket and fine leg. In the mid-140s, Wood bowls. Green, it's in on the pads, and he tips and runs as he rolls it square, moves to 3. The deficit is now 4.
I'm sure you would have talked about it at length, but I found it very odd that Jack Leach bowled for an hour immediately after lunch. He would have been the last on my list to start, which is not. I'm not being negative about Jack Leach particularly, but just on the surface with the conditions, given how things had gone in the morning, you had to start with your seamers surely. And if you were going to bowl Leach, you bowl him over the wicket in a more attacking vein than round the wicket. I thought that was very odd. On an otherwise good day for England so far.
Rotating the offside field about 3 steps to the right. Each of point cover and mid-off. Carey on strike, Wood bowls to him. Carey tucked up in defence, rolls it to square leg and midfield's no run.
It likes around the wicket to the left-handers. A couple of slips in place. So a big partnership for Australia. You know, a quick wicket here, you're into the tail, small lead. Or it's a great opportunity for these Australian batsmen to make a significant contribution, take the game away from England.
Sort of start to run the maths, and the deficit mightn't be anything like what England could have been facing. Carey's on the back foot running the ball to backward point, but this partnership will play a big role in that.
England's slip catching has been good today, or I should say Joe Root's slip catching has been good today, because that's where the chances have gone. But it's a completely reordered slip cordon. We're looking at them just in front of us now, and Zach Crawley's in there and Johnny Bairstow. So the slip cordon started Root, Burns, Malan in the first test, and completely changed. It's never an ideal thing when you change your slip cordon from game to game.
Last ball of the over. He delivers to Carey, who leaves outside the off stump. 6 for 181 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Krypton.
G'day, Damien Fleming here.
If you're an employer, make sure you get on the front foot and recruit MEGT to help catch a great apprentice or trainee for 2022. MEGT are your local apprenticeship experts. They can help sign up an apprentice or trainee and even check if you're eligible for financial incentives. Start building a great business innings with MEGT by calling 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Everyday Advantage. We don't hide our prices. The mastery of Jimmy Anderson playing out before us. One of our correspondents has declared it. Gerard, England are winning this test match. Make note of this text. 049, I put it in my book.
Atherton's number, is it?
Green's on 3, 6 for 181. Anderson bowls to him and he's in behind it defending. A bit more of a breakdown on Jimmy's numbers?
Yeah, just this year, where you look at first innings compared to second innings. In the first dig, he's taken 32 wickets at 17 this year. But in the second innings, 6 wickets at 49. So he's effectively doing here what he's done all year.
So I'm trying to think, how many test matches abroad before the last one? He played a couple in India, did he?
Yeah, he played in India, played one in Sri Lanka, took 6 for 40 at Gaul.
Yeah.
Catching extra cover or a short mid-off. Take your pick. Green in behind. It's right under the eyes. He plays it safely on
the grass covering here, I think, will help Jimmy in the second innings. The new ball in particular will still move.
Doesn't waste an ounce of energy, does he?
I still can't believe how many tests he's played.
Incredible.
That's a fast bowler.
What's that, 161?
168, was it, or was that 160?
That's 168, so he's equal second. He's in a tie with 2 or 3 other players. Green is forward defending.
I reckon he could put a blindfold on now and you could put a ball in his hand and he'd be able to run up and deliver.
Yeah.
Instinctively. There's not an ounce of energy that he wastes. What is his run up? About 15 paces or something. It's not too long. It's just enough for him. He's so wiry and lithe and fit and just doesn't waste it.
No.
A bit like Richard Hadley at the end of his career.
I was just going to say, yeah.
He's got Harris and he's got Smith and he's coming at Green who drives him back. Knocks it down.
So then we're talking about Robinson before. You know, he is wasting time in his run-up and energy. Whereas for Jimmy, that's got to be, less fatigue, less body forces, going in the wrong way. They're going in the right way. So, that's why he's been able to sustain this. So 168 tests, it's insane.
Anderson bowls and Green's playing on the back foot into the covers. Wood comes around, does the fielding. It was a well-judged single. He heaves it in and it rolls all the way down to fine leg. No chance of an overthrow though. 4 for Green, 6 for 182.
So 168 test matches this week for Anderson. 168 test match, pulling level with Ponting and Steve Waugh. Only Tendulkar ahead of him with 200.
I mean, it touches a little bit on something, Flem, we were talking about on telly earlier. I was talking about central contracts and the value to England's bowlers. The timing of Anderson's career starting in 2002, central contracts came in 2001, so it's perfect timing, really, for him.
Anderson around the wickets. He bowls to Carey, who defends to the leg side. End of the over, 6 for 182 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Know the beauty of having a wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and a kingdom worth of Kia boot space. Unleash the beast, explore the beauty with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Australia's batting 6 for 182 for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. 3 runs now adrift of England. The 3 slips set in place with Wood in operation from the southern end of the G. Green's on 4 and on strike. He got one that reared up and off the shoulder of the bat. It falls short of backward point where Hamid's on duty, and that takes a big deep breath and a wander away.
What did this come off? Oh, it really kicked. I think it hit the back shoulder, did it?
really seemed to kick off the pitch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's scary.
It's quite wicked.
And just increased in pace. Lifted. 148 kilometres an hour.
A tighter and tighter replay off the gloves. So both Green, I think Green might have worn a couple on the gloves so far as he faces up and in behind it, the study of the replays for Drummond Golf's Boxing Day sale.
He did well there, Cameron Green, because it's not easy when you're facing the very next ball after one has kicked off a length and almost decapitated you.
And that one was shorter, Athers, and didn't get up as much.
So I know the two of you have been moonlighting on television away from our gaze. And you strayed where you strayed yesterday, which I admire for. This is Atherton, Bold, Fleming, Duck, MCG completes a pair. Cricket Australia have done you the service of posting vision and you strayed in that direction.
Sledged by Cricket Australia. Oh, dear.
Good ball. Green's on 4, he ducks a bouncer, which is particularly high.
Just that noise of off bail. There wasn't too much stump involved there. To be fair, it slipped, and I apologise.
It was a good ball, far too good.
You remember the sequence quite well, Flem.
Hey?
You remember the sequence of events quite well?
I reckon there was a little LB shout, but Ather's got an inside edge, which is tough to get LBW, to be fair, even in Australian conditions.
Who's in charge of Cricket Australia's social media account? That's what I want to know. Gunning for him.
6 for 182. Wood is in. Bowls to Green, who gets squared up and knocks it back down the pitch.
How does Cameron Green go with the short ball? I mean, the genuine bumper. Does he play it well?
In the times I've seen him, he has, because a lot of tall players have struggled over the years, haven't they? You know, they try and ride it, which they can do all through the pathways because there's no one quick enough to worry them, particularly if you're someone who bowls fast himself. But he can definitely pull and hook. But he is someone that does like to get that 30, 40 balls before he gets in.
Wood bowls, Green leaves the rising delivery outside the off stump.
He actually knows how to, build a big innings. And we've only really seen him be aggressive once, haven't we, Gerard, at Sydney in the second innings, where the declaration was on and he was bombing them into the members' areas at the SCG. It's a long ball, which we've seen in the Big Bash, but no, he always, Test match cricket looks to construct an innings.
Fought hard in this test last year for a 45 against India. It was Australia's only hope overnight, heading towards the end of the test. He's on 4 and he's playing off the hip from the ball that Wood's furious he got in the wrong direction. It's taken to backward square. Leach in to do the fielding. 2 runs taken, and that makes the deficit 1. Green is 4 at 6 for 184. And if I miscount, it was 1 to go? No, that's the end of the over. I've got to get out of the way. 6 for 184.
COVID-19 vaccination boosters have now been approved for everyone 18 years and older. A booster dose increases your protection against becoming very sick or dying from COVID-19. Boosters are available through your GP, pharmacist, or other healthcare professional. Help keep yourself, loved ones, and your community protected. Book your booster at australia.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
6 for 184. Still tense times at the MCG, particularly if you're an Englishman like Mike Atherton. Afternoon, Athers and Flem.
Hello, how are you, mate?
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm good. This is real test cricket, isn't it? James Anderson, figures of 3 for 24. He bowls and Carey gets forward and defends to the covers.
Oh, it's been a great contest, hasn't it? You know, we thought Australia were just going to take the game away from England. Heard Johnny Bairstow last night. He was adamant that, let's wait and see what happens tomorrow once the Australians bat on this pitch. And
I felt sorry for him being the spokesman for England last night.
Well, I did, but, and maybe, it was just a little bit of propaganda from his side. But no, the fast bowlers have backed those comments up.
Anderson from around the wicket. Carey let it come to him, played from the body defensively. The thing is, when you
puts a side in, as Pat Cummins did, and a perfectly fair decision, obviously, in knocking England over. What it means then, though, is that you come out to bat, and the bowling side often have nice breaks. You know, you come out, you might have to bat a session, but then the bowlers get the overnight, and then they come out fresh the next morning, and it can sometimes play to the bowling team's strength.
Anderson bowls to Carey again. He plays late but plays well. Square on the offside. No run.
No, definitely Athers. I mean, in theory, that's why, you know, on a not reasonable batting deck, you like to bat first because you then don't want to have a whole day in the field.
What do you think England would, if you said now, what kind of deficit would you settle for? Do you think they'd settle for 50? If you offered them 50, would they settle for that?
I don't know if they'll score 50 in the second dig.
It's one at the moment as Carey is driving, not as sweetly or as fluently as he would have liked. And it went to the onside, perhaps rather than the off, but all on.
Pessimistically 50, optimistically somewhere up to 100.
What's Australia happy with then, do you think, from the current situation?
Oh, I'd like 100.
Yeah.
And you think 100 would be too big a deficit to overhaul?
No, that's just in the big balance. But my worry is, unless Joe Root scores 150, you know, where's the runs coming from?
Anderson again, this time over the wicket to Carey, and he defends.
It's just such a big burden on Root, who, geez, he batted well yesterday. I can understand why he's so frustrated with his dismissal, the shot he played, because he did everything you want from the best batsman in your team. Just how many good singles did he get? And it didn't inspire the rest of his teammates, unfortunately. And then he showed real class when he attacked too.
Anderson's on the approach from the members' end, and Carey does play this one. He pushed forward though with no power and sees out another maiden over. It's tight stuff at the MCG. 6 for 184 independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Green is 6. Carey yet to score.
And just on Cam Green as well, Athers, what I've liked is after the test match experience, average mid-30s, went back to Western Australia, and you know, last summer he ended up scoring 1,280 runs.
Churning out double hundreds, didn't he, as far as I could see?
So, you know, only averaging 36 this summer, but he's already scored 100 for Western Australia. So, yeah, it's real promising signs for a player that we haven't had for decades, really, if his batting can mirror up with his bowling this summer.
So we are going to see Ben Stokes here. Haven't for quite a while. But he's coming on to bowl from the southern end.
Cameron Green got him out, of course.
Yes.
Yep.
Ben Stokes will be keen to get one back on the young pretender.
Well, Stokes bowled him in Adelaide. That one spell where he bowled full knocked him over because he's such a dangerous bowler because he knows what he's doing, Stokes. Swings it both ways, bowls an excellent bouncer, just wills himself into the contest.
The lead is just one for England. All-rounder to all-rounder. Stokes bowls and Green is edgily running it through the cordon down towards the boundary for a couple of runs. He almost stumbled and fell over. Coming back for a second there, Green, but Australia are ahead with 4 wickets in hand. Green rather unconvincingly gets 2 and goes to 8, and Carey still yet to score.
Knowledgeable crowd, bigger roar, of course, or bigger cheer as Australia go into the lead. Is this regarded as a pretty decent second-day crowd, or not?
What are we up to?
30,000 or thereabouts, is it?
Stokes bowls and he's right in behind this and plays it back up on the offside. They were sort of hoping for 40-ish down, which is what you would expect, but thinking that it would be 30 plus. So
probably just 20% down each day because of the circumstances. Still loud enough, still very good atmosphere.
Yeah.
And if England could be competitive and people were thinking about whether to come or not tomorrow or the next day, that might change things a little bit too. Beautiful weather.
You can get a seat.
Sun shining. Green backs away.
I might just hang on till the PCR tests have come back.
Yes, you might do, yes. Alarm getting adjusted.
This might open in the second dig.
2 out on the leg side. Stokes to Green, doesn't bowl short, just back of a length, defended back to the bowler. It remains a tight contest here at the MCG.
There was 67,882 in on day 2 in his corresponding match 4 years ago. So more than double.
How many Barmy Army would make the move, you reckon, from Melbourne and Sydney? Have to be in the thousands.
I think there was 20,000 here in 10-11 when they won.
Green on 8. Stokes is at him and he struck. But goes back in front of the wicket as he just slightly lost his balance there. Good penetrating bowling from Stokes.
He's just a bit tentative with his footwork sometimes, Cameron Green, which can often be the case with big men. He's obviously well over 6 foot. He's quite heavy set. And he's not always the lightest on his feet and the most mobile.
Good movement off the seam into the right hand at that time. Stokes again, southern end. Bouncer for Green.
Bouncer.
It comes late in the over, he ducks underneath it.
Thought about it. Yeah, no, this one's a good one.
Well, there are 2 men out. There's the normal fine leg, and then there's another man about 3/4 of the way back on the leg side, Milan, I think.
He's got an excellent fast bowling mentality, Stokes.
Yes.
Leach down at fine leg. Joe Root's been doing some warm-ups himself at slip. He's taken 3 catches. He's been in good form in that regard. Stokes bowls and Green covering up, getting really front on to defend that. That is the end of the over. 2 from it. 6 for 186 for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Victorian harness racing just got bigger with all the exciting action on Trots Vision. It's an enhanced online platform with every Victorian harness race streamed live. Enjoy exclusive content, the daily form, tips from Australia's most respected racing analysts and more. Trots Vision brings you all the live action every day at home or on your phone. And best of all, it's free. Lap up Trots Vision. Lap up the trots. Visit thetrots.com.au.
Stokes bowled a no ball, so he re-bowls it, and it's pushed by Green on the offside square of the wicket, so no change to the score, but 3 runs instead of 2 from the over, and it's 6 for 187 at the MCG for Henley. Henley everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. Green is 8. Carey's still yet to score from 15 balls, and Australia has a lead of 2.
And Stokes is still looking at where his front foot is landing. He hasn't moved yet from the popping crease where he delivered that ball because he's checking where his foot is landing on the line. Of course, he had horrendous problems in Brisbane, staying behind the line. And England have bowled a lot now in the series.
4th no ball of the innings. And Wood to come on from the members' end and bowl around the wicket to Carey. So as we work our way towards tea on the second day, we keep saying it for the next 15 to 20 minutes, so important. Been a productive day for England. They're back in the test match. Wood bowls and Carey again. He's played late, he's played well. They take on Hamid. Shot at the stumps from square of the wicket at point, and I'm not certain that Green was making his ground in time if the shot had hit.
Well, for the second time this session, that's a bit of lazy running from Green, who I think was gone here with a direct hit.
He was gone.
Well, problem on 2 counts there for Green. One, he didn't slide his bat. His bat was in the air as it crossed the line. And secondly, if you watched him back up, he barely backed up at all there. So he was quite late in responding to Carey's call for a 1. It should have been an easy single, and in the end he was struggling.
Wood on the charge. Bowls to Green, who defends. Carey got off the mark, incidentally, with that risky single. He is 1, and it's 6 for 188. The big moments of Bendix breaks. Put your foot down with confidence. That's Bendix breaks.
There was another bit of running earlier on in the session from Travis Head where Stokes nearly ran him out. And again, he was just dawdling, really, at the start and then had to sprint. And it's quite un-Australian-like, actually. If I've seen Australian sides in the past, they always run their runs hard. And just a little bit of lazy running could have been costly in this session.
Wood's not lazy. He's charging in at 147 as he bowls. He's defended up to mid on at 6 for 188. I reckon we had it drilled into us by Ian Chappell in the commentary.
Exactly.
He's turned blind there, or he hasn't backed up quick enough. It's amazing how those things they do get into your system, in your thoughts on the game, and it was the same commentary team for all our childhood. So
yeah, and I think a sense of the difference between domestic cricket in England, which sometimes can be played at half pace because of the amount of cricket that we play, and the intensity of Sheffield Shield cricket because of the lower volume.
Wood. And he's popped it up on the offside. He lost control of that, but the tall man, he was still over it to a degree, and it landed safely.
Could have gone anywhere.
Yeah.
It really bounced, not as much as the one from a couple of overs ago that wrapped Cameron Green on the glove. But this hit the shoulder of the bat and could have easily gone in the air to Jack Leach at cover.
A smaller man would have been trying to get the bat up even higher. 144, that was delivered by Wood. Green is 8. Cloud covering the sun at the moment. Perfect conditions for express bowling. Wood, full head of steam, bowls to Green. Very much in behind it, very watchful, played it back to the bowler.
Well, he's wholehearted, Mark Wood. On a number of occasions on his follow-through, he kind of tumbles and loses his footing because he throws himself so furiously at the crease into his release and final bit of his action, and then he stumbles over after release. Wholehearted cricketer.
6-3 field. He's operating over the wicket to the tall West Australian, who starts with his bat raised. Wood goes in past umpire rifle, slightly down the leg side, and it speeds away off the pads and down to the boundary for 4. Was there an inside edge on them? There was. And Green goes to 12, and at the end of the over, it's 6 for 192.
Yeah, nice leg glance from Cameron Green. When I look back at a lot of Ashes Test matches I played in, I can think of a lot of games similar to this where you're almost level with Australia, and then something like a Steve Waugh, Ian Healy partnership, and then latterly after that, Adam Gilchrist at number 7 would take the game away, and you just feel this game is now at that inflection point where England need to get a wicket, but there's an opportunity for Australia with 2 quite aggressive batsmen at the crease to take the game away if they play well. And this is the kind of situation where many of their champions of the past did that.
Such a great point. I mean, and Gilchrist could do it so quickly. Waugh was able to show faith in the tail, and something that obviously improved broadly in cricket, but probably led by Australia, the ability of the bowlers to bat rather than just it be a walking wicket. You copped that plenty of times, I'm sure.
I mean, Ian Healy as well, you know. You never really thought of Heels as I mean, he was a fantastic cricketer, don't get me wrong, but you never thought of him as a batsman in the way that Gilchrist was. Yeah, he'd fashion a way of just getting vital runs at really important times, and a partnership that would really hurt you just as your bowlers were tiring and just as the game was in the balance.
Multiple beach balls getting a run down in the old Bay 13 area at the MCG, much to the amusement of the crowd. Stokes around the wicket. Carey lets it go outside the off stump.
And I guess that's the hope for Alex Carey, is it? Because
he's capable.
Yeah, and particularly the way that he plays, his one-day expertise, he can play. I'm not for one moment saying as well or destructively as Adam Gilchrist, but in that fashion. Very dangerous when you've got a player like that who can counter in this position.
Stokes continuing around the wicket. Southern end wide of the crease. Full ball whipped off the toes, but not timed by Carey, and he can't beat mid-wicket. Rod Marsh was the first Australian keeper to make 100 in an Ashes Test match. First Aussie keeper that was, in the Centenary Test. And I was interviewing him recently for an MCC podcast, and he was 95 not out going into the rest day, and he did a football promotion over at Punt Road, and he and Dennis Lilly went and kicked the AFL ball with the Richmond players, and he woke up the next morning and said, what? I've got a massively tight hamstring. Stokes bowls, and he ties up Carey a little bit, struck him high above the pad, but there's no run, still 6 for 192.
It's amazing to think now that we had rest days in test matches.
Yeah.
Even my first few test matches, there were rest days on the Sunday. Incredible, really, to think about it.
What did you do?
Just to go out on Saturday night and have a few. That's what you did. I slept it off on Sunday morning.
10 minutes to go till tea. Stokes. Carey gets one that rises into the body. Just had enough angle to work with that time and popped it around the corner, and he's hit it slowly enough to come back for the second. Hamid, who's had a lot of practice throwing at the stumps in this series. I can't remember him actually hitting the target yet. Comes in to do the fielding and can't stop them getting 2. Carey goes to 3, and it's 6 for 194.
Even when rest days were canned, we'd still then have the odd Sunday off. So for the Wimbledon finals, you wouldn't have a day of Test cricket for that, and then the Open Championship, which always finished on a Sunday, there'd be a rest day for that.
Stokes again, and Carey is flicking, and again can't beat the diving Anderson at mid-wicket.
When I first came to Australia, I used to walk off the field to watch the Melbourne Cup.
Did you really?
That was always early on in the tour. I think usually during the game against WA at Perth. Yep. And you'd wander off for 10 minutes to watch the call at Flemington.
Well, there was certainly some cricketers who used to make short work of their innings, and when Simon O'Donnell was captain, he was well known for that, to try and get to Flemington in the carnival. Last ball of the over. Stokes bowls again, working that angle. Carey just hasn't quite got the line right in this over. Ben Stokes helped around the corner for 1. And the end of the over, it's 6 for 195 now, with Carey 4 and Green 12. SEN Test cricket for Independent Reserve. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto.
We've all dreamed of snaffling the big one. The Ashes winning catch, a goal after the siren, or a Snaffle wallet. Subscribe to Snaffle and get the stuff you want today and pay tomorrow. Snaffle a winning deal with all the best brands like Apple, Samsung, Smeg and more. Don't wait, Snaffle it now. Snaffle, one subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe today at snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
So the lead is 10. Australia 6 for 195 as we close in on tea on day 2 of the Boxing Day Test. Carey is 4, Green is 12. Wood continues, bowls short ball, and it followed Carey and struck him on the shoulder.
Yeah, round the wicket, Wood, short, fast ball. The difficulty facing Mark Wood is that because he's so short and his trajectory is skiddy, even the short ball and the intended bouncer sometimes doesn't get up. And that really didn't get up for Carey. He was expecting that to pass over his front shoulder, and in the end it just cannoned into his shoulder.
He's still there on 4 from 23 balls. Wood again around the wicket, and Carey again able to work the angle. Goes for a smart single that time. Well judged by Green. He calls him through before Leach could do anything about it. And the lead is 11.
Mark Wood tumbling on his follow through, and he slapped the turf with his hand in frustration because it must hurt. I mean, rock hard pitches here at the MCG, and when he falls, he lands on his knee. So it can't be pleasant.
145.5 that was delivered at. Mark Wood turns quickly. There's a leg slip in place now. Johnny Bairstow for the right-handed Green. Wood bowls a bouncer, and he doesn't tempt him. He's got 2 out behind square. 2 slips, a leg slip. Gully, forward point, mid-off, mid-on.
Bairstow is very fine at leg slip. So there was that leg glance, wasn't there, from Cameron Green in the previous over from Wood, that probably went to around about where Bairstow is fielding now. But it's an unusual position. You don't really see many catches go there. Normally they go to a leg gully who's a bit squarer than that.
SEN Test cricket for Independent Reserve. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto. 6 for 196. Straining every sinew at the moment is Wood as he charges in, he bowls. Good length, just back of the length. Green still with his height able to get forward and just press the ball down into the ground on the offside.
Yeah, he got quite a big stride in then, Cameron Green. Mark Wood at his pace, he wouldn't see too many batsmen getting that kind of stride in towards him.
I think Colo is sending us the message that 25 no balls for England so far in this series.
Yeah, it's a lot, and 2 of them have taken wickets.
Yes. Wood on the charge again. Over the wicket to the right-handed Green, and again it's a rising ball that he handled pretty well. Got the elbow up, down into the ground. Played it into the gully. Don't forget, if you're looking for an exciting trip away this summer, you'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. Head to visit mildura.com.au and get planning. And a mate of mine, Athers, has just come back from Mildura for a family holiday over Christmas. He was listening when we were chatting about Mildura in the last test. He couldn't believe my lack of knowledge or confidence of knowledge. So Mick and Jarvis are on their way back now from Mildura. A cheerio to you guys. 6 for 196. As Wood bowls, full Green does drive, but not with any real power. And well fielded by Leach, who knocked it down in the covers. End of the over. It's 6 for 196 with Green 12, Carey 5, and the lead is 11.
Where do Melburnians go over Christmas if they're going out to the city? Do they head down Mornington Peninsula way?
Yeah, there's generally the main. I mean, a lot do go up north to the river, but there's mainly, it's sort of, if you're not going to Queensland, it'll be either to the peninsula or down to the surf coast, so down past Geelong to Lorne or the Bellarine Peninsula, Barwon Heads, down that way. Yeah, lots of great spots down there. Great memories of beach holidays, listening to the cricket.
Yeah.
Swim in the morning, have a bit of a listen to the cricket, wander up, have some lunch, watch a bit of the action. Boxing Day test always on, so I'm sure people are enjoying that family experience while listening to SEN.
And Mornington has beach and vineyards now,
Beach
doesn't it?
and some fantastic spots,
Yeah.
great wineries and things to see and do, and lots of great golf courses as well. If you're allowed to, if you've got the time to get out and play when you're on a family holiday, which is not always the case. So, Jack Leach, who started things in this session, is going to come on before tea. 3 minutes to go till tea, so can he get through one and allow Wood to bowl another one before the break? Carey just holding him up, and now Leach trying to work out where to have his mid-off. He's kind of somewhere in between at the moment. So it's a slip and a leg slip as Leach comes in and bowls to Carey. Tried to lap him around the corner and missed. Butler took the bails off.
It's quite a defensive feel. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square. And he has got a catch around the corner, and Stokes was just motioning deep square up a few more for the top edge sweep, and Anderson has come up 10 yards.
Leach steps up and bowls a reverse this time from Carey, if you don't mind. He hit it well, but not with enormous power. It's well fielded by Wood. Away behind point.
No sense here that Carey is just looking to play for tea.
None at all.
He's tried to manufacture a sweep, then attempted a reverse sweep.
So will he use his feet at all, or will he stay closer to the wicket? Leach still pushed it through, and Carey just prods it forward to cover. It's still 6 for 196. How do you think he's bowled overall, Leach?
All right. You know, as I said, I wouldn't have started with him after lunch. I just couldn't see the cricketing rationale behind that at all.
He settles now and bowls to Carey, who stays in his crease and turns it to leg with no power.
Roots has clearly given some thought to giving him more defensive fields. If you remember, after the Gabba, Root was quite self-critical of the fields that he'd given Leach.
English crowd still in full voice. Leach bowls full again. He's reverse swept by Carey this time. He will get runs. He played it in front of the diving Robinson this time, who slides and returns it as quick as he could. But there's 2 more runs to be added to the Australian total. 6 for 198 now. Carey goes to 7. It is amazing to see 2 reverse sweeps in the over basically before tea.
Yeah. That's Mark Wood behind point. I had to take a second look when you said Robinson. I said, I've never seen Robinson move that quick.
Apologies. probably the last thing Wood needs too
Well,
after a spell.
Wood's one of these guys who never does anything slowly. He's fast twitch muscle fibers, and he just, whenever he moves, he's like a blur.
Change in field for the last ball of this over from Leach. He's pushed the leg slip to mid-wicket. There's a short leg under the helm. Leach bowls. He does try and sweep, and he's got it fine enough for more runs. There's at least two as Anderson comes around, fires to return in. And the sliding carry will be happy with that. The clock's still saying 15:39, so they're going to rush through and get in position. Ticks over now to 20-4, and that's enough for the umpires. And that is T. Australia lead by 15 runs, but they have lost further wickets in the session. 6 for 200. Carey is 9. Green is 12. The tea break coming up for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. We'll check the leading run scorer, who was Marcus Harris for Victoria Police for non-urgent police assistance call 131 444. In just a moment, but give us your thoughts, Athers, on where this game sits.
Well, it's beautifully poised. England are certainly in the game, but Australia will feel that if Carey and Green bat for an hour after tea, and there were just signs there in that over from Leach that certainly if Leach bowls after tea, Carey's not going to let him sit in. So we'll have a very important hour after tea. It wasn't as good a session for England, I didn't think, as the morning. I thought Root was wrong to bowl Leach for so long in the hour after lunch. But nevertheless, they're still in the game. If you gave them this before the start of play, 6 for 200 at tea, he'd probably take it, Joe.
2 for 69 in that session, so it is a critical time coming up, as we keep saying. But that's the situation. 6 for 200, Green 12, Carey is 9. Jimmy Anderson, 19 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 24 is the leading wicket taker for the new Spinal Ease mattress, Spinal EZE.com.au. No reviews required for the TAC recently for the TAC drive safely in these holidays. So the wickets to fall in that session: Marcus Harris caught Root, bowled Anderson for 76, and Travis Head caught Root, bowled Robinson for 27. The wickets falling at 171 with the dismissal of Head and 180 with the dismissal of Harris. 20 runs added since then. We get to the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Bharat's going to come in and join me after the break. Those fall of wickets for budget truck rental, no matter the job, they've got a truck. But a very interesting day's cricket at the MCG, and there's a session to come on SEN Test Cricket. The Independent Reserve scoreboard: choose Independent Reserve for crypto. Green 12 and Carey 9. 6 for 200, a lead of 15.
Tyre Power. Selected Toyo tyres at 25% off.
Making SEN news this hour, Western Australia's current COVID-19 restrictions have been extended until the 4th of January, impacting New Year's Eve celebrations. The rules include mask wearing indoors, music festivals and other large events cancelled, and only seated service at licensed venues. The state has recorded just one new case today. And almost another 1,000 people in New South Wales have been sent an incorrect negative COVID-19 test result by Sydney's St Vincent's Hospital Pathology, after 400 people were yesterday notified they had in fact tested positive and received an incorrect negative text. SEN.com.au sport is next. In the Boxing Day Ashes Test, struggling Aussie opener Marcus Harris.
Robinson delivers to Head. Head goes back and he's taken in the corner. Snaffled at second slip. Went deep in the crease. Head tried to work it through point, but he falls for 27. Australia lose their 5th wicket with the score on 171. Marcus Harris is on 76 and he's edging and he's caught it first slip. Harris can't get his highest score in Test cricket, nor the century that he craves.
The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Australia losing a further 2 wickets for 69 runs in that middle session. They are 6 for 200. They lead by 15 runs. Harris out for 76 remains our top scorer. It's SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. And Henley's Everyday Advantage. Tea break then for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Bharat Sundaresan from Quick Buzz joins us with his unique view on the proceedings here at the MCG. Hello, Bharat.
Hello, yeah.
What are your thoughts? What have you seen?
I mean, it's ironically been the most competitive day of cricket we've seen throughout this series, where England, for a change, have stuck to good plans, haven't messed them up, haven't gone on and tried something which has baffled all of us, which is a good sign. And for it to happen on a day where, you know, they were late to the ground by half an hour, as the MCG board said, start was delayed because they were late. It had nothing to do with COVID.
Nothing at all.
Just that they missed the bus or the bus took the wrong turn. But on a day like that, you never know, right, how the world we live in. Maybe something like that brings the team together, because we've been desperately waiting to see what will happen, like, or what will be that thing that brings this team together. They just have looked flat throughout the series. So maybe something like that could be the unlikely turnaround for them, and the conditions have worked out perfectly for them, and we've seen James Anderson just do what James Anderson does.
Yeah, so he's certainly a strong nomination for our Bingley Player of the Day. Grab a deal today. Jimmy Anderson, Michael Vaughan tweeting, we should just take in what we're seeing here and enjoy Jimmy Anderson while we can. 19 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 24. I mean, it's just superb bowling for a 39-year-old, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, world cricket needs to do something and, generate this special kind of cotton wool where we make sure that he keeps playing for the next few years. Even if, say, England move on from him, maybe he should go and play for some other teams. Like anyone right now. It's sad that we don't get to see him play every test match, but every time he does, and especially when he gets conditions like this, he is just the best in the world, maybe the best the world has ever seen. And it's not been easy for the Australian batters out there. And spare a thought for Marcus Harris and Cameron Green. They've only faced high-quality bowling so far in their young careers.
Well, yes, and Marcus Harris at least had a little bit of luck run his way today with the missed stumping, and he could well have edged a couple. By the way, Bingley grabbed a deal today. A couple of things I want to get your thoughts on. Steve Smith, has he lost something, do you think?
I think the success of Marnus Labuschagne, I think, has affected his tempo for sure.
Yeah, that's one thing. Do you mean tempo when he's at the wicket, or just broader than that?
I think broader than that. I think just the fact that he has to wait longer to come into bat, and you see it during practice sessions as well. I mean, it's no longer the Steve Smith show. I'm not saying that it's affected. He's bothered by the fact that Marnus has grown out of his shadow now, but it's not. The game isn't played at his pace anymore. He's literally coming in and having to really catch up with the tempo of the game. And I think even today you saw he was a little restless. He was playing a few shots.
Could have been a situation for him today, though, wasn't it? Because I know it was been a night watching, but they were 3 down. They hadn't got to 100.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and this was a situation he was used to before the Marnus phenomena took over. So I really was backing him to do that. And see, look, he's been doing some good things in the nets, though. Steve Smith, he's spent a lot of time with Cameron Green. So even though, Smith might have got out to Jimmy Anderson, who was bowling a beautiful spell at that point, maybe the time he spent with Cameron Green could come in handy as well. He's reached that stage of his career where it's just not just about Steve Smith, but what he brings to the team as well.
The use of Jack Leach. Athers, amongst others, were critical that he bowled straight after lunch, but also how defensive they were with his fields.
Not surprised at all, because that game I saw them play against the England Lions, the only warm-up game they had, that's exactly the plan they came out with. 6-3 leg side field, whether it was right-hander or left-hander. He bowled really, really straight, where you couldn't make out how he was going to get the batters out or what he was looking to do. So I wasn't surprised with that strategy being used. But what else can you do with Jack Leach in these conditions is a question that needs to be asked. They've decided to play him, so they had to give him a spell and give Anderson and Robinson a break. And looks like they might have to start with him again because the new ball is so close.
Yeah, and the 35 overs notionally remaining in the day. No problems with the weather. Our weather update for rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water, bit of cloud cover overall. Okay, just give us a quick prediction. What happens from here?
I think the time has come for Cam Green to show us why he is rated as this super talent, not just with ball but with bat as well. He so far in his young career has shown the tendency to go into a little bit of a shell, but nobody's worked harder on his game than Cam Green in the last few weeks in the nets. He's spent more time than even Smith and Marnus at times. So hopefully comes good, plays with a little more freedom. So those few overs from Jack Leach could be crucial. Maybe it allows him to break free and he's ready for the second new ball. So I think we're looking at a Cam Green evening.
All right, there's a prediction from Bharat Sundaresan. Thanks for being with us, Bharat. We'll talk to you later. This has been the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. And
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Didn't get the gift you wanted? Don't miss the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale with great savings store-wide. You can save $460 on the Tour Edge HL3 12-piece graphite package with titanium driver, now just $839. Tailor-made V3 soft golf balls 12-pack, just $22, save $17.95. Need a buggy? Get a Triumph Outset buggy for just $198, save $101.95. But hurry, the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale ends soon.
Victorian harness racing just got bigger with all the exciting action on Trots Vision. It's an enhanced online platform with every Victorian harness race streamed live. Enjoy exclusive content, the daily form, tips from Australia's most respected racing analysts, and more. Trots Vision brings you all the live action every day at home or on your phone. And best of all, it's free. Lap up Trots Vision. Lap up the trots. Visit thetrots.com.au.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Prefer Australian owned? Want to support local businesses? Believe in community spirit? Want a deal on your energy? Of course you do. So, should you switch to Lumo SA? Of course you should. We're 100% Australian owned with a rewards program full of local finds. We're actively helping communities and offering amazing energy deals to boot. Call 131-5866 or search Lumo. SA residential customers only. Lumo Energy SA not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. See website for details.
Let's get things back off track with the Nissan X-Trail 2021 model run-out. Now on. Get up to 3 years free service and Nissan Connect when you finance with Nissan. Contact your Nissan dealer. Approved private and ABN applicants. T's and C's apply.
Being at the greatest events on the sporting calendar is what makes sport fans tick. And to witness the biggest sporting moments in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. AFL, NRL, horse racing, soccer, basketball, cricket, boutique events and more. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
G'day, I'm Damien Fleming. Ready to smash your career out of the park? Get the experts at MEGT on board. MEGT is Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, with apprenticeship completion rates above the national average. If you're transitioning from school or you're a business owner, hit your employment goals for 6 with MEGT. Start building a solid partnership with your local apprenticeship experts. Visit meg.com.au or call 13 63 48.
Your pals say a lot about you. And that's why Parafield Airport Liquor Store put all their pals to the test before they make the shelf. They've made pals with over 300 craft beers, 500 whiskies from around the world, and over 2,000 wines. They know good pals when they see them, and they've got an airport hangar full of pals to introduce you to. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals. Open till late 7 days. Next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The third session for Suncorp, building a more resilient Queensland. That's the Suncorp spirit.
If you were looking for the contest in this Ashes series, it has materialised at the MCG on day 2. Australia's lead is 15 runs. They're 6 down to get there. 6 for 200 with play about to resume after tea. Cam Green is 12, Alex Carey is 9. And matters are delicately poised. Gerard Whateley with you after the tea break. To those who are joining us for the first time, our relays across the country throughout the SEN network, welcome. We've been under blue skies for a few hours. There's one grey cloud that's gathered overhead. There's no threat of any weather, so it's been in the low 20 degrees. Australia resumed the day at 1 for 61. Lost Lyon, the night watchman, for 10. Labuschagne for 1, who nicked off a rare moment. Smith was bowled by Anderson for 16. At lunch, it was 4 for 131. In that middle session, Head caught Root, bowled Robinson for 27. And Harris caught Root, bowled Anderson for 76. The highest score of the Test match, the second highest score of his Test career, but short of the mark that he was absolutely searching for, which was a breakthrough century in his 13th Test. It means that Cam Green and Alex Carey carry a big responsibility to set Australia up with a first innings lead. Damien Fleming's with me. Hello, Flem.
Jared, this is a big session. So taken 5 for 139 today, England.
It's been a good day for them. Ollie Robinson, after tea, bowls to Cam Green. It's a bouncer to start with, and he ducks economically underneath.
And England would love to nibble one out before the new ball because with this grassed MCG pitch, the new ball is going to move around a fair bit.
So this is the 72nd over. There are 35 remaining in the day's play with the extra half hour. I imagine we'll bowl all of those. And we'll see the new ball. What are you seeing, Flem?
Yeah, Leach is warming up.
No.
Yes. So
be gone, Jack Leach. Ollie Robinson's right arm over the wicket. He bowls, and Cam Green in behind defending.
No, he hasn't really mounted a good argument so far for getting selected in the team. It was almost by missing Adelaide. There was a bit of chat. Oh, he's got to play at Melbourne, and I'm thinking, is he going to be better than the next seamer?
Yep.
Even Chris Wokes has battled, but he strengthens your batting, and this sort of pitch, he could have nibbled it around a little bit more.
And 13 overs, or 12 overs, no maidens done for 35. There hasn't been any threat there. Robinson is in, and he bowls to Green. Full driven, straight down the ground for 4. He's got a big stride and quite the bat swing. It was in the arc, and Cam Green set it all the way to the rope. The first boundary after tea. Green is 16. Foxtel 4K4's Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Yeah, so we've spoken about the English, but for Australia, I thought Carey and Green battled out an ugly half an hour going into the tea break. With this older ball, I want to see them proactive. Nothing stupid, but certainly when it's in your scoring zone, as that half volley was, make the English bowlers pay.
2 slips and a gully in place, 2 in the deep on the leg sides. Robinson pitches up again, got through Green onto the pads. It falls away the offside, no shout.
So big partnership opportunity. The new ball can mean aggressive fields as well. So if you do bat well, the boundaries may be available. Lyon's already batted, so Cummins, Stark, Boland. So, there's still a little bit of lower order batting for Australia.
Ollie Robinson sets in and he bowls to Green, who's playing him into cover. He will get 1 and just holds up his hand to Alex Carey and says that will do. 17 for Green, 6 for 205. It's become a test match that's beautiful with scenarios. So minimum, Australia's got to lead by 100, I think. Because a batting fourth's not going to be a picnic.
I think what we were hearing from the Shield game, New South Wales Victoria, that the bounce and carry was still there on day 4, but the bounce was getting inconsistent. So pace bounce, inconsistent bounce, you're not batting with certainty.
No. You don't really want to be chasing anything with a 2 in front of it, I don't think. Robinson over the wicket, bowls to Carey, who's in behind it and glancing down to fine leg for an easy single. Carey's to 10 at 6 for 206.
And you look at the scoreboards, and from the batting, it's there's not much to talk about. But really, Root has been the best innings. He looked in command. His strike rate was 61. You've got Warner, who chanced his arm, but in the context of the match, 38 of 42. It's pretty important to where Australia are right now. It hasn't been a test match where batsmen have been able to one, look solid and two, score quickly.
So Marcus Harris's 76 from 189 balls showed the nature of it. He needed a little bit of luck along the way. It's an innings which serves him well, although it would have just left him a little empty as he nicked off to Anderson. There is, so we've got the long on, basically a long off, who's 15 metres in from the rope. And there's a deep backward square and a backward point for the reverse sweep. There's a slip and a leg slip. The mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, reads 6 for 206. Jack Leach will be bowling from the southern end of the MCG. Carey's on strike, he has 10.
Still plenty of singles, isn't there?
Yeah, yep. So it's not the attack with the old ball. Leach begins his new over around the wicket. Carey is back glancing, but it's well taken at leg slip to prevent a run.
Yeah, that's the type of shot I don't want to see. If it's pitching outside leg, just pat it away, really. That leg slip in place.
Ben Stokes there and Joe Roots at first slip. It was caught beautifully today. Carey's down and sweeping down to fine leg, and they'll amble through for a run. 11 for Carey, 6 for 207. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus.
And then for Cameron Green, really just sweating on anything short that he can pull and cut. Hasn't really looked in trouble against Leach at all.
So a deep square for Green, long on. The hedging mid-off, so there's a clear single down there. Full-blooded stroke would clear him. There's the catching extra cover who's been used 2 pitches away. And Joe Root at slip. Just moves the deep square closer to mid-wicket. Out under the punt road stand. Leach around the wicket, bowls to Green, who's on 17. He fiddles the ball out of the stumps and he misses it. That's
not a great shot.
In that. So stepped away, and then it was sort of all wrists and hands as he missed.
Too full.
Yeah.
Just block it.
Come forward and block. Leach to Green, who does. He comes forward and blocks straight back to the bowler. So he learned his lesson well.
Yeah, just block it soundly, and then Leach might try something, and he might pitch it a bit short, and then you can play the cut shot and pull shot.
Leach none for 36 in his 13th over. He bowls, and Green is back, wrapped in front. They're up and asking, and he's given. Cam Green given out LBW. He is going to refer pretty quickly, but he's a long way back and in front of his stumps, and Jack Leach might have got through after tea.
Gee, this would be a bonus for England. I wonder whether it was missing leg stump.
DRS for TAC, drive safely for everyone.
Review for LBW. Individual decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can I get a front on spin vision, please? Yep, here we go, sir.
Australia's lead at 22, and this is the 7th wicket down. There's a lot that hinges on this process.
Yep.
Long way back, just above the knee roll.
The bat there. Can I go to leg side hotspot?
I mean, he's a tall man, but back, it's hit over the knee or around knee roll. Side on doesn't look promising.
Just go back and forth there a little while. Yep, I've got no hotspot on the bat. We'll go to RTS, please.
I think he's in strife.
I think what's hurt him is he's played for spin.
RTS coming up now.
Nothing
just rock and roll that for me. As the ball goes past the bat, there's nothing, and until it hits the pad, so flat line until it hits the pad. We can go to ball tracking when it's ready, please.
Cam Green's fate.
Ball tracking coming up now, Paul. Impact is in line.
Over.
Hitting the wickets, umpire's call.
Got it.
Clipping. Decision.
Top of leg. Paul Rifle holds with his original decision, and Cam Green is gone for 17. And Australia's delicate position even more so. 7 for 207.
6 wickets today for the English. The first one with spin, and I think the lack of turn actually went against Cam Green. He went back to a ball 2 balls before, and it was too full to punch through the offside. Then he played a nice little forward defensive, and Leach changed his line. It was more middle and leg, and Green sort of just poking at it, I think planning on it to turn back into him or into his bat, and he missed it. So Leach getting a vital wicket before this second new ball.
Credit to him, credit to Joe Root for going with the spin after the break, which was unpopular after lunch. Didn't feel it was popular after tea, but there you go.
I tell you, he's popular. Our captain.
Yes, Pat Cummins.
The crowd's going off.
I wonder what...
Yeah, it's gone straight on, Gerard.
Yep, so 2 hours and 20 minutes left in the day's play. A new ball not too far away from England, and they've got to be thinking a similar scenario to last night. They're in at the same time Australia were.
England will be 4 down. I'm calling it early.
Well, Pat Cummins out the middle.
Batted so well 4 years ago against England. Him and Tim Payne constantly put on just handy partnerships, but Pat's batting has been on a downward spiral the last couple of years, barely averaging double figures. He's better than that.
When he became more of an occupier rather than a stroke player?
Yeah, his strike rate's right down.
Cummins faces up to Leach. He plays in confidently to the leg side. No run. End of the over. A successful one from Jack Leach. 7 for 207 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today. Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now. All tents by Spinifex, Austrail and June 4-wheel drive, 40 to 50% off. All sleeping bags by Spinifex and Mountain Designs, 40% off. Play more and pay less with our 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
Bendix Brakes, big moment immediately after tea. Bendix Brakes manufacturing in Australia since 1955. Australia 7 for 207 with Cam Green gone LBW. Alex Carey's on 11. He has the strike. Ollie Robinson is in from the members' end and bowling to the keeper. It rises at him. He fins it down wide of third slip. He'll get runs down to third man. Mead slides in, saves the boundary. 2 runs taken. Carey to 13, 7 for 209. Thinking back on the test here last year, Flem, so Australia was bowled out for 195, 10 more than England this year, and then India took toll. They made 326, largely on the efforts of Ajinkya Rahane, who made the century.
Fantastic.
So that's where Australia's going to miss out here as matters stand. And then bowled out in the third innings for 200, which left only 70 to knock off. Robinson bowls. Carey plays hard at this, and he's beaten on the outside edge. So it was this innings that India took full toll.
And someone scored 100.
Yep. And that's what's missing for Australia right now, and it's going to put the test match, it feels like, on a knife's edge.
Similar type pitch, although this one's a little bit grassier. So runs are a premium.
Robinson striding in. Bowling to Carey, who turns from his pads to mid-wicket. The ball was only a breath away from getting through. He felt if Carey misses that, they're up for LB.
Just every run's crucial, isn't it? Because it's just extra runs that England have to get into a lead. And we know their opening partnerships have been dreadful. And my question would be the burden on Joe Root. If Joe Root doesn't score, who's going to pick it up? Who's going to replace his runs?
3 slips in place with Carey facing Robinson. Carey defends through mid-off. It's a beautiful check drive, and he's able to take a couple as it rolls down under the sight screen. 15 for Carey, 7 for 211 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Almost as good a front foot check drive as we've seen for the Australian innings, wasn't it? That was so confident, and he played it late, and I think that's the key here for all the batsmen, is to try and remain as side on as possible for as late as possible. You need a vertical plane of the bat and play late.
So he faces up again to Robinson, and he leaves outside the off stump,
which Carey has done so far.
Classically busy keeper, isn't he? Reverse sweeping here, sweeping there, driving here.
But they're practice shots. Yep. It's like a forward defence 20 years ago. Back to Cummins. I like how it was simplified when he first started. You know, it was block, hit, block, hit. Not slogging, but full-blooded drives.
Last ball of the 74th over of the innings. Robinson bowls and Carey is forward, defending, right under the eyes. 7 for 211 SEN Test cricket for Henley. Everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices.
Super Summer Sizzlers on now at Harvey Norman. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit, no interest from Latitude, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Shop furniture, bedding, technology, and electrical. 60 months interest-free, no deposit, no interest with 60 approximately equal monthly payments, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Finance only on participating Latitude credit cards. Minimum finance amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Fees and product exclusions apply. Super Summer Sizzlers now at Harvey Norman.
This session for Suncorp, that's the Suncorp Spirits. Jack Leach has a wicket to his name. Pat Cummins is his target, and Pat turns from his pads to backward square. It's protected, no run. The lead is 26. Readies himself, Leach is with him. He's edging past Root at first slip. Just got under the dive. A couple of runs to third man. He snaffled everything that's come his way today, Joe Root. That's just elusive.
And that's a good ball. So bowling to the tail, he's got a wicket. So his confidence is up. That drifted in, brought Cummins forward, and then spun and got the outside edge. I'll be trying to bowl that ball every ball.
For Cummins, 213 on the board. Cummins back, punching to extra cover, no run. Bat pads coming under the helmet now. Leach continues on. Cummins is forward, playing off the outside edge, out to backward point. They go with the stroke as Wood dives to his right to field. Cummins to 3, 7 for 214.
Just a bit of intent there from Pat Cummins. His bottom hands going off the bat to keep it along the ground.
2 in the deep square, so a mid-wicket and a backward square. Long off and long on, with Carey on strike on 15, and he's defending.
Got to keep bringing him forward with that field. If he drops short, Carey can just work that easily through the leg side for runs.
Stuff. Leach bowls. Carey reverse sweeps. He got it wide of the field as well. He puts it past the square leg umpire and he takes a single. 16 for Carey. 7 for 215 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Prefer Australian owned? Want to support local businesses? Believe in community spirit? Want a deal on your energy? Of course you do. So, should you switch to Lumo SA? Of course you should. We're 100% Australian owned with a rewards program full of local finds. We're actively helping communities and offering amazing energy deals to boot. Call 131 5866 or search Lumo. SA residential customers only. Lumo Energy SA not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. See website for details.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Ben Stokes has been tossed the ball at the members' end to relieve Ollie Robinson. Australia 7 for 215. Carey is 16. Cummins is 3. There'll be 2 slips and a gully in place. He's been bowled sparingly. 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 29. Stokes begins the fresh spell. He bowls to Carey. It's full. Turned away stylishly by the keeper. Out to the punt road end. They get 2 as Leach overhauls it and come back for a third. Carries to 19 at 7 for 218. As Australia builds its lead to 33.
There's that busyness you were talking about with Alex Carey. Warm-up ball from Stokes. Easily worked through the leg side.
Apollo, you would have mentioned before Alex Carey's record at the MCG. Pat Cummins' record includes one of his 50s. See if we can get Colo on up the back there, Serge. Cummins is 3. Stokes is over the wicket when he bowls to the Australian captain, and Cummins plays off the inside edge down to fine leg. Adds to the score. He's 7 for 219.
Number to go. There we go. He made 63 against India here in 2018. The test match where Australia got pulverised, and he took 6 for 27 in the second innings with the ball and made 63 with the bat.
He was the lone hand.
Reasonable test match, that.
Follow stats and facts for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Ben Stokes pushing in. He bowls full. Carries out. He's nicked off. Big drive. Outside edge. Into the gloves of Josh Butler. It's Stokes who gets through. Australia have lost 2 before the new ball is taken after tea. Alex Carey departs for 19. It's 8 for 219.
What a handy man to throw the ball. Just near the second new ball is due. Ben Stokes, the superstar all-rounder, gets the ball, bowls it full, angles across. Carey encouraged to play a big cover drive, and unfortunately it's a tough shot to play on this MCG pitch with 11 millimetres of grass, and all he could do was nick behind. So these are handy wickets for England going into the new ball. You can't see Australia batting too much longer against that new ball. So Leeds 34, can they get it just 50 plus?
What a test match this is brewing. If you're in the vicinity, I'd come in for the last 2 hours and 10 minutes. Australia have...
It'd be set up, if they had one, a counter-attacking opener. England.
Yes.
You know, he might nick off, but he might do a Warner, you know, a 50 or 40 balls, and the game's accelerated a bit here. But, you know, Crawley, to a degree, showed some reasonable signs in the first innings. But, you know, it's going to be tough batting against both new balls.
So Mitch Starc comes out to join Ben Stokes, 8 for 219. Chris Rogers coming in as well. Hello, Buck.
Hello, Gerard. Hello, Flem.
Bucky.
The experts share for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. 2 quickly after tea, Buck.
Yeah, this has the makings of a very close test match. Pitch looks like it's getting trickier and trickier to bat on, doesn't it?
Yeah. I had this nagging feeling Australia have pushed a bit too hard to get a lead, but they're 34 in front. At the pointy end, at 8 down. Stokes is on the move and he's bowling to Starc. It's short. He leaves well enough alone. Colo?
Starc has a half century at the MCG. He made 84 here against Pakistan in 2016, but that included 7 sixes, the most sixes ever in an innings at the MCG in Test cricket.
I'd take half of that. You take half of that here, Starkey. Just get down the other end and maybe those big levers against Leach.
Stokes in past the umpire and he bowls to Starc, who drives him. It's going to be fielded at mid-on. He hit it sweetly enough, but Wood was on the spot. So you're the local knowledge here, but how delicately poised is it?
Well, I mean, it's still going to be tough for England in this third innings, and they're facing bowlers who are bowling quicker. So the odds are still stacked in Australia's favour.
Starc faces Stokes. He plays in the air, short of backward point. Hamid came in at half, volleyed him. It ricochets away and they take a run. 8 for 220 at the end of the over on the mate scoreboard. I just think they're checking the front foot, no ball. Looks like the all clear is given. The mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Harvey Norman Super Summer Sizzlers. Up to 25% off selected Microsoft Surface. Refresh your sleep with new Aussie-made pillows to suit your sleeping style from $29 each. Rocco Outdoor 4-piece lounge dining setting with bonus umbrella and base, $1,296. Samsung 640-litre family hub French door fridge in black, $4,299 plus bonus $300 gift card. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Super Summer Sizzlers now at Harvey Norman.
Australia's lead is 35 for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Really enjoying watching Hamid in the field. He really tries, doesn't he? He's really trying, but that ball just won't bounce into his hands, will it, cleanly? Maybe if he can last till Hobart, love to see it.
Almost trying to head that into the back corner, wasn't he?
8 for 220. Leach in action from the southern end. He's around the wicket to Mitch Stark, who's playing defensively. So run your eye over the scenario, Buck.
Well, I think if England were to get 200 in front for Australia to chase down, I reckon they'd back themselves in.
Stark plays back, tucks around the corner. He's being gifted a run to backward square, which he takes. He's 2. It's 8 for 221.
But that's still going to take a lot of doing for them. If I was an opening bat out there, I'm not sure I'd want to see what the England bowlers could do with the new ball, because then you're thinking it's going to be even faster with the Aussies bowling with that new ball.
So deep mid-wicket heading out. Ollie Robinson. Hamid. He's already a long on. He's racing off in that direction. I think he's a little bit lost.
A bit of Peter Sellers about him, you know. He's just bumbling, but he's trying. I appreciate the efforts.
Ollie Robinson's gone to the rowdiest part of the ground at the punt road end.
He's always startled when the ball comes to him or the captain moves him. Keep your eye on him.
Cummins is 4. He's going big. He's lofted to long off. It'll pitch and go over the rope for 4. Pat Cummins lashes out. He's 8. It's a Foxtel 4K4. Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Really interesting this, because you'd think trying to hit the left arm orthodox over mid-on would be the hardest shot, not over mid-off, but they kept mid-off up.
Now they've left Bairstow back where it landed. Leach to Cummins, who stands upright, knocks the ball to cover, no run. Lead is 40.
Every run is crucial now.
Yeah.
So important that England don't let Australia get away here.
Leach bowls. Cummins goes hard at it. He flays the ball down to long on. It takes some fielding, even though it's on the second bounce by the time it arrives. They take a single. 8 for 226. There's such a big difference between a 50-run lead and a 100-run lead, isn't there?
Oh.
When you do the maths for the 4th innings.
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping the openers could get stuck in and they could get the sides. If you could get to level par with 1 wicket down, oh my God, you'd be thinking you're ahead of the game.
Leach to Stark. Stands and defends. His hitting areas are well protected. End of the over, 8 for 226 for Mate, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Doing a bit of painting? Tools make a difference. Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories are much softer, hold more paint, and don't leave brush marks. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.au.
Peter Jackson half-year sale is on now. Save up to 50% off the latest suits, shirts and ties. Hurry in store for up to 50% off.
Peter Jackson.
The session for Suncorp, building a more resilient Queensland. That's the Suncorp spirit. This is interesting. So Stokes bowled a successful over, and now he's been replaced by Mark Wood. So Robinson bowled 2 overs, Stokes bowled an over, and now Wood's going to bowl an over from the members' end.
Going against the trend, if you get a wicket, you go off. Which is against the history of the game.
They think they're the interchange stewards at AFL. Kick a goal, come to the
maybe
bench.
a warm-up over for Wood before the new ball.
So this is the 78th over. Mark Wood to Pat Cummins. Cummins plays and misses. There's a bit of stand.
Have a go.
Swat.
Well,
have a go.
The other thing is if you could just hit the right hand of Cummins, put him out for the second innings. What a blow that would be for Australia.
You're a frustrated fast bowler. You would love to charge in.
Well,
and
the
just
taped
bowl
up
heaps.
tennis ball used to bowl that many bounces.
Do you only go in or out, or just bounces?
Just bounces.
No,
The tape was wasted.
No, that definitely could be one theory.
2 slips and a gully, fine leg, deep backwards square. Wood hurries in and he bowls to Cummins, who drives him from the line of the off stump out to mid-off. He takes a run. 10 for Cummins. The lead is 42.
Just saw Jimmy Anderson almost waddling round from mid-off to pick that up. He looked like he had a stiff back and very short hamstrings, Flem.
Yeah.
Sure you know what that feels like.
Oh. He's 38. I had a 23. Chances of a bouncer here, Bucky. He's such a dangerous hitting tail ender. You can't let him get on that front foot and smash through the line.
Wood to Stark, who's on 2. Wood lets fly. Stark, it's at him. He's in behind it and defending.
Play.
Yeah, he was behind the line.
Bit of rubbish being thrown onto the ground. A tennis ball tossed onto the ground. Out near Ben Stokes at the punt road end. He's clapping along with the crowd.
Yeah, win him over.
They might be doing the Hadley's chant, and he's giving it the...
Oh, okay.
Ben Stokes engaged with the home fans, who are well liquored on a Monday afternoon. Stark faces up to Woods. It's at him again, and he defends from the chest.
I tell you what, too, he's at one of the longest boundaries on the ground, and he's out near the rope.
Yeah.
If I was him, I'd be about 10, 15 metres in, so he didn't have to listen to the crowd.
Yep. And it'd take a big hit to carry to him, so if it's in the air, he's coming in anyway.
That is a big boundary.
England boys tried to clear it a couple of times. Flem?
Yeah.
Backed themselves in.
8 for 227. Wood bowls. Stark swings and misses.
Yeah, you've got to swing at those. Free your hands. Even a thick edge will go for 4. Scotty Boland in next. What are we expecting from Big Bowler with the blade?
A stodgy defence. Not sure you'll see too much else. Maybe the off drive or a little flick to leg.
All right.
It won't be too expansive, I would have thought.
Big barrel chest.
He's tried doing some power hitting his time. I'm not sure he's been that successful.
Second slip's gone down to third man on the previous cut shot. That's where it would have flown. He's actually on the move as the ball has been bowled. Starks in behind and knocking it away to cover and taking the single he's presented with. It's clever batting. 8 for 228. Stark is 3 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Colo's coming in.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years. So when designing the Fortuner, they built it with a powerful turbo diesel engine to get you through the toughest conditions. And even gave it a stylish interior and 7 spacious seats. To keep you comfy whether you're off-road or on one. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
SEN Test Cricket by Host Plus, that's a plus. The competitive tension that we were asking for 24 hours ago and just wasn't around at the MCG certainly is here now. England having a much-needed good day. Australia ahead by 43, but they haven't taken full advantage of the opportunity after bowling out England yesterday for 185. The middle order weren't able to kill it off. Hit 27, Green 17, Carey 19. That stands out on the scorecard so far, but it's England who need to finish the job here and stick the landing. Ben Stokes. Another opportunity from the great southern stand end. Adam Collins with you, Chris Rogers with me. Stokes on the way to Stark on 3. Slip in a gully. Bowls here. Stark pulling through the onside. Out towards deep backward square where there is a sweeper in position. Stark moves on to 4. Australia 8 for 229. Bucky, the new ball's available in 2 overs. It's going to be a fascinating half an hour.
It is. It's actually a bit of a conservative bowling change here as well. Jack Leach was was actually enticing the Australian batters to hit out, and they had some fielders on the rope, so you thought maybe there would have been a catch this over, especially with the new ball coming.
Cummins on strike. So out on the leg side, Stokes to him here, and Cummins plays straight back to Stokes, who does well fielding off his own bowling. Stays at 8 for 229.
Probably wary of a couple of balls landing in the crowd. So I think, better safe than sorry.
Yeah, could change things, couldn't it? Good matchup for Mitchell Starc. He's having a fine series with the bat. 35 at Brisbane, an unbeaten 39 and 19 at Adelaide. So a man in form can do some serious damage. It's Cummins on strike now, though. Stokes in the sun, southern end, delivers. Cummins playing from leg stump with a straight bat down to mid-on, no run. The lead remains 44. Remember the good old days of the MCG Test match cricket? It was free after tea. It'd be that kind of day when they might get an extra 5,000 or 10,000 through the gates in the last couple of hours. Gerard mentioned before, this is perfectly positioned, especially for those who've been crying out for a contest. We've got one here. Stokes loves a scrap. Charging in, passes umpire rifle, bowls here. Cummins plays late off the front foot, steering through point. Waited on it nicely. Times it out for 2. Wants a third. So Starc looking for that third. They don't take it. 8 for 231. Cummins into double figures. The lead up to 46. It's
a lovely shot, that. Just kept his front foot on the line of the stumps to give himself room, and as you said, off the front foot, played it late into the ground, just in front of point.
Stokes again, charging in towards Patrick Cummins. Bowls here, Cummins off his hip. He'll find the gap at mid-wicket, nearly. Enough to rotate the strike. Well played again. Cummins to 13. 8 for 231, leads 47.
There's been times when Stokes has been bowled, and I haven't been on air, but just caught replays of him screaming a couple of times. Have you noticed that? Like fielding, I don't know if it's because of bad fielding or a couple of edges that flew down the third man. Was he frustrated?
Well, he wears all his emotions, doesn't he, Stokes? Last ball of his over here. Gets another chance at Starc. Over the wicket he goes. Bowls here, 2 out. Starc takes him on down a deep backward square. Doesn't quite make it. Down to Anderson, who's sweeping. For a moment there I lost it. Thought it might have been carrying all the way down there, but not to be. Starc kept it just down. Into the over with Starc on 5. Australia 8 for 233 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Super Summer Sizzlers on now at Harvey Norman. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit, no interest from Latitude, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Shop furniture, bedding, technology, and electrical. 60 months interest-free, no deposit, no interest with 60 approximately equal monthly payments, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Finance only on participating Latitude credit cards. Minimum finance amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Fees and product exclusions apply. Super Summer Sizzlers now at Harvey Norman.
SEN Test Cricket, the host plus, that's a plus. There have been 33 runs in the final session and 2 wickets. Cameron Green league before wicket to Leach for 17, and Alex Carey caught behind from Ben Stokes for 19. One more over until the second new ball is due, and Mark Wood is going to continue from the members' end, looking to really bend his back. At one stage earlier today, he was averaging 150 kilometres an hour. The quickest spell ever for England in Test cricket. Delivers here around the wicket, beating Starc outside the off stump. I caveat that by saying, in terms of the data that's been collected by CricViz, but still it gives a sense of just how quickly he was sending it down before lunch.
I think it's almost, he's becoming that bowler that England have been hoping he would be. He's just had so many battles with injury. He's never really been able to string some games together and bowl fast, and even though he did miss that second test, but he looks like he's now starting to become a little bit more durable.
3 out for the short ball, including a fly slip on Starc's hip. Bowls here, gets it just into the onside. Might have been off the thigh pad. We'll look for the signal from umpire Wilson. There was back there, so Starc moves to 6. 8 for 234. Lead up to 49. They just need to finish off their good day, don't they?
Yeah.
They can't let this pair add 20 or 30.
No, getting frustrating. They would have hoped that they could wrap the last 2 wickets up, and a 50-run lead, that would have been outstanding for England.
Boland, of course, will be the last man on Test debut as well. Wood sprinting away from us. The long run up. Fabulous approach. Throws it down now. Defended into the offside by Cummins. Collected at backward point, no run. That catapult action, all arms and legs, really is a sight up close.
I just remember facing him, and you'd see him sprinting in, and a lot of the balls you'd feel, okay, I can cover it, and then all of a sudden he would just let one go, and he would just be so much quicker than anything. A bit like that. That one was 150 kilometres an hour. The previous balls were about 142, weren't they?
Well, yeah, in the 80th over of the innings, bowling at 151 clicks. In his 18th over of this first innings, Sun out again, bowls to Cummins. Cummins on leg stump defends, takes a quick single to mid-wicket where there is one on offer. He's 14 and the lead gets to 50, 8 for 235. Another little milestone for the Australians.
He's just starting to look a little bit tired though, isn't he, Mark Wood? Just the way he reacted to that ball that was pushed into the leg side.
Hasn't bowled long spells. They've used him for 3 here, 4 there.
Still bowled 18 overs before the second new ball.
Yeah. I suppose the distinction is that Stokes hasn't been bowled into the ground the way that he was in Adelaide. Around the wicket here again to Stark. Down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. There's half an appeal from Slit, but nothing there. Wood doesn't really join the appeal. Stokes being that point of difference at Adelaide. The difference here is that Jack Leach has been able to get through bulk overs. He didn't come into the attack until the 41st, but he's bowled 15 thereafter. Got himself in the book along the way, so despite how defensively his field was set, it kind of works for them in context. With Anderson and Robinson bowling so splendidly today, they'll take the second new ball shortly. Last ball of the over. Wood here to Stark off the back foot, playing out towards point, gets a single and retains the strike. Stark 7, the lead is 51. Australia with the second new ball due on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, they're 8 for 236.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
Holds the second new ball aloft, and of course it'll be James Anderson to take it from the great southern stand end. Anderson so far 19 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 24, picking up Warner last night, and then today a couple of additional wickets. One of those Marcus Harris, whose top scored for Australia was 76, and of course knocking over Stephen Smith. How can I miss that? Fine spell that was. They get England going earlier. Needs to finish it here. 2 slips of gully around the wicket. Bowls to Stark in the block hole. Clipped away. Does it well. Gets a single. Stark to 8. Australia 8 for 237. Said before, that disparity with Anderson this year between first innings and second innings. But this is where he's been so dangerous, averaging 17 the first time around for England at age 39. He gets out of the block so well. Fit as a fiddle. They were looking at the data on his speeds in England this year. He bowls more quickly now than he did 5 years ago, which seems remarkable at his age. In here at Cummins. The captain's on 14. Anderson over the wicket. Bowls and Cummins just squeezes it out through point. And Seba Mead puts in yet another dive. Keeps it to 1. Cummins 15, 8 for 238. The lead up to 53. You faced a lot of Jimmy over the years, Bucky. What made him such a threat? What made him so much different to anyone else that bowls at 135 clicks?
Just his skill level was out of this world, really. The way he could swing it both ways.
He's around the wicket here, bowling to Stark. Straight back of a length. Stark defends Back past the stumps, no run.
And combined with very good accuracy. It's not like you'd ever face an over where he'd bowl 6 balls to you, you wouldn't have to touch.
A remarkable longevity. Can he get one through Stark here? Wide of the crease, he bowls around the wicket. Stark's able to take it off his hip. He won't get it from there. Stark doing his job so far. He's 9, 8 for 239. Needs to get them driving, bring the slips into play.
Yeah, I'd be curious how many balls have just kind of dropped in square of the wicket on the offside and the leg side for easy ones, because, I mean, they tend to have a mid-wicket rather than square leg. Whereas I think Australian bowlers like theirs closer to the square leg umpire.
Anderson again to Cummins. 3 slips there. Bowls here. Cummins squared up but plays late down towards cover. No run. Back in the crease. Cummins' defence has been excellent so far. This pair came together with the score on 2:19. They've added 20. The Barmy Army continuing to sing about themselves, as is the custom for the Barmy Army. Everybody knows where they're from and what they're called. A fairly conventional 6-3 field. Anderson to complete his over. Bowls to Cummins. Down leg, clipped away, gets a single to Jack Leach. So Cummins will retain the strike again. He's on 16. Australia 8 for 240 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Harvey Norman Super Summer Sizzlers. Up to 25% off selected Microsoft Surface. Refresh your sleep with new Aussie-made pillows to suit your sleeping style from $29 each. Rocco Outdoor 4-piece lounge dining setting with bonus umbrella and base, $1,296. Samsung 640-litre Family Hub French door fridge in black, $4,299 plus bonus $300 gift card. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Super Summer Sizzlers now at Harvey Norman.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. This is of interest. Mark Wood's going to take the second new ball mid-spell. They're not going immediately to Ollie Robinson. So see if the speedster can hit the seam, maybe get it up around the grill of Pat Cummins. A change in field accordingly. Just one man out. That's a fine leg. 2 slips and a gully behind the wicket. Wood away from us, sprinting in, bowls to Cummins, full, and Cummins drives straight down the ground. Glorious shot from the captain. Shot of the session, that's for sure. He's 20, Australia 8 for 244.
That is a glorious shot. I'm sure in the back of his mind he was thinking this ball's going to be a short one. But Wood pitched it up and he was good enough just to transfer his weight over the ball. Came out of the middle of the bat. Wood bending over still couldn't stop the ball.
Foxtel 4K4's Foxtel for the love of cricket. The MCG bathed in sunshine as Wood arrives and bowls at Cummins on middle stump. He defends this time. Wants a quick single, but Anderson works around. No single there. So the lead up to 59. That gets a bit frustrating for England, who've done so much good work. A long way from being out of the game, of course. It's moved quickly today.
I mean, we've only seen 8 balls here with the second new ball, but there hasn't been too many tricks yet.
Can Wood get it to talk? Here it Cummins. He delivers and the captain defends, squeezing it out to point. No run there. So just imagine how it's going to be for Haseeb Hameed coming in late in the day after a day in the field, and Zach Crawley, who's, as Athers pointed out on commentary before, barely batted for 3 months, up against Cummins and Stark again. They need everything going their way.
I'd love Zach Crawley to come off. I think he'll come out with intent to look to lay bat on ball, and he won't just sit there and defend. He'll be looking to score.
That previous delivery, 148 kilometres an hour. Wood again to Cummins. A bit shorter. Cummins swinging through the onside, dropped it mid-on. One hand stuck out. It needed to stick. Anderson went to his right and it didn't. Put in a fine dive. Wasn't to be. They get through for a single. Cummins 21, Australia 8 for 245. That lead 60. Oh, nearly hold it in too.
One of the best catches we've ever seen.
Anderson took some beauties in the cordon as a younger man, but not known for it in his latter years. That would have gone straight on the classic catches reel. And I enjoyed the way he just got up and threw it back. No histrionics from Anderson. Wood again, this time to Stark, over the wicket, full and driven, straight to cover where Jack Leach is fielding. No run there. Yeah, Zach Crawley, that 267 that he made, the reason they like him is that it was against high pace. Naseem Shah, Shaheen Shah Afridi, good hard track at Southampton, plenty of short stuff early on. He was flawless. His first 50 was just immaculate. I know his first class numbers are nowhere, and his record for England since has been just as poor, but there's something there to work with. We'll see him later today, I'm sure. Wood bowls here to Stark, who leaves alone the final ball of Wood set. Australia on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers are 8 for 245.
In a hurry? We've got you covered at Solitaire Volkswagen with Service Express. You still get the same quality service that you'd expect, but at pit crew speed. In and out in 1 hour at no extra cost. Visit solitairevolkswagen.com.au for more details. DL65541.
Didn't get the gifts you wanted? Then tee off at the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sales with great savings store-wide. Tour Edge HL3 12-piece graphite package with a titanium driver now just $839. But hurry, Drummond Golf's Boxing Day sale ends soon.
1, Stark is 9, the lead is 60, the third session on SEN Test Cricket for Suncorp. That's the Suncorp spirit. Anderson's bowling with a couple of slips and a gully with the second new ball. Away from the great southern stand, passes umpire rifle, delivers here, and Cummins beaten outside the off stump. Nice piece of bowling, Cummins throwing his hands at it. So have you seen much of Zach Crawley over the last couple of years?
Yeah, bits and pieces. He is easy on the eye, and I think that's what's attractive to selectors. But he is one of those players who will go out and play an amazing innings, and you think he's unlocked the key, the method about how he's going to play.
Anderson to the crease and bowls, and Cummins defends from the crease. Anderson does the work in his follow through.
But then he'll go and miss out 3-4 times. It's just one of those kind of frustrating players. So I guess Australia will be looking at him and see Hamid and thinking, well, Crawley's actually the danger man here because he's going to come out looking to put some pressure back on the bowlers, whereas Hamid, we could probably just work him over. Just know that, you know, if we bowl enough good balls in the area, he might make a mistake and nick one.
Anderson turns towards Pat Cummins. Bowls here. And Cummins again defending, this time opening the blade out towards backward point where Haseeb Hamid does the fielding, no run. I think the other thing with Crawley as well is he's a tall man and looks good. I mean, he's made some lavish runs in white ball cricket, has all the shots, has all the tricks of the modern game. So when he comes off, it's quite the sight.
Yeah, it is. It is.
But translating that through to a contest like Pat Cummins yesterday, I'm sure you saw the reports overnight. It was his most accurate spell in Test cricket to start yesterday, Cummins, in terms of the pitch map. He's facing up here to Anderson, off the back foot again towards Hamid, no run on offer. And just that lack of preparation.
And that's the thing, you play this level and bowlers just don't give you that much, whereas, you know, if you're a talented player at the level below, you don't have to defend as much because you know you're going to get some bad balls. Then the pressure doesn't build up because the scoreboard's ticking over.
Cummins thumping the bat into the turf. Anderson towards him here, close to the stumps, bowls, and Cummins again beaten outside the off stump for the second time in the over. There's a big gap there at cover, and Cummins wants to slam it through there. Keep the board ticking over. Currently a lead of 60.
I have a feeling he's almost trying to hit that through mid-off and then realise it was just a bit wider than he thought. His practice shot was more through cover, wasn't it?
So Anderson to finish. All eyes on Patrick Cummins. Ball bowled to him here, and Cummins is able to leave outside the off stump. A maiden from Jimmy Anderson on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Australia remain 8 for 245.
Shh. Can you hear that? Hang on. Here it comes. The new Kia Niro has landed. Available as a hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and full electric. It's Australia's broadest electric SUV range. Technology moves fast. Meet 3 ways to catch up. The new Kia Niro electric SUV range. Check with your local Kia dealer for details.
Kia, movement that inspires.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. There will be a change from the northern end. It's going to be Ollie Robinson, who sent down 18 overs so far, 4 maidens, 2 for 62. Picking up the night watchman earlier, Nathan Lyon, and then Travis Head, who was playing away from his body, caught a second slip by Joe Root. In here at Mitchell Stark, batting in the short sleeve jumper, 2 slips to gully. Robinson bowls here and Stark defends out towards cover, no run. Noticeable that Robinson starts his spells down in the low 120s before building up into the 130s, and that's not a great attribute in that he doesn't hit you with much force at the start of a spell.
Yeah, but you look at him in the field and he's not a good mover. He's not particularly agile or a great athlete. Just might be one of those bowls that it takes a while for him to get into his work.
That first ball was 120 on the nose. In again here at Stark, who drives back at him. Is it taken in his follow-through? It's not. Bit of a juggle, left arm to right, hit the turf. Robinson sitting on his bum, smile on his face, ever so close to getting rid of Stark. Reflex chance. They either stick or they don't.
I dare say he's as much worried about it stopping it from hitting him in the face on the follow-through, but he actually got 2 hands to it. Then you're just hoping it sticks.
Watching it back on the replay screen for Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale, I think you're spot on. That was preservation first, catch second. So straight at the middle of Stark's bat. Robinson doesn't get a third, not yet anyway.
It's just hard on the bowling follow-through because your eyes aren't particularly level, so it's hard to actually judge the ball coming back at you.
But a drop's a drop, and there have been many of them for England on this tour, although not as many today. They've been excellent. Missed stumping, half an opportunity in the cordon early on, but beyond that, Root's been exceptional. Catching behind the wicket. Robinson runs through here, doesn't deliver the ball. Not sure if that was Stark's initiation or Robinson lost his run-up. Either way, he goes back to do it all again.
He just lost his run-up. I wonder here if... Oh, no.
Oh, hello. Robinson's taken his cap from umpire Wilson and he's heading straight off the ground. Now, Ben Stokes will complete the over, but Robinson did have that return catch that didn't stick earlier in the over. Didn't bowl another ball, ran straight through the crease. And again, watching the replay screen from when he went down, he was looking a fraction more proppy. He did slip as the ball came back to him.
He's just limping on his left leg as he's walking off.
Gee, that's a big loss for England if there is a serious problem there. The fact that he's straight off the ground isn't a great sign. Although he is walking down, he's getting no assistance before getting to the race. Either way, he seems to have a hamstring problem. Left hammy again. Watching the replay screen for Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale, it looks to be the left hamstring that he's favouring. So Ben Stokes, it will be from the northern end, with 4 balls left in this over to take up the attack. It's going to be Mitchell Stark on strike. It stays at 8 for 245. Stokes bowls here and Stark leaves alone outside the off stump. We're thinking ahead to what England might be bowling with in the 4th innings here. They're going to need all of their attack. Everything will need to go right, given they will have a fairly healthy first innings deficit.
Well, Mike Atherton earlier actually said he was surprised that Stuart Broad didn't play instead of Ollie Robinson in this match, because this is Robinson's 3rd Test match in a row.
Stokes again, bowls here to Stark over the wicket. Stark swings and gets it through point, just behind point. There'll be runs there. Seba Mead's on the chase. Hauls it in about 5 metres before the rope down at the city end. 8 for 247. Stark moves into double figures. He's 11.
I suspected as much. I think once Stark got dropped by Robinson, I thought, what am I doing here? I'm going to probably take the aerial route properly. But yeah, whether Broad was the one to go with, just thinking about how many overs Robinson has had to bowl.
Oh yeah, plenty of heavy lifting. Stokes to the crease, bowls to Stark again, and Stark swings through the offside, just checks his drive that time. The result will be the same, a couple out towards the shadow of the northern stand. 8 for 249 with Stark now 13. The lead moving along to 64. We'll see if they lose Robinson here, and again that last replay we saw between balls, thanks to Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale, he was definitely grabbing his hamstring when walking off, so time will tell. Last ball of is interrupted over to bouncer. Stark takes it on the pull. No need to run for that. Makes fabulous contact. Stark moves along to 17 at the end of the over, with Australia passing 250. 8 for 253 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
This NFL season, stream every single game live in HD on NFL Game Pass, including the playoffs and Super Bowl 56. Catch every touchdown, every game day with NFL Red Zone, exclusively on NFL Game Pass. Plus condensed games in 40, highlights, and more. NFL Game Pass is your 24/7 all-access pass to the NFL, live and on demand. NFL Game Pass, a must for every American football fan. Visit NFLGamePass.com.
8 for 253 as the shadows start to work their way across the MCG from the Ponsford stand. Anthony Hudson joined by Mike Atherton. 68 is the lead now for Australia. Sent some frustration beside me as Anderson starts a new over, and he's on driven by Cummins straight to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, damaging partnership. There's one or two half chances, really, you'd say, gone down. Anderson, who dropped one at mid-on, but it would have been a wonderful catch. And then Robinson, who was in self-preservation mode, putting down start. So both these have been given a life. But the partnership is starting to damage England. 34 it's worth in 52 balls.
Yes, it's come quickly, as it often does, as Anderson bowls and swung away in the air. Top edge from Cummins, and he's going to be caught by Hamid. Anderson gets another wicket. The veteran superstar has been superb today. It was a slightly unnecessary shot, really, from Pat Cummins, but England will take it. He tried to swing it through the leg side. It went high in the air off the top edge. So he tried to club it through the onside. He's been caught by Hamid. So Cummins is out for a very handy 21, and Australia 9 for 253 with a lead of 68.
Yeah, off the bottom of the bat, it was just a bit wide, really, to play the shot. England needed the wicket, and it's more reward for Anderson, who's been quite superb today. He's been absolutely accurate and on the money, offered a bit of cutting edge as well, and really led the attack as a champion should, and has just about kept England in the game. That yesterday was so costly. Had England scrambled to 250, which is where they should have got to, they'd be right in this game, but they've got a bit of a deficit to overhaul when they get batting, which, with Scott Boland walking in, may not be too long away.
No, you wouldn't think so. But handy runs from Mitchell Stark. We know when he hits them, they stay hit, so they'll still be pushing to see what they can add to the total here, Australia, and they are vital runs, and his first-class average is 13.25, Scott Boland, so he could be useful for a run or two.
You just want to eke out another 10, 20 if you can from Australia's perspective, which would be very damaging if they can almost get that lead to 3 figures.
Just after 5 o'clock in Melbourne on the second day. Cloud covers the sun partially over the MCG, almost in a wave coming and going. Stark has the strike as they crossed while the ball was in the air. So there's 3 out in the deep in the leg side and 1 on the off. Anderson looking for a 5-wicket haul. He's clubbed away by Stark along the ground primarily, and he has to settle for 1. That's 9 for 254. And Stark goes to 18.
Well, I hope he can pick up a 5th wicket here, Jimmy Anderson. 4 for 29 in 22 overs. Staggering figures for the 39-year-old. His line has been immaculate today. And a 5th wicket would really be well deserved.
It's his 4th Test match at the MCG. In 2010, he took 4 for 44 and 1 for 71. 3 years later, it was 4 for 67 and 2 for 26. And the next tour, it was 3 for 61 and 1 for 46. And then here he is, looking for a 5-fer. Very economical. Scott Boland, his first ball in Test cricket is just outside the off stump. And he allows it to pass and gets cheers all around the MCG.
I don't know whether those cheers are just genuine, well-meaning cheers or because they've seen Scott Boland bat a bit before. Rather surprised he survived the first ball. But he's all right. He's okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's okay. 69 is the lead. 3rd session for Suncorp. That's the Suncorp spirit. 2 slips and a gully. Anderson bowls to Boland and he gets right in behind that. And the applause are even stronger and maybe more genuine this time for that defensive shot. Who was the worst number 11 you played with?
Played with a few. Devon Malcolm and Phil Tufnell were no great shakes for England. I knew one game we went in with an 8, 9, 10, 11, which was Katich, Mullally, Tufnell, Malcolm. Not a great tale, that
Sends
one.
shivers down your spine still. 3rd man out now as Anderson bowls, but Boland not interested outside the off stump. And he sees off the over. It was a successful one, though. 9 for 254 on the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
For 30 years, Radell's been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients to enjoy summer with health confidence. Radell, the brand of choice by Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Radell.com.au.
You haven't seen garage doors like this before. Smarter, quieter, safer. Beautifully refined custom finishes with endless possibilities. 4D Doors. Garage doors redefined. Discover more at 4ddoors.com.au.
So 69 runs. It's been a much more positive and competitive day for England. And the good news is that Ollie Robinson is not only back on the field after that little scare, but he's back with ball in hand. Athers.
Yeah, well, it's good news for England, clearly. He did that at the Gabba, if you recall. He walked off at one stage, clutching his left buttock or top of the hamstring, somewhere around there, but was back quickly on that occasion, and same here.
So just the one slip, even though it's a relatively new ball, they're spread because Mitchell Stark is on strike and he doesn't want to play it. This one, it bounced on its way through to Butler, who did well to take it cleanly on the half volley.
A fairly gentle ball, wasn't it?
It was, yes. It's going to annoy the statisticians, or maybe it actually excites the statisticians when a bowler bowls 2 balls to 1 over, goes off and then comes back again.
Do they get excited, statisticians?
Oh, well, on the inside they do.
There'll be daggers going into my back now from the Society of Statisticians.
Robinson bowls and Stark does take a swing at that, but he missed it. He was through the shot, I think, before the ball arrived. It was a slower one, even by Robinson standards, 120.
Yeah, really slow. So I don't know whether he's feeling something of an injury, but you'd think not, because why would he bowl if he was injured? It's just the end of a day, and that's the issue for Robinson, I think. He tires quite quickly. He can be fitter and stronger and keep his speeds up. Use Anderson as a role model in that regard.
He's coming in over the wicket to Mitch Stark, who is a little bit out of control, but just changed his shot midstream, got it off the outside edge, a thick one, down to 3rd man for a run, and that exposes Boland to the strike. It's 9 for 255. It's a bit cramped.
Yeah, there's a bit more bounce there. He took the outside edge. How long we got left in this day? I'm losing track. We had a half-hour delay, didn't we?
Yeah.
Thinking about how long England will have to bat here, assuming they're not.
20 overs remaining.
Over 20 overs, yeah.
That's an opener. Talking, I think. Robinson to Boland. Stump to stump. Strikes him on the pad, but just ever so slightly inching down the leg side. The crowd cheer. That's going to be dampened by the leg by signal.
Most unpopular leg by of all time here at the MCG. Round of boos. 20 overs. If you had a really good 20 overs, you could kind of knock the deficit off if things went well.
Yeah, well, as long as they don't lose multiple wickets. And spoil what's been a really competitive day's Test cricket. The crowd are right into it. They've stayed in big numbers. Robinson bowls short and he rolls with a shot. Stark, he's hit it pretty well, but there's two men back behind square, so it's fielded comfortably. He gets himself a single, rolls down to the other end. So Boland will have one ball left in this over to face. Will Robinson have that message about getting fitter, do you think?
I think so. If he wants to be a real top-notch, he's got a very good Test record already, but it's early days. He's averaging about 21 or something. So his skills are not in question. He's got a high release, he's accurate, he moves the ball, he gets bounced. There's a lot of good things there. I just think he can get a bit fitter and stronger.
Two slips in a tight gully. Robinson bowls again just outside the off stump. And he'll be disappointed he didn't make Boland play. He's got through 5 balls. It's 9 for 257 at the MCG. Mate Scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Calling all tradies and serious DIYers. Need to recharge after Christmas? Get into Adelaide Tools Bonus Battery Blitz on now. Get in for 3 days of supercharged bonus battery offers on selected kits and skin combos from Milwaukee, Makita and Haikoki. Got a gift card for Christmas? Now's the perfect time to use it. Stock up on 18-volt kits, skins and bonus battery deals. Stores are open between Christmas and New Year's at Mile End, Parafield, St Mary's, Lonsdale and Gawler. Don't miss Adelaide Tools massive bonus battery blitz. On now, ends Tuesday.
There has been some parallels with yesterday from an Australian point of view in terms of partnerships. 57, 19, 8, 26, 61, 9, 27, 12, 34 and now 4. It's hard, it seems, to make a really long-lasting partnership. Anderson starts a new over and he's on-driven. There's a man deep to cover Mitchell Stark if he decided to go aerial. But it was all along the ground, so he takes a single off the first ball of the over, which I think will be perfect for Jimmy Anderson, who's looking for his 5th wicket, and he'll get the ball to Scott Boland.
He will. I think the reason for the point you made about the partnerships, there's just enough movement there all day for the bowlers, an unusual amount of sideways movement for an Australian pitch because of the thick thatch of grass on the surface. And I think that's what's so disappointing from England's perspective. 2 of the 3 games so far have been played on pitches that would normally encourage England here in Australia. The Gabba, and here the ball has gone off the deck.
Anderson comes in and Boland is beaten. All ends up by that one. A little bit of movement. Too much for Scott Boland.
Where is Hamid? He's about 15 yards in front of square, sweating on a pair.
How does that feel?
Terrible feeling. You know it's coming. Well, not you know the pair's coming, but you know your innings is coming very soon, and you'll be desperate to get off that pair.
Anderson persevering from the southern end, and Boland squeezes this out. He's got runs. It's wide of point, and he's going to come back for a second as he squirted it out down to third man. Rapturous applause around the MCG. One of the most popular 2s you've ever seen.
They're on their feet down there, screaming and shouting. Well done. 2 more than I got in my first Test innings.
He has a Test wicket, and now he has 2 runs, Scott Boland. Anderson bowls, and he takes this off his hip with great expertise. Down to fine leg for 1. And Australia nudge further ahead. Now 9 for 261. Boland to 3, and Stark is 21.
Anderson, just to give you some idea of the standards that he sets himself, he turned away in disgust having bowled that ball because it was on Scott Boland's hip. And Anderson today's line has been so good. Rarely anything leg side of middle, but that one was.
Here he comes again. Bowls to Stark, who didn't know a lot about that one. It found the inside portion of the bat, but went away to mid-wicket. And there's no run, still 9 for 261. Averaged 20.47 in 2020 with the ball. Did Anderson, his second best calendar year ever, and another 37 wickets before today at 22.6 this year. His best year was 2017. And he's now taken his second most wickets under Joe Root as a captain. And this is all at the age of 39. He bowls to Stark, who pushes this one to cover on the bounce. And that will be drinks, I think. Yep, the signal for the drinks to come. So 9 for 261, a lead of 76. Stark 21. Boland is 3. The drinks break 4. Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. And the Australian lead is 76. Back shortly at the MCG.
Ever dreamt of snaffling glory? We can't fix sporting dreams, but you can snaffle hundreds of products today and pay in bite-sized payments tomorrow. Visit snaffle.com.au. Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores, Proprietary Limited, Australian Credit Licence 393023.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Super Summer Sizzlers on now at Harvey Norman. Get 60 months interest free, no deposit, no interest from Latitude, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Shop furniture, bedding, technology, and electrical. 60 months interest free, no deposit, no interest with 60 approximately equal monthly payments, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Finance only on participating Latitude credit cards. Minimum finance amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Fees and product exclusions apply. Super Summer Sizzlers now at Harvey Norman.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
As Anderson bowls and swung away in the air, top edge from Cummins, and he's going to be caught by Hamid. Anderson gets another wicket. The veteran superstar has been superb today. It was a slightly unnecessary shot, really, from Pat Cummins, but England will take it. He tried to swing it through the leg side. It went high in the air off the top edge. So he tried to club it through the onside. He's been caught by Hamid. So Cummins is out for a very handy 21. And Australia are 9 for 261. Even the last wicket giving a little bit of cheek with Boland 3 and Stark 21. It's a critical phase with Australia's lead at 76. SEN Test Cricket, the Bundaberg Ginger Beer drinks just about completed. We bring you all the action from the MCG for Host Plus, the industry super fun for all Australians. Mike Atherton is still alongside me as things just cooling off a fraction at the MCG with a cloud covering the sun, and Mike's got his opener's hat on, feeling nervous for the English pair that can't be far away, but still more cheek given here by the Australian tailenders. How are you feeling about the situation, Mike? How many runs is too many as far as England?
It's been a good day, though, for England. You know, essentially Australia are 8 for 200 today, so England can't complain about the day that they've had. They're just being penalised for having such a bad day yesterday. That's why they're in this situation.
Wood now takes up the attack, and he throws up almost a Yorker, and it's taken off the toes by Boland through mid-wicket where there was a big gap, and he's going to get 3 runs pretty comfortably. So more for the number 11, and he has 6 runs in his Test career now, and Australia's lead is 79. Bharat Sundaresan joins us as well. Bharat, evening.
This is such a classic team in front in a series kind of partnership, right? I can think back to the days in the 90s where Shane Warne and Damien Fleming, or those guys would just put on these runs to be irritating for the opposition. But just drags this game slightly away from England. Like Michael have said, had a great day, and I think Joe Root's had a really good day as captain out there. Maybe the best during the series. He's really enjoyed himself, Michael.
Yeah, I'd take issue only with that hour after lunch. I think he's had a good day. Apart from that, when I wouldn't have bowled Leach, I thought he allowed Australia to get back into the day in that hour after lunch.
Wood from around the wicket to Stark. Field well spread, and Stark happy just to run it between the two men in the deep behind square on the offside. He picked the gap beautifully. He's going to pick up 2 runs for that. Well played in a very controlled fashion by Mitchell Stark. He's now 23, and these are very handy runs. The lead up to 81.
Yeah, it's not out of sight yet, the lead, but it's one of those leads that's going to be very hard to overhaul without the loss of, 2 or 3 wickets, and then life becomes very difficult.
You're being cruel to Athers to bring up those late partnerships. The art of forgetting is very important in life. You can't do that in cricket, though, really, can you? Because history tends to repeat itself in many, many ways.
Especially as the neutral here. Put both of you on the spot.
Wood charging in from around the wicket. And Stark is whacking that one away behind point. He didn't have quite as much control as the bat started to open up. And it went out to deep point for 1 more run. And that puts Boland back on strike. How's he going to cope with the pace of Wood if Wood gets it right here?
Well, tailenders usually don't like the quick stuff. Obviously, helmets and chest guards and arm guards make life a little bit easier than it used to be, but still.
How threatening is Wood to the tailenders, do you think?
Well, he's got a very good Yorker.
He's bowling short. Boland was down on one knee as he had to work out exactly where that one was going to go flying through.
Yeah, there'll be a bit of kind of nose and toes stuff, a couple of short ones, no doubt, to soften up Boland, and then something full and straight. It'd be good if there was reverse swing. You can get it into the base of the stumps, but ball's still too new, the outfield too lush for that.
I think another thing that has helped tailenders in coaching staff is the Wanger Athers. You see in the sidearm that they use, you can prepare tailenders for the short stuff.
Wood trying to clean up the innings. Bowls, and he's edged, and he will do it. He's caught by Crawley comfortably at second slip, diving away to his left. He'll have to turn from fieldsman to batsman very shortly. It's a race as to who can get off the field quicker between Crawley and Hamid, and the 2 Australian batsmen who'll turn bowler shortly. Australia all out for 267 as Boland is dismissed. Caught Crawley, bowled Wood for 6, and England have had their best day of the series so far.
It was a very good catch, actually, by Zach Crawley. It went quickly because of the pace that Wood bowls with. Just the way that he moved and snaffled it, he looks a natural catcher in there, and that's an area England have really struggled. Well done to England's bowlers, in particular Jimmy Anderson, who has led this attack quite brilliantly today. Another 4 for him here. He doesn't quite pick up his 5 for, but 4 for 33 from 23 overs. That's an incredible return, really. Number of maidens, 10 out of 23. So he's put in a really suffocating performance and picked up wickets as well. And a good day for England. They cannot complain about that day. Bowled well, caught well, had 1 sticky period an hour after lunch, but fundamentally a good day.
The lead is 82. Anderson 4 for 33, and Robinson and Wood both getting a couple of wickets. We'll go through more of the details shortly. They're able to snaffle those catches. Snaffle, 1 subscription, 1 wallet. Hundreds of products are available from Snaffle. SEN Test Cricket, break between the innings. More from Bharat and Mike in a moment. It's all for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Want an internet provider with the most satisfied customers? Mate has been rated the best for overall NBN satisfaction by CanStar Blue's annual providers review. In fact, Mate are the only telco to score 5 stars in all areas. That's customer service, value for money, ease of setup, bill and cost clarity, as well as speed and reliability. So, join the most satisfied NBN customers. Choose a provider you can trust, like a Mate. Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need
your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
The road can be a little frightening sometimes. Conquer your road fears in the new Volkswagen Tiguan with Travel Assist. Test drive the new Volkswagen Tiguan now at Solitaire Volkswagen, Hawthorne and Medindi, DL 65541.
Adelaide Tools massive bonus battery blitzes on now. Get in for 3 days of supercharged bonus battery offers on selected kits and skin combos from Milwaukee, Makita and Haikoki. Don't miss Adelaide Tools massive bonus battery blitz on now. Ends Tuesday.
Peter Jackson half-year sale is on now. Save up to 50% off the latest suits, shirts and ties. Hurry in store for up to 50% off.
Peter Jackson.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Wood trying to clean up the innings. Bowls and he's heads and he will do it. He's caught by Crawley comfortably at second slip, diving away to his left. He'll have to turn from fieldsman to batsman very shortly. It's a race as to who can get off the field quicker between Crawley and Hamid, and the two Australian batsmen who'll turn bowlers shortly. Australia all out for 267 as Boland is dismissed. Caught Crawley, bowled Wood for 6, and England have had their best day of the series so far. Indeed, they have 1 for 61 the day started, and they've bowled out Australia for 267. Marcus Harris, the highest scorer, with 76 after Warner made 38 yesterday. Lyon 10, Labuschagne 1, Smith 16, Head 27, Green 17, Carey 19, Cummins 21, Boland 6, and Mitchell Stark 24 not out. Some handy runs in the lower order. Anderson, as we said, 4 for 33, the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 64 for Robinson, 2 for 71 for Wood, 1 for 47 for Stokes, and Jack Leach 1 for 46. Still a fine late afternoon, 23 degrees at the MCG, and it's a good forecast for the next few days. So we've got some great cricket ahead. The weather for rainbirds, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. Don't forget too, our travel partner is Samsonite, innovative travel and business solutions. That's Samsonite. Great to have Mike Atherton and Bharat Sundaresan with us. So, it's poised, 82 runs, and the English openers are about to come out. What are we going to see here, do you think?
Well, I hope, from an England perspective, I hope we're going to see a half-decent opening partnership for once, and I hope that Joe Root doesn't get in tonight, because so often he's been in the first 40 minutes with both openers knocked out, and that would be a bad end to what has been a good day for England. It's such an important 16 overs, this. The lead is 82, or the deficit 82, whichever way you look at it, which is not completely insurmountable, but if you lose 2 or 3 tonight, then it's very, very difficult. So they need to have a good hour tonight and hope that Crawley and Hamid, who's on a pair, remember, and Crawley's not batted really for 3 months, whether these two young men can get through what is bound to be an extremely testing spell here from Stark and Cummins and others, and set up England for a better day tomorrow, or a good day again tomorrow.
It always can feel that a game can turn at the start of the third innings. This session, by the way, is for Suncorp. That's the Suncorp spirit. So what's the tactics, do we think, here of the... Well, we know what Australia, they'll be trying to get wickets, but how do England's openers go about it? Do they just play defensively and leave, or is it important to come out, show initiative, look for the singles when they're there?
I think it will reflect on the way the two lads go about it, really. Hamid will soak up pressure and will play. He's naturally quite a cautious defensive player. I'm not saying he won't have any shots. If the bad ball's there, he'll try and put it away, but essentially he'll try and soak up pressure. Whereas Crawley is a more assertive player, and perhaps you just saw a glimpse of it in that first innings. He hit a couple of, if you remember, he went for one big swipe off Mitchell Stark, a wide ball, and hit a nice drive down the ground. But he's somebody who likes to put bat to ball, and I suspect the fact that we're an hour before the end of the third day won't change his philosophy.
What did you like the most? You talked about Joe Root, Bharat, before. What did you like the most today about the England performance?
They didn't try anything funky. Yes, Michael said using Jack Leach for that first star after lunch. I saw them during that practice game and the fields that they set for him, and I had a feeling they would use him in that very defensive fashion. Maybe they overbowled Anderson in that first session today, and they felt the need to use more of Leach early on, leading into the second new ball. But apart from that, I thought Joe Root just enjoyed himself. Like I said, he did a jig at one point. Him and Jack Leach were having some fun. He smiled a lot more. And for me, the moment that really summed up Joe Root's captaincy today was Ollie Robinson was bowling an over and Alex Carey was out there, and the third ball swung from his hand, and you could immediately see he started indicating to Jimmy Anderson and Ben Stokes that there was some reverse swing going. Next over, he brings Ben Stokes in and he gets Alex Carey out with a ball which didn't do much, but it did enough to just drag him out and get that outside edge. So I thought he was on top of his game today, and his bowlers supported him as well. I thought most of them, Michael, had a pretty decent day out there, even Jack Leach. Despite the way he was used. And I think his openers owe it to him to ensure that he finishes the day with a smile on his face.
Yeah, I thought Anderson led the attack superbly. Wood was wholehearted and bowled quickly. Robinson was okay, Leach okay, but really Anderson and Wood, I thought, led the attack.
Anderson 4 for 33, leading wicket taker for Spinal Ease, the best mattress in the world, spinalease.com.au. And Harris, the leading run scorer in the game, 76 from his 189 balls for Victoria Police for non-urgent police assistance. Call 131 444. Players have crossed the rope, so 16 overs and an hour. Australia critically got 48 runs out of the last 2 wickets, and what would have been a tenuous 30 to 40 run lead is 82. That's going to take a little bit of knocking off before trying to set up something in the vicinity of the high hundreds or the low 200s to try to pull off a win and keep this Ashes in the balance. There'll be some nervous moments doubtless over the next hour. This is it's almost ghoulish. It's so good in anticipation. Zach Crawley is going to see the first ball. Mitch Stark, no, it's the other way around. It's Hasib Hamid who's on a pair. Only the greats make pairs in Melbourne Test matches. He'll be in good company if it happens.
Well, he will be. Another Lancastrian. I think of him as a Lancastrian, even though he's moved to Notts now. He's a Bolton boy, so not far from where my dad used to be headmaster of a local school there. So I think of him very much as a Lancastrian, and I'm praying for him to get a run and get off his pair. The bowlers have switched, haven't they? Stark bowled this end in the first innings, but he's gone the other end now. Don't know whether the breeze has shifted at all.
SEN Test cricket for Henley, everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. What an hour is in store. Mitch Stark limbering up at the southern end. He'll have 3 slips and a gully in place. It's breezy as it has been for most of the day. The light is bright. The crowd is primed. Hasib Hamid staring down a pair in the Boxing Day Test. Stark sets in, the crowd at his shoulder. Left arm over the wickets. Stark delivers. Hamid leaves a wide one.
That's very much how Mitchell started in the first innings as well. There was no swing for him, and he bowled quite wide. I'm just looking at the litter that's blowing across the ground, which is going in the direction that should help Stark's left arm swing. It's curious because the flags, looking at the scoreboard above, are blowing the other way, but the litter on the ground is going in a way that should help Stark's in swing.
From the city to the punt road end, debris strewn across the MCG. Stark full strides in and bowls. Hamid leaves the rising delivery outside the off stump. Carey takes it in front of his eyes.
The boundary boards or the rope had moved. In fact, that wide third man, Gerard and Michael. So for the first 2 balls, if the ball had gone in that direction, it would have been interesting because those cushion-like things that they use. You can see the 4th umpire is fixing them now. Weird happenings at the MCG.
Swirling around. That's swirling around inside Hamid's head. A few devils and gremlins, no doubt. Start bowls, Hamid leaves up over the off stump. So very similar to how the match started yesterday.
Yeah, I don't really envy Hamid this situation. I mean, I suppose you can look back at the end of your career and say these are the moments that made you and that you live for, in the sense that your nerves are jangling, and if you do come through it, you feel very proud of yourself, but they're slightly horrible moments as well.
A great insight into the mind of the opening batsman. Hamid taps away, raises the bat. Stark is in with him, and Hamid is leaving watchfully outside the off stump. Stark getting a little closer to the target.
Must have faced 500 balls in the last 3 days, or the 3 days leading into the test, Michael. He outbatted Joe Root in the nets.
Yeah, he's one of those. There's some who just like volume, and he's one for sure.
It's really likable, he's so respectful. Jeetan Patel is the only one who even calls by name. Everyone else is coach, and he's so...
Stark yet to really find the mark in this opening over. He's got a full head of steam up, though. He bowls, and Hamid turns into the leg side, and he's off the dreaded tear. He rolls it adjacent to the square leg umpire and takes a single.
Yeah, relief for Hamid. It was a nice one to get on your hip. The start was just overcompensating, really. Bowled 3 wide ones outside the off stump and desperate to make Hamid play. Just got it a little too straight and gave him an easy knock on the leg side.
Zach Cawley's turn to take his guard. See if he can counterpunch for England. Smart innings would serve the cause well. Getting through tonight is the immediate challenge. Really readies himself, tall man. He's bent bat raised. Start bowls, and Crawley leaves outside the off stump. So an uneventful first over, none for one. England on the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
With destinations like the Barossa Valley, your best adventures are right here in South Australia. Switch your electricity and gas to Red Energy on a Qantas Red Saver plan today, and you'll get 15,000 bonus Qantas points plus 2 points per dollar on every energy bill you pay on time. Switch on to Red Energy now on 131 806, so you can switch off on a South Australian holiday later. Residential customers only. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. Basic plan information documents available at redenergy.com.au/BPID.
Mike Atherton and Bharat Sundaresan in for the start of the England innings. The game has rollicked along. Our experts for Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. England 185, Australia 267, none for one. Pat Cummins down in front of the members. He's got the bat pad in place. Asib Hamid is on strike. 3 slips and a gully in place. Cummins bowls. Hamid sending a ball that flies over the cordon. It took off. And Warner scurried immediately, but it was beyond his grasp. It didn't touch the bat at all. It would have been exciting, but it would have been anticlimactic as leg byes are signalled. It's none for 2, but that is a brute to get.
It was. Hamid knew nothing about it. It just took off. Yes, but it got up right in front of Hamid's nose and ballooned off, what, the arm guard, was it?
The base of the arm guard. It would have been a fascinating replay where the wristband and the arm guard was. I think it would have been studied for minutes. As we look at that replay for Drummond Golf's Boxing Day sale.
It was a nasty ball.
It was. So Cummins is the threat. Crawley's in his sights. The skipper bowls. Crawley defends to point. Lionfield's no run.
Amazing how different Hamid looks, actually, from his debut. You'd have seen him 4 years ago. He just had this short back and sides and looked very young, and now he's got this long, straggly beard and long hair. Very different.
Gone from looking like you in your younger days to looking like me.
Dave Warner very vocal between balls, wandering up near the batsman and now settling back in the slips. Crawley faces up. Cummins balls. So he's beaten. That's a brute as well. He's prodded forward. Can't say he took a great stride. And whatever that's done off the seam has him suspiciously looking at the pitch in the aftermath as all eyes turn to the scoreboard. Past the outside edge.
It's a very good ball. This is a great over in a way that Starks wasn't, because he gave the batsman too many sight as Cummins is right at them straight away. And if Crawley has a weakness, it's just that he comes slightly across the ball. You see a lot of his right shoulder and right side, and he was a bit across that one.
This is quite an over. Cummins bowls and Crawley survives just. It's in on the pads. It falls to leg, no run.
If I was an opener right now, I'd be very happy not to have a short leg in.
Yep.
Just the way that ball took off to Hamid, and even that ball there to Crawley that jagged back and bounced and wrapped him on the thigh pad. You could so easily just get an inside edge. You could just bob up to short leg. It's a bit of a generational thing. Short leg's just not a position. When I played, you would rarely open an innings and not have a short leg under your backside.
Cummins leaves the top of his mark. He's in and bowling to Crawley, who leaves very tight to the off stump. That ball has shaped in, and it has all of the cordon and the bowler with their hands on their heads in the aftermath.
When I started my Ashes career, it was David Boone at short leg. He never said a word. He just used to stand there, but you could kind of feel his eyes boring into the back of you. You just knew he was staring at you. Whenever you looked at him, there he would be, staring at you in the eyes. Never said a word, though.
Cummins' last ball of a fine first over from him. Crawley survives as he plonks forward and defends back down the pitch. None for two. The Mate Scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brantz. Plus, on the SENW channel, we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more. For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley, everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. Mitch Stark begins the fresh over. Hamid's on strike, rising delivery, got the hands underneath it. That flew. Carey takes it over his head.
Yeah, it did. It was a shorter length than the one that flew from Cummins. And because of the angle, it meant that there was less danger because the ball is angling across him and he managed to drop his hands under the ball. But these are testing moments for sure.
Always going to be Bendix Breaks, big moments manufacturing in Australia since 1955. 16 overs in the last hour. 2 have gone. England none for 2. Hamid's on strike. Stark is in from the southern end. Hamid is able to leave outside the off stump.
Hello, Kat. Haven't seen you all day.
Yeah, I've been out of action earlier today, Athers. You did a great job this morning, mate. I was listening in from the comfort of my hotel room.
Getting paid for lying in bed listening to the commentary.
I'm sure you'll get your cut, mate.
Simon Katich back with us for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. We've been exploring the mind of the opener here and just the scenario that presents and the threat seemingly at every turn. Hamid has one to his name. He faces up to Stark, who bowls, and he's able to leave again outside the off stump.
Well, it would be interesting to know the mindset of these two youngsters because you can look at it from both perspectives. One, they could be really apprehensive and nervous about an ugly hour, or you can look at it from the point of view that you get out there, you take it on, and you get through it, and it does your confidence the world of good because at this stage of their test careers, they need all this experience to understand how to get through these tricky periods. They won't come up against a better opening attack than this probably in the world at the moment. And apart from maybe the Indian attack with Boomer and these guys, but this is a good challenge for them on a tough wicket.
In a tough environment as well. Stark bowls, Hamid's forward and defending back down the pitch. The crowd today, 42,626 to set with yesterday's 57,100.
It's a good effort, isn't it? 42,000.
It is, given all the circumstances.
And they've enjoyed a good day's play, actually. It's been highly competitive, real cut and thrust. Good quality test cricket.
Day 3 might be the best of all if you are contemplating coming. 1 for 2, 80 runs in arrears, England. Stark lets fly. Hamid keeps the bat out of the way after initially being drawn to play outside the off stump.
Well, we always talk about the next half an hour being the most important in a test match. It just feels like it's always the case, but this one in particular, because the lead, Australia have 80 runs. This is substantial on this surface, but if England can win this hour, they'll come back tomorrow and feel like they're well and truly in this test match. But if they lose it and lose 3 or 4 wickets tonight, then Australia will feel very comfortable.
Stark at full tilts, bowls, edging no, he was drawn to it, Hamid, he just couldn't let them all go by. He had a little waft outside the off stump, he survives to tell the tale. None for 2 on the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Papa, when will we get to teach the new baby how to kick a ball?
Oh, when she's 2 or 3.
Same for swimming lessons?
No, that starts much earlier.
Why so early for swimming?
Well, kicking a ball's fun, but swimming could save your life. That's why it's so important.
You say football's a matter of life and death.
Only when playing New Zealand. What's the 5, ladies?
Fence the pool, shut the gate. Teach your kids to swim, it's great. Supervise, watch your mate, and learn how to resuscitate.
I'm Laurie Lawrence, Kids Alive.
Do the 5!
Our apparel sponsor at SEN Test Cricket, Ringers Western, from the Kimberley Cattle Station to the commentary box, ringerswestern.com. Pat Cummins into Zach Crawley, inside edge, onto the pad, squirted to the leg. Crawley wanted to come, Hamid sent him back. The cordon was up and asking. Cummins wasn't overly interested. And Steve Smith's got not much to offer, and in all of that, the fielding was done by Marcus Harris.
Yeah, this is challenging for Zach Crawley because Pat Cummins has got this ball seaming back into him, but he also knows that when it holds its line and it's around that off stump, he's got to play, and that's where the outside edge is going to be in the game as well. Zach Crawley's got a habit of squaring up. When he doesn't get a stride in with that front foot, his bottom hand takes over, back shoulder comes through, and he really squares up.
Inside of the back leg, ouch! Crawley leaves Cummins outside the off stump. That's a graphic replay for Drummond Golf's Boxing Day sale, second only to the Joe Root replay in Adelaide, and it drew a gasp from the crowd.
And it's got to be disconcerting too, because it was only last over that Hamid got one that went through the top, ripped his forearm guard, and Zach Crawley would have been watching at the other end going, oh my God, how am I going to deal with that? Because he's 6'5", I think. He is, 6'5", Zach Crawley, so he's a tall man.
Settles himself and his nerves. Cummins bowls to him, and Crawley's edged, and it got through. It got through between Carey and Warner. Crawley survives. It's a boundary to get off the mark. There is lament in the cordon that has not gone to hand. A boundary for Foxtel 4K4's Foxtel for the love of cricket, and even the players all eyes to the screen. Carey didn't come across Warner. It would have been difficult, and it's right at the base of Warner's hand as he comes down, brushes the fingers on the bounce.
It's exactly the type of ball I was just talking about. Squared Zach Crawley up, no footwork, outside edge.
Comes to Crawley again, he leaves, that's up over the stumps. That is perilously close to taking the bails.
Such a tough period this for these two young openers. But this is where technically he's got to be so strong. He's got to be quick with his footwork. He's got to be decisive. He's got to give himself a chance to get in the best possible position to counter this Pat Cummins storm, because he is bowling like a man possessed here. He's leading from the front. He's hitting great areas. He's just at Zach Crawley every ball here. Bit of movement in, bit of movement away. And this is as tough a challenge as he'll get in Test cricket.
Every inch the best bowler in the world. Cummins to Crawley, who's forward with bat and pad together. So it is following up the opening spell of yesterday, Adam Collins.
Yeah, CricViz did some analysis on his first spell, the 10 overs he bowled until lunch. They measure good length or good line. Cummins landed 61% of deliveries on a good length and a good line, which is the most they've ever measured through his career.
I saw a graphic at one stage that it was almost like he bowled an over in a handkerchief. Just kept hitting that little square ball after ball, and it was just relentless. And that's the pressure that's on these two with their judgment here.
Cummins to Crawley, drives off an inside edge, and it got out the back and down to fine leg for 1. None for 7. Crawley is 5. He survives the over. All Colo's stats and facts are for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. There's beauty in being a wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and for a wider perspective, dual 12.3-inch curved display screens. Christmas has come early with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
The Mate Scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, none for 7, Crawley 5, Hamid is 1. Mitch Stark is in operation from the southern end of the MCG. Can he create the same threats that Cummins is at the other end? Stark bowls. Crawley's almost cut in half by it. They're up and asking behind the stumps. Stark knew that it hadn't touched the bat on the way through. It's brushed fly pad potentially. The lingering question out of the previous over, Simon, as we watch replays for Drummond Golf's Boxing Day sale is, should Carey have fully committed to the dive across the front of Warner while they all learn their chemistry with a new keeper?
Yeah, it's a tough one because the challenge the MCG presents, normally as you get into day 3 and 4 and 5, is that it gets lower and the keeper has a tough job creeping up. And on that occasion, I'm not sure that nick off Zach Crawley would have carried to David Warner, so he probably had to go.
Start to Crawley in behind it, squirting it out to point.
But it did look like it went quickly, and it all happens in a split second.
Yeah.
And if you don't go, you don't go, and then you're just watching it. And in the end, it was a little bit like the Joss Butler nick in that second innings at Adelaide. Just watched it go past, and then David Warner couldn't get under it.
So Carey half goes and then doesn't fully extend, so he will never know what he might have been able to reach and not. The analysis of the fielding for PGG Wrightson, turf, Durascape. Stark to Crawley, who leaves outside the off stump. What's your read on the overall scenario, Kat? An 82-run lead, and Australia squeezed 48 runs out of the last 2 wickets.
Yeah, I think when we look back on this test match, I think England will rue those couple of chances yesterday. Well, when I say chances, wickets that fell right on the breaks. Milan did a great job, and it was a good ball. Certainly wasn't a bad shot. But losing that after they sort of steadied the ship after the openers got out early, and then Joss Butler's dismissal, I think that left Johnny Bairstow high and dry when he was playing well.
Stark bowls, Crawley's beaten, he's nicked it, he's gone! He's gone! He made the umpire give him out, he wasn't going to walk. He had one last look and Blocker Wilson sent him on his way. Stark gets the wicket, Crawley into the gloves of Carey. He's out for 5. England can't buy a partnership at the top of the order. They're 1 for 7.
Yeah, Mitchell Stark there with an absolute beauty to Zach Crawley. Just great line and length, drew him into the defensive shot. See the seam angling, a bit scrambled as it went down, just caught the outside edge and an easy catch through to Alex Carey. And England once again lose one of the openers. They haven't even got 10 on the board. Milan has to come out, repair the damage now. I was just about to say, Gerard, 82 runs is a significant deficit, particularly on a wicket like this where we know the new ball's going to do a bit. It has all test match, and Australia could well get 3, 4, even 5 wickets in this second innings before that deficit's erased.
Yes, that's the trouble of being so rickety at the top of the order with the hour to survive. I don't think anybody who's been watching this series believed that Crawley and Hamid would be able to navigate it. And so it has come to pass, and there's still 37 minutes left in the day's play. It is a Bendix Breaks big moment, manufacturing in Australia since 1955.
To be fair to these two youngsters, I think even seasoned campaigners at Test level would find it tough to face this quality bowling, particularly Pat Cummins, who's been all over them, Mitchell Starc as well. He's been in good form, bowled beautifully in Adelaide. It's a tough challenge for any player, let alone two youngsters finding their feet in Test cricket and haven't had a lot of experience in preparation in this series so far, particularly Zach Crawley, who's been sitting on the bench prior to this Test.
Darwin Milan in too early all over again. It's the 5th over. There's only 7 on the board. He's facing up to Mitch Starc, who bowls, and Crawley's wrapped on the pad. They're up, he's out. Paul Wilson, no hesitation. Bang, you're gone. He's going to send it through the process. Mitch Starc, 2 in 2 balls. Darwin Milan is staring at a golden duck.
We have a player review for LBW. The Richard decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
We'll get our first look. All eyes to the scoreboard. Drummond Golf's Boxing Day sale.
Front on coming up. Okay, there's
hit on the
clearly
flat,
no involved there.
just above the roll.
To
it's doing plenty looking at the leg stump.
It's missed the bat by a considerable distance.
Milan's hope is that this is over the leg bail.
Yep, thank you.
How much rides on this?
Thank you. Ball track coming up now, Paul. Impact is in line, and it's hitting the wickets umpire's call.
The crowd will tell you it's brushing the top of the leg bail. It's a call right in the margins, but it was made in the middle, and it stands on review. Darwin Milan is out for a duck. First ball, another English duck, and Mitch Starc is on a hat-trick.
Well, that was a magnificent ball from Mitchell Starc, first ball. Darwin Milan's bat was in a different postcode. He missed that by about 3 inches, and that cannon into his pad. Live, it looked absolutely plumb, but when you see the replays, just clipping top of the leg stump, you can understand why Big Blocker Wilson gave it out. And now Joe Root, under huge pressure, the England captain. This is the series on the line right here for Joe Root, and he's got to salvage it with the bat now. He's done a good job today as skipper, marshalling his bowlers and fielders, took some good catches. But this is going to be the biggest challenge of his captaincy career right now, 2 for 7.
That looked so out on the replay. I think the DRS does a bit of an injustice to Paul Wilson. Every umpire in the world is giving that out.
Yep. There have been 46 hat-tricks in Test cricket, 11 for Australia, the most recent Peter Siddle, 5 at Melbourne, the most recent was Shane Warne in 1994.
Listen to the late Monday crowd at the MCG. Not all of the 42,500 who started here remain, but a good portion of them. And they are ginned up in the bottom of the southern stands.
Don't let him down, Starkey.
4 slips and a gully. Joe Root. His teammates have left him invidious tasks. And this is right up there. The late afternoon sunshine in Melbourne. The Coliseum that is the MCG. If Starc takes this hat-trick, removing Joe Root, the Ashes are won. Starc sets in. Joe Root in his sights. Starc bowls. Root edges. Oh no, he did it and got past the outside edge. You couldn't get closer. You could not get closer to a hat-trick than that. Straight into the gloves of Carey. Joe Root survived. Starc gave himself a great look. And he gave us all a cheap thrill, Simon Katich.
Well, you can't get that in the BBL, Gerard. That is Test cricket at its finest. Mitchell Starc got the MCG crowd. They were erupting, and it was oh so close to the hat-trick. What a magnificent over from the big fella. And now Pat Cummins is going to follow the charge at the other end. Australia are all over England here. They're 2 for 7, and they're 75 runs behind.
Damn, that was close. 2 for 7 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customer.
A kid's playground, rubbish. A park bench, rubbish. A nature boardwalk, rubbish. You see, the Australian government is helping industry to transform your old rubbish into incredible new things. Proudly remade in Australia. Like this outdoor gym, rubbish. Even this brand new road, rubbish. Every time you recycle, you're helping to remake Australia into a better place for everyone. Remade in Australia. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canada.
The line at point. Carey comes up as the keeper. Cummins will keep his powder dry.
He's so calm and composed, Pat Cummins. Nothing flusters him, even there. He's bowling the ball. He's probably got the best view in the house, apart from Alex Carey. He asked the question of Nathan Lyon and Alex Carey and just says, no, I'll go back to the top of my mark. I'll do it again.
Will be just down leg. And maybe height the issue as well. Cummins all over Hamid, who's forward and defending out to points. And the environment just builds on itself at this ground in these moments, regardless of the sport. But you're right, what's before us is vintage Test cricket.
It certainly is, and it's vintage Ashes as well. Brings out the best in the contest. Australian bowlers come out here firing with this new ball. It's been hard work for the England top order. Do not envy them one little bit here. And the crowd, they're loving it.
Hamid's on one. Cummins bowls to him. He's inside edging down to fine leg to get his second run. It's 2 for 8 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Hamid's heart will just slow a fraction, and now it's Joe Root's turn.
And that's what you need. You just need a little inside edge squirt, get off strike, so you don't have to absorb all 6 balls, work together as a pair. And now it's the senior man, Joe Root, his skipper, that has to do the job. See Pat Cummins off. He's got 3 more balls left. He knows he has to get through this little period to give England some hope coming into day 3. If he gets knocked over here, the urn is well and truly with Australia. It takes something special from the middle order. We haven't seen it yet in this series. It's all been on Joe Root and Darwin Milan so far.
Pat Cummins has been hunting the head of the opposition captain. He bowls and Root almost nicked off again. He's played and missed in the 2 balls that he's faced. And they're a bad read, this Corden, right now, because they're up for everything and they're one of the key guides to go with.
Excitable is not the word, is it, Gerard? What a period of play this is for Australia. This is pressure, Test cricket. The batsmen are under enormous amounts of pressure here. The judgment's getting tested every ball. The length is impeccable.
Cummins bowls. Root feels bat on ball. A stylish off drive for 4. A counter punch from the English skipper. A stylish boundary. Foxtel 4K4s. Foxtel, Australia's only dedicated sport 4K Ultra HD channel.
That's class from Joe Root. To be able to put the previous ball behind him, not think about it, just play the next ball and its merits. Pat Cummins obliged, just pitches up, and he struck that beautifully through the line, effortlessly through the mid-off region.
Cummins quickly back in and at him. He bowls to Root, who leaves the last delivery of the over. 2 for 12 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Hutto will take you through to stumps.
Adelaide Tools massive bonus battery blitz is on now. Get in for 3 days of supercharged bonus battery offers on selected kits and skin combos from Milwaukee, Makita and Haikoki. Don't miss Adelaide Tools massive bonus battery blitz on now. Ends Tuesday.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Oh, Test cricket, the wonders of it all. And those that have stayed late on day 2 have been treated. Mitchell Starc to continue. Bowls to Hamid. It's a short ball and he was drawn to it. He just dropped the gloves in time as it went whack through to Alex Carey. It's 2 for 12. Hamid is 2. Root is 4. They still trailed by 70 runs. Chris Rogers joins Simon Katich.
I'm not sure I've seen Starc bowl much better than this, Cato.
I thought he bowled beautifully in Adelaide, and we know he's a pink ball guru, but he's been brilliant here as well. Both he and Cummins, the pressure has been phenomenal. Although I'm sure you would have loved to have absorbed it all out there, but you love this stuff.
3 slips and a gully. They're ready. Stark's ready. Hamid is allowing it to pass outside the off stump. And England 2 for 12.
I mean, what do you do when you get this quality of bowling coming at you? You've almost just got to stand there and hope you get a little bit of luck, don't you?
Correct, and just try and get down the other end. Let your mate absorb it. That's what you have to do, because otherwise it just builds and builds and builds, and you have to work as a team. Hopefully absorb a bit of pressure, 2 or 3 balls each, and rotate the strike so they can't settle.
So count them down. 2 balls from the over negotiated. 9 notionally remaining in the last half hour. Mitchell Starc bowls to Hamid. It's down the leg side. He's able to work it off his hip, and he gets to the other end and advances his score from 2 to 3. And England go to 2 for 13. Root is 4, and he now will face the music.
And I mean, you're still backing your defence to get you through, but there's some balls here that are just doing too much.
Correct.
When Cummins is hitting the seam on the length, you're not sure if it's going to go away from you or cut back into you. You just got to hang tough, don't you?
This is a fast-moving test match. England under severe duress late on day 2. Starc out of the shade of the light tower. Bowls and Root allowed it to continue on its angle across his body and through to the keeper. 4 balls done in the over. If you've just joined us, you missed an incredible over from Mitch Starc. His 4th and 5th balls of his 3rd over, picking up wickets. And he was on a hat-trick, and Gerard almost willed him over the line.
It was so close, wasn't it? Joe Root too. England skipper. So much rest on his shoulders here.
Sun's still blazing down. It's not quite at the height of Melbourne summer in terms of the heat, but they're feeling it right now. Root waits. Starc pitches up. He drives out of the edges streakily. Wide of 3rd and down to the boundary for 4.
Or you just throw your hands through it. It'll take some catching.
He was committed to that one.
Well, it was there to drive, but it just looked like he got caught with his weight back. Didn't quite sort of transfer through the ball. Mind you, it's hard to do that to Mitchell Starc when he's bowling this quick. And the pressure's on.
It's a Foxtel 4K4 for the love of cricket. And for the love of Test cricket, we're at the MCG. England 2 for 17. Joe Root, once again, carrying so much weight. He does just about everything, and he was almost going to be the Garbo. It was a bit of rubbish blows in his path, and there's more coming out. It is a breezy day at the MCG. In the end, the umpire has beaten him to it. Dr. Wilson puts it in his pocket. So Root now readies himself. Starc will be in his face shortly. He bowls a short one rising above the hip. He got it straight down to the ground with the deadest of bats. And he sees out the Mitchell Starc over, and that is an accomplishment. England 2 for 17 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Miles Fitzner here. Travel your way around Australia this New Year's Eve at the Highway Hotels. Fair income start at 6 p.m. in WA with a Little Creatures beer or the Republic of WA cocktail. Then on to the Northern Territory at 7 p.m, Queensland at 8 and so on until we end up back in SA for midnight. No border closures, no restrictions. Tickets include a $25 food voucher, so book now at thehighway.com.au and remember to drink responsibly. The Australia Party this New Year's Eve at the Highway.
They're very much living in the moment, but England's issues at the top of the order are just something they're just searching for answers on. Joe Root coming in early again at 2 for 7. Hamid has the strike at the moment. Pat Cummins wants a piece of the action. It's full. Struck him on the pad. No shots. It's missing according to Paul Rifle. And I think the Australians will reluctantly agree to that.
That looked a bit high.
What a shot or a non-shot.
Well, that just looked like a standard lead, didn't it? That was kind of well outside off stump and then seamed back viciously with the back hip.
Wow. That has moved alarmingly off the pitch. Great delivery. And yes, height the issue in the end. Pat Cummins, best bowler in the world. Hamid, still just starting out, gets one that is fuller at the toes and he jams down on it successfully.
It's tough to be critical of the two England openers because they're both young kids, really. They're early in their test careers. They've never had this challenge before in their whole career, particularly in county level. And even probably at test level, they probably haven't faced the quality of Pat Cummins yet. And Mitchell Starc, who's been on fire at the Great Southern Stand end.
There's 3 slips, a gully, a leg gully as Cummins bowls, and an early sight that he was going to dig it in short. Hamid saw it, ducked, and got out of harm's way. He survives and ticks off another ball. Ball by ball proposition at the moment. Nathan Lyon comes across from cover. He's seen something. Whatever it is, he tells Pat Cummins, who either takes it on board or completely ignores it. 138.2, that last delivery. Nervously, he pats away. And Pat's coming at him. Cummins, Hamid is defending. Let the ball come to him. Played it with soft hands into the ground. Two for 11 and 2 for 61 in Brisbane. 2 for 12 and 2 for 48 in Adelaide. 2 for 13 and then 2 for 7 here in Melbourne. Makes life pretty difficult to get a decent score, doesn't it?
It does. I think it also highlights the quality of the Australian bowlers as well. So it's a combination of both. You can't just pin it on the England openers. The Australian bowlers deserve a lot of credit as well.
Cummins bowls, and that's a very tight lead, but a good one from Hamid just outside the off stump.
Saying before to Gerard that, plenty of experienced openers would find it tough challenge facing this.
I don't think it probably actually gets any harder than this.
Nathan Lyon has just, again, left his position at point, and this time he's come across and had a chat to Joe Root. Interesting. Root listened and then turned and went back to the non-strikers end, which is the best place to be in the heat of battle. It's witching hour at the MCG. Pat Cummins on the full charge, full to Hamid, and he tries to drive back, but well fielded on the follow-through by Pat Cummins. He finishes his 4th over. England survive another on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. It's 2 for 17.
The Hyundai i30 is remarkable value and it's in stock at your local dealer right now. Imagine driving the latest i30 with remarkable space, comfort and convenience from only $25,490 drive away. Or you could upgrade to the i30 Active, featuring leather-appointed seats and automatic transmission from just $29,490 drive away. Why wait? Spring into your local Hyundai dealer before it's gone. T's and C's apply. Speak to your dealer for details.
1,626 people have seen a very absorbing day of Test cricket, and it's not finished yet. Still 18 minutes remaining. It's going to be hard to get the ball off Mitch Starc. He's in and bowls to Root, who's just squared up ever so fractionally, but was able to get the ball safely into the ground. He played it back down the pitch. Root is 8. One streaky boundary, one beautiful off drive to make up that total. The Foxtel 4K4s, Australia's only dedicated sport 4K Ultra HD channel. That's Foxtel 4K. Mitchell Stark, who was so good in Adelaide, wasn't quite on his game in the first innings here, but when he's at his best, he can be close to unplayable. He bowls to Root, and it's off the outside edge. Carey diving, it pitched just in front of him, and he knocked it down, and they scampered through for a run. Carey got right across in front of Warner that time.
I think he had to go, though, because that ball wasn't carrying to Warner at first slip. He did the right thing, Carey, but it was, even then, it bounced in front of his hand too.
Yes, if it had gone on a trajectory towards Steve Smith at second slip, he may have been in the game, but well short of Dave Warner at first. 3 tightly packed slips. Labuschagne is at third alongside Steve Smith and Warner, and Green, an imposing figure in the gully. Lyon is at point. There's a mid-off and a mid-on, the short leg, Marcus Harris, and a fine leg. And there's mid-start to Hamid, and again he picked up the angle, it went across and threw outside the off stump. 2 for 18, a lead of 64 still for Australia.
Hasn't really swung anything back into the right-handers this game, has he? It's all kind of angling across it, but even hitting the seam and then going further on the angle. Right-handers just haven't been able to line him up, though.
But also, I think it's been his length. It's been really consistent. Sort of good length, and it's challenged that sort of corridor area.
Crowd right behind mid-start. From the southern end, it's Fuller, and Hamid looks to drive, and he does sweetly up through mid-off. He was able to press forward and control the drive. It's close to being a boundary, and it beats Travis Head into the fence for 4. So that will make Hamid feel ever so much better. He has a 4 to his name. He has 7 runs, and England have 2 for 22 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
That was beautifully put away by Hamid. Stark over-pitched then, just went searching a little bit and punched it down the ground nicely. 2
for 22. Stark short. Hamid just got the hands out of harm's way.
He looks uncomfortable with that ball, that back of a length. It doesn't look like he wants to duck at all, and then he just stands there and kind of fends at it.
It's like his hands get lured into the ball, and he's going to have to start practicing dropping his hands on that sort of length, because on this sort of wicket where the ball's going to climb and bounce, particularly off the taller bowlers, you can see him getting a glove ripped and potentially nicking one through to Carey or the slips.
Wonder if this is Stark's last ball. This is his 5th over. Bowls to Hamid. He squared up. He struck on the pad. He fell well short of slipper. There happened to be a nick. The over is negotiated just. England 2 for 22. SEN Test cricket for Henley everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices.
Whatever journey you're on, a road trip with mates or family adventure, Tyre Power has you covered during their Summer Scorchers sale now on. Your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help you plan that next driving holiday. During the Summer Scorchers sale on now, buy 3 get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres. So before you hit the road, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. Go and see Grant and Des at Tyre Power Darwin, 131 Stewart Highway.
Still captain to captain at the MCG as Cummins bowls first ball of the new over just outside the line and allowed to go through by Joe Root. Our experts are here, Chris Rogers and Simon Katich for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Joe Root, the leading run scorer in the first innings with his even 50, right on his average. That's for Victoria Police. For non-urgent police assistance, call 131 444. He's ready now, and so is Cummins. He bowls, good length ball, and again it got through the defences as it moved off the pitch into Joe Root, cramped him. He's slightly overbalanced, struck him on the pad high up, and fell safely anyway.
This is where, Kat, you'd be looking up at the scoreboard and thinking, okay, this is the 10th over. The opening bowlers have bowled 5 each. How many more are they going to bowl here before we get the change bowlers on? So almost counting down the balls in your head, you think you're going to have to face before that change.
Cummins again. And that's just outside the off stump, just back of a length, and no real issues there for Joe Root.
Stumps at 6:30.
6:30.
It's going to be time now, isn't it? So
we've been working sort of Adelaide time, haven't we? Half an hour behind the usual. Back to the traditional 11 o'clock start. And you delays for weather and then the COVID scare today.
Sorry, Huddo. You also start thinking about the fact, 11 minutes left on the clock, how many overs that might be and whether you can start to slow things down a little bit.
Best delaying tactics needed. Root has no such luxury yet. Cummins full, and again, Root showing no inclination to play just outside the off stump.
See Scott Boland warming up. He might get a crack here just before stumps.
Notionally 6 overs remaining, but only 11 minutes. And after the excitement of just before 6 o'clock with Mitch Stark on a hat-trick, it's been a little quieter since, but this MCG crowd ready to roar to life late on day 2. Pat Cummins into Root. It's a bounce, well, it was attempted short ball, but it kept a little lower than you might have imagined, certainly compared to a couple of rearing deliveries earlier from Pat Cummins. And it was handled pretty comfortably by Joe Root.
I just wonder whether Pat Cummins is trying to set Joe Root up here, force him back, get his footwork back, and then potentially throw one up late in this over, see if he wants to play a big off drive again.
Last ball of the over, 5 dots. What happens next? It's Root driving slightly off the inside edge or in a portion of the bat. It went to mid-on. The over is complete. Richie would approve of the action at the MCG. It's 2 for 22.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Adelaide Tools massive bonus battery blitz is on now. Get in for 3 days of supercharged bonus battery offers on selected kits and skin combos from Milwaukee, Makita and Haikoki. Don't miss Adelaide Tools massive bonus battery blitz. On now, ends Tuesday.
So Mitch Stark comes down to fine leg and suddenly the crowd erupts. He thinks the applause are for him, but Scott Boland's returned to the bowling crease. And I think that's what it's all about. Mind you, Stark, plenty of love, and rightly so. He was on a hat-trick. He couldn't quite convert. In the line for our player of the day for Bingley. Grab a deal today. That's from our friends at Bingley. So Scott Boland, 1 for 48 in the first innings. Gets a chance here. With England at 2 for 22. He bowls to Hamid. It's a good delivery. Just moving slightly away or holding its line at the very least. And Hamid dropped the hands and let it pass.
I think one thing I know about Boland, he'll be putting the ball in the right areas here and hoping the pitch does the rest for him.
Is it 133? Laurenex cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex cleaning today. 2 for 22. Boland to Hamid, and again he withdraws. He was wary of that one as it just started to rise at him. He got gloves and the bat out of the way when he needed to. He's 7, Root is 9, and England still trailing by 60 runs with only 8 wickets in hand.
I did say something a little bit silly last over, Huddo. There was only 12 minutes to go before the end of play. I thought there were 6 overs.
Well, it was notionally 6, but we're not going to quite get there. It is late in the day. Bustling in Boland. Good delivery, and Nick, yes! Hamid is out! The local Scott Boland strikes, and England are on their knees. 3 for 22. Joe Root is the only obstacle to the Ashes being retained now. Hamid has fought, but he couldn't last. And Scott Boland is MCG dreaming. Well, that's why they've chosen Scott Boland, because he is an MCG specialist, and you can just see there's a little bit in this pitch sideways for the bowlers, but for that you've got to put the ball in the right areas. You've got to hit the wicket hard, and that's Scotty Boland's blueprint, and he's done that to perfection there. Not a lot Hamid could have done to that delivery. He'd been trying to leave those balls, but that was just following him just ever such a fraction. And he couldn't help it. And Carey did the rest. And England again at the top of the order in disarray at 3 for 22. We're going to see a night watchman. Jack Leach, yeah. And he's done the right thing. He's tried to milk as much time as he could before he comes out. No point running out there. He might have to face an extra over. Jack Leach gets the hoots from the MCG crowd. It's not quite the West Indies 4 for 10 with Viv Richards being bowled by Dennis Lilly, but there's shades of it when Mitchell Starc was at his best. How quick this test match has developed today. I just think that was a little leg cutter. Just angling into Hamid, drew him into the shots, and then left him fractionally, just enough to find that outside edge. Just a very good piece of bowling. He's not a big smiler, Scott Boland, from what we've observed in the first couple of days, but he's nice and pumped up. I mean, this wicket is absolutely perfectly suited for him. So it's either 4 slips in a gully or 5 slips here. Probably 4 in a tight gully, whatever the case. They're ready in the slips. They'd love to get another one. Jack Leach, Scott Boland. And he almost played it on at the bottom of the bat. And then the stadium held its breath to see whether the ball would come down onto the stumps, and it just got over the top. A nod to Dennis. You could ask your batter to try that 1,000 times and could never perfect that. To bounce the ball inside the crease and then just over the top of the stumps. Sure, Ian Chappell would have a name for that shot. He always had a name for all those sort of curiosities. Boland continues, and Leach's ball didn't play a shot. And Scott Boland is mobbed. He is very much alive and living his best life at the MCG. He has the figures of 2 for none. And the MCG crowd are on their feet. The Ashes are almost won. The night watchman has come and gone. And England are 4 for 22. Well, Scott Boland's life has dramatically changed over these last 2 days, and I think he's showing people just what he's capable of. I mean, that's a perfect delivery from around the wicket, angling in and just clipping the top of off stump. And Jack Leach would have been hoping he could leave as many balls as possible. That was a perfect ball. The night watchman lasted 2 balls. It's not ideal. Are they going to send out another night watchman and who's could be timed out here? Well, it would be in the T20. Around the wicket. This is what nightmares are made of. A couple of wickets, you don't have your pads on, you're going to run out. Crowd starting to get impatient. Oh, they're pushing it. Make sure you remember the protector. Chris Rogers, our expert for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. There's one man for the situation for England. One man you could still put some sort of hope in. Maybe it's Ben Stokes. This would be his greatest trick ever, surely, if he and Root can give England something to bowl to. At the moment, they are 60 runs behind. And the replay just keeps being played over and over. And it gets better and better for Scott Boland.
He would have known that Leach wanted to leave as many balls as possible, so you've got to be good enough then to execute and hit the top of that off stump. And he bowled the perfect ball.
2 minutes to go before stumps. The crowd are playing their part. So many still on their feet. They're slapping whatever's in front of them. A seat, a mate, whatever, to make the noise and get right behind Scott Boland. Ben Stokes is taking as much time as possible. He readjusts the straps on the pads. He walks away. He gets booed some more.
Well, he should walk down and speak to Joe Root because they'll fit another over in here.
Scowl from Boland. He's in. He's bowling, and Stokes is quietly turning him down to find leg for one. A slight anti-climax, but only ever so slight. Scott Boland with the figures of 2 for 1. Australia dominating on the mate scoreboard, made Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. One to come.
G'day, Alex Carey here. Toyota have been taking families to cricket grounds all over Australia for 50 years. So when Toyota designed the Fortuner, they built it with power, comfort and added safety to get you through the toughest conditions. With Apple CarPlay and a stylish interior, there is plenty of space to keep you comfy and plenty of storage for all the gear. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. How's that? Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
And they bow down to Scott Boland as he heads down to the old Bay 13 area. He allowed himself just a split second to indulge, to acknowledge the applause. Takes a few deep breaths, readjusts the baggy green. They won't get it off his head tonight. He has the figures of 2 for 1. Pat Cummins, the captain, will bowl the last over of the day to Stokes, and it comes off the inside edge, maybe a bit of thigh pad as well, and rolls down to fine leg. And Boland does the fielding and gets roundly applauded for that as well.
He would have been dreaming of this moment for practically his whole life, and then got to a point thinking it's never going to happen, and wondering if he was good enough to play at this level. I think these last 2 days have answered that.
Yeah. England 1 for 7, 2 for 7, 3 for 22, 4 for 22, and now 4 for 24. And Joe Root is going to have to face the music from Pat Cummins. He bowls and off stump, it moves away. The bat was there, and it was perilously close to getting a little feather on the way through. Somehow he missed it. Beautifully bowled by Pat Cummins.
He couldn't possibly get out the last over before stumps again. Cummins has just managed to get the ball to go both ways here, isn't he?
Yeah. Just nibbled away.
It's incredible bowling.
4 slips and a gully. They wait. Cummins bowls down the leg side. He flicked at it. Diving was Carey. It races away for 4. It will be deemed leg byes. England 4 for 24 now with that Foxtel 4K boundary. And in fact, it's 4 for 28 as that's added to the total. They trail by 54, which seems a long way away just at this moment. The shadow not quite going to work its way from the Ponsford stand to the pitch. So Cummins in bright sunlight. Joe Root to be in his shoes right now. Captain to captain, Cummins bowls. And it's outside the off stump, just back of a length. No need to play. What a day. 1 for 61 in reply to 185 all out. Warner made a quick 38 yesterday. Harris top score with 76. Mitchell Stark was the third highest scorer with 24 not out to show that the Australians had some middling totals. Head 27, Carey 19, Green 17. Failures from Smith with 16 and Labuschagne with 1. And the bowlers have done their thing. Cummins to Root, he's forward, he's pushing, he can't get a run. Stokes, the loudest of no's. Not in your life am I coming to that end with a couple of balls remaining. In fact,
one ball. You've already taken the gloves off if you're Ben Stokes.
David Warner, hands above his head, clapping. He wants to get the MCG to give it one last shot. Surprisingly, with 4 wickets down, Pat Cummins had the figures of none for 11. The Australian captain would love nothing better than to remove his opposite number. The slips are down early. But Pat Cummins a leaf out of Shane Warne's book. Just wait a moment, I want to adjust the field. A minuscule. You move to your left, mid-Stark at mid-off. Slip, stand up for a second. Now go down. Let the crowd get to fever pitch. Pat Cummins, a roar from the MCG. He bowls it off stump and Joe Root is good enough to get behind it and on-drive him back past the bowler for 2, and they'll come for a 3rd. And that is stumps on a captivating day 2 of Test cricket. Pat Cummins claps his teammates. England in tatters once again. Competitive with the ball. They couldn't back it up with the bat. They are 4 for 31 at stumps. They trailed by 51 runs. And it'll be back tomorrow. It'll be up to Joe Root and Ben Stokes and whatever else England can muster. The old stages, perhaps, with Johnny Bairstow and Josh Butler to play their part if they are to set Australia any sort of total. The mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. England 4 for 31, Root 12, Stokes 2. We'll go through the details in a moment. Mitch Stark and Scott Boland, the equal leading wicket takers for Australia. Spinal is the best mattresses in the world. spinaleze.com.au. So our post-match show for Anaconda, play more, pay less, with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Oh, what a final hour that was, Buck. It's great Test cricket.
Oh, it is. I mean, it's unbelievable excitement. The way to the Mitchell Stark, Pat Cummins, and then Scott Boland, right at the last moment they bowled, that was as hard as it gets for batting. And England just didn't have the answers. They of course they were trying to do the right thing, but to go down four down, go down to stumps, it's almost game over, really. The only hope is Joe Root and Ben Stokes. But you think about how England bowled today, and then they did. They fought hard, but they needed something in the pitch for that to happen for their bowlers, and that was almost a little bit ominous for their batters as well. So, the way that the Australian bowlers came out, they bowled with fire, bounce, pace, everything. It just looked like that was as hard as it gets.
It's a fast-moving Test match. The fall of wickets for budget truck rental, no matter the job. They've got a truck, 13 wickets falling for the day for England. 1 for 7 when they lost Zach Crawley. Cork Carey bowled Stark for 5. 2 for 7 when Milan was LBW to Stark for no score. Stark on a hat-trick, so close to removing Joe Root with a nick. But they lasted to 22 when Hamid was dismissed. Cork Carey bowled Boland for 7, and then a couple of balls later, the night watchman was removed. Jack Leach bowled by Boland for a duck. It was 4 for 22. It's 4 for 31 at stumps with Stokes 2 and Root 12. Well, what about a plus for Host Plus, the industry super funds for all Australians? On a busy day, there was plenty of pluses, but a few minuses as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Marcus Harris, he'd be going to bed tonight thinking, how happy and relieved he is just because he's got runs. I mean, Australia might not even be chasing that many tomorrow, so it might have been his 1 in 80 chance before the 4th Test, and so to go out and score 76. And the other thing I think is, Australia have got a competitive score on a tricky pitch, and that's with Labuschagne and Smith both missing out. So they're just little good signs for the team. It's not just relying on a couple of players. And so I think Australia, of course, they'll be pleased with their position, but I think they'll also be pleased with, that they fought hard at times today.
Well, that's a plus for Host Plus, an industry super fund that puts you first. That is a plus. Our player of the day for Bingley, grab a deal today. Probably hard to go past Jimmy Anderson, the veteran, along with Marcus Harris, as we've talked about.
Yeah, 4 for 33 off 23 overs. It's quite incredible at his age. And he, you think there were times, even in Adelaide when it was hot, he just looked like he was, I don't know, kind of struggling a little bit, to really bowl with that intensity. But he's come back in this game. There has been something in the pitch for him, and that's when he's at his best. He finds anything that's there, and he made all the Australians work hard, and particularly that spell in the middle session where he was good enough to knock Steve Smith over. I think it was 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 1. That was just a bit of a turning moment, I think, in the match.
Yeah, Anderson 4 for 33 from 23 overs. Robinson 2 for 64. Wood 2 for 77. Stokes 1 for 47. Jack Leach 15 overs, no maidens, 1 for 46. Just before we finish our post-match show for Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. A reminder, if you're looking for an exciting trip away this summer, you'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. Head to visit mildura.com.au and get planning. Now, the Ted Hurley Classic Ski Race is held on the Darling and Murray Rivers in late January, so get planning for that. We've loved your interaction, even if it comes from a family member. This from my oldest daughter. Looks like it's going to be a very short cricket game, Dad. By the way, when you have a chance, can you transfer me 135 buckaroonies, please? Thanks, Harriet. All right, this is SEN Test Cricket. We hope you've enjoyed a dramatic day at the MCG. England to resume tomorrow at 4 for 31. Let's hope they all have negative tests and we get cricket. They might be hoping for something different, the English. That might save them and prolong the Ashes. Hope you've enjoyed the action from the MCG. We're back tomorrow with thanks to Host Plus. That's a plus. More cricket for you now. Big Bash Nation is next. The Hurricanes and the Strikers, David Lithgow and Brett Jeeves in commentary in Tassie. The Strikers are 1 for 58 in the 8th over.